Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Turning an enemy into a mouse was surprisingly satisfying. Kate Lyle was in an excellent mood. As long as there were few opponents nearby and no risk of being discovered, this method was perfect. A flash of magic, and the enemy was reduced to a harmless little creature. It blocked surveillance, eliminated resistance, and ensured that no useful information could ever be extracted. Efficient, silent, absolute. Wherever Kate Lyle passed, the corridors fell unnaturally quiet. No footsteps, no voices, no guards, only her bag grew heavier. Inside it, several small mice twitched and squeaked softly. Eugene exited a hidden chamber and walked calmly toward his quarters. Halfway down the corridor, he slowed. Too quiet. There were no Death Eaters on guard, no presence in the shadows, no movement at the intersections. Eugene frowned and drew his wand, his expression darkening. He had risen to lead the Death Eaters because he was cautious. The people under his command followed orders strictly. None of them would abandon their posts without permission. If they were gone, then something had gone terribly wrong. He quickened his pace. Still nothing. According to his deployment, at least 8 Death Eaters should have been stationed along this route, either in plain sight or concealed in ambush. All of them were missing. Who did this? Why was there no sound? No warning, no signal. For the first time, Eugene felt a genuine sense of danger crawling up his spine. Elsewhere, Kate Lyle found Draco Malfoy. Professor Kate, Draco nearly blurted out when he saw her, relief flooding his face. The past few days had been unbearable. Constant surveillance. No chance to pass information. No way out. He had even started losing hair from stress. Seeing her now felt unreal. Do you know where the students are? Kate Lyle asked calmly, a grey cloth bag held loosely in her hand. I do, Draco replied instantly, then hesitated, his expression tightening. But relax, Kate Lyle said lightly. She flipped the bag slightly. The Death Eater tailing you has already been dealt with. Draco blinked. Dealt with how? Kate Lyle reached into the bag and pulled out a small mouse, holding it up between her fingers. A mouse, she said with a smile. I used transfiguration. Draco froze. You can do that to them. Surprising, Kate Lyle chuckled. Draco nodded without hesitation, eyes locked on the mouse. Very. This kind of magic, Kate Lyle said, releasing the mouse back into the bag, tests precision more than power. Of course, she added, you still need overwhelming speed and control. You have to transform them before they even realize they're under attack. Draco straightened, eyes shining. I understand, Professor Kate. With the Death Eaters no longer watching him, Draco quickly shared what he knew. They're having dinner now. We have less than 30 minutes. At most 10 more minutes before they start forcing students back to the dormitories. Kate Lyle nodded. Are any Death Eaters returning early? Yes, then we move now, she said decisively. We rescue the students in the dormitories first. I can lead the way, Draco said immediately. With Draco guiding them, everything became smoother. Kate Lyle's bag grew heavier by 2 more mice. Draco witnessed her speed firsthand. No incantation, no wasted motion. Wand up, flash of light. Another Death Eater gone. It was terrifyingly clean. Here, Draco whispered, opening a door. Inside, 6 male students sat by their beds or desks. Their faces were tense but controlled. Hey, Draco said with a grin, guess who's here? Professor Kate, Bancroft, Bradrick and the others erupted with relief. For days they had wanted to resist, but threats against their families had kept them frozen. Now everything was different. Kate Lyle raised a hand, silencing them. Don't be afraid, she said calmly. Hogwarts acted the moment we learned you were taken. If nothing unexpected has happened, fighting has already begun elsewhere. There are still students who haven't been rescued. We need to move together. She looked at them steadily. Can you still hold your wands? Can you fight? Her words hit like a spark. Yes, I've been waiting for this. Kate Lyle smiled. Good. She stepped out into the corridor. Bradrick, you laid. We secure the girls' dormitory first. The rest of you follow Draco. She turned to Draco, eyes sharp. Watch the route to the dining hall. See one, take one. Any problems? Draco's expression hardened. None. He blended back into the student group, coordinating with Bancroft and the others for ambushes. Kate Lyle moved in the opposite direction, already leading another team. At the same time, Eugene finally sounded the alarm. Death Eaters mobilized instantly. Students who were still eating were herded forcefully toward their dormitories. The situation exploded. Chaos replaced silence. To prevent large-scale resistance, Eugene had separated the boys' and girls' quarters from the start, but now the battle had fully begun. Thunder Knife, Draco Malfoy's counterattack was fast and merciless. Before the Death Eater even understood what was happening, Draco was already behind him, the blade pressed cleanly against his throat. At the same moment, Bancroft moved. The Death Eaters who managed to react were immediately intercepted, forcing several panicked students to stumble back in shock. "Taps, Mamie, move," Draco shouted as he finished off his second target. "The professors are here. The auras from the United Ministry of Magic are here to rescue us." His voice cut through the chaos. Students who had been desperately searching for places to hide froze for a second, then erupted with excitement. The professors had come. That single fact shattered the fear holding them down. Why keep hiding if rescue had arrived? Hope spread instantly. Students who had been on the verge of despair grabbed their wands and began fighting back. They were nowhere near Kate Lyle's level, and their attacks lacked finesse, but they made up for it with determination. Their goal was simple: subdue the Death Eaters. Draco Malfoy was the spearhead. He surged forward at terrifying speed, placing himself at the very front of the fight. A gale curse swept across the battlefield, boosting the students' movement and allowing them to dash, evade, and reposition amid the chaos. Earth magic followed. Thorns burst from the ground. Earth walls rose. Spears of stone shot forward. The first group advanced like a blade, unleashing wave after wave of spells. Fire and water mages joined in, supported by several thunder users. Their magic converged, forming a brutal barrage. For the Death Eaters caught in it, this was the first time in their lives they experienced what overwhelming magical firepower truly meant. On the other side of the compound, Kate Lyle reached the girls' dormitory, 5 rescued students already moving with her. Elsewhere, Severus Snape finally encountered Eugene and his core subordinates. Auras from the Ministry had arrived in force. Hagrid was the first to charge in, smashing through Death Eaters with raw magical strength before retreating back toward the castle. Eugene's gaze locked onto Snape. "Severus," he said coldly, "you traitor. When the Dark Lord is resurrected, you'll pay dearly for this." Snape stood calmly in the corridor, dressed in black, his expression indifferent. He looked at Eugene and the others as if they were already dead. "Eugene," Snape said quietly, "do you really think he will be resurrected? The magical world has already changed. Even if he returns, what can you do for him now?" The 3 questions struck harder than any spell. Eugene faltered. He had wondered the same thing. Voldemort's fate was still unclear. Dead, alive, hiding, incomplete. No one truly knew. The only certainty was that Voldemort had not fully returned. So who exactly was preparing for his resurrection? Eugene didn't know. What he did know was that his actions were no longer about Voldemort. They were about himself, about seizing the power of elemental magic, about growing stronger. But now, before his plan could even unfold, everything had collapsed. "Severus," Eugene growled, "you will regret this decision, unless you're willing to let us leave." He needed to escape. The Ministry had deployed too many auras, and Dumbledore himself was involved. If Snape kept him pinned here, there was no way out. "You're naive, Eugene," Snape replied calmly. "I won't let you go." Dark elemental energy surged around Snape. A dense black sphere condensed rapidly, pulsing with lethal power. Eugene's expression hardened. "Do it, Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra." Green killing curses tore through the corridor. They did not hold back. If escape was impossible, then Snape had to die. But killing Severus Snape was never that simple. Snape roared. The dark element exploded outward, transforming into a rolling black curtain that swallowed the corridor whole. The killing curses vanished into the darkness. No one could tell whether Snape had been hit. The pressure was suffocating. Some of the Death Eaters panicked. A few turned and disapparated instantly, Eugene among them. 2 others unleashed torrents of flame, attempting to burn through the darkness. It was useless. The fire collided with the black curtain like a tidal wave meeting a mountain. It stalled, twisted, and was devoured completely. A scream rang out, then silence. Within the black mist, dark energy orbs shot after the fleeing Eugene. Each one detonated on impact, roaring like grenades as stone and debris blasted apart. As the darkness thinned, 2 Death Eaters were revealed. Both had deep, precise cuts across their throats. Blood pooled beneath them. Farther within the shadows, a vague figure could be seen. A black scythe flashed. Another Death Eater collapsed. As the darkness finally retreated around the corner, a ghostly silhouette appeared on the wall, blurred and unstable, watching the corpses below. 2 tentacle-like arms slid across the floor, coiling around one of the bodies. They reached the neck, paused, then withdrew. The shadow dissolved back into the wall, drifting silently in Snape's direction, as if it had found something far more interesting. Eugene's face was very ugly, and he was extremely embarrassed. Snape played with him like a cat playing with a mouse. The subordinates in the center around him were cleared out one by Snape, and now he was the only one with cut wounds all over his body. Snape's strength was strong enough in the first place, and he had a position not inferior to Voldemort's back then. Now that he has learned elemental magic again, and it is still the rarer dark elemental magic, his strength has greatly increased. Like now in front of Snape, he has absolutely no power to resist. Severus, do you really want to kill them all? You should be clear that our influence is spread all over the place. If I am caught, those who hide in the dark will definitely stand up, and you will take action at all costs. I don't believe you can protect all the students. Once the students of the school are killed or kidnapped, the honor of Hogwarts will be lost, and even as long as they are students who enter the Hogwarts school, they will be targeted. You can't kill them all. If you can't solve this problem, no one will go to Hogwarts to study, and Hogwarts will become the most hated school in the wizarding world. Eugene yelled at Severus as he ran. He was scared and he had to expose some chips, hoping to get Snape to let him go with these chips. Listening to Kate Lyle's words, Severus Snape had a gloomy look on his face. Eugene, what do you seem to have forgotten? I was a Death Eater once, and I still remember any of you. I want to find you out. There are ways they can't hide. Snape's voice rang in Eugene's ears, and his face became more and more gloomy. Yes, he forgot one thing. Severus Snape was definitely familiar with their identities, although he couldn't say he knew them all. In particular, I have a better understanding of where these people will be. Severus, let me go. I can give you enough money, status, and all kinds of herbs you need. Eugene knew that Severus was teaching potions at school, and he himself had good achievements in potions, so he put forward a new proposal again. Severus Snape sneered. The energy of the dark element exploded with a stronger force and instantly pressed down on the opponent. A dark curtain enveloped Eugene's body, and in an instant, countless black thorns in the dark curtain pierced Eugene's body completely. When the darkness cleared, Severus showed his original shape, appeared beside Eugene, and said calmly, "Even if he is resurrected, I don't necessarily need to be afraid of him. Your threat to me now is a joke." Eugene was spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. He was horrified when he heard Severus Snape's words, but he didn't seem to have the strength to be frightened anymore. He was very tired, very tired. Severus Snape glanced at Eugene. This guy, he was dead. Turning to leave, he needs to go back to the castle and help some students in need. And at this moment, without Severus Snape noticing, a shadow entered Eugene's body. Eugene's body trembled suddenly, and the black thorns of dark elements inserted into his body, like broken glass, made a crisp sound. Hearing this, Severus Snape's face changed slightly, and he turned around instantly, staring at Eugene. Eugene stood up. The black thorns on his body seemed to be absorbed by a special force, and instantly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. What shocked Severus Snape even more was that Eugene opened his eyes, which were a pair of dark eyes like bottomless pits, with strange gazes. When Severus Snape wanted to ask something, Eugene attacked him instantly. Elemental magic warrior. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed in my mind. But before he had time to think about it, Eugene had already come to him, and a pair of black hands grabbed him even more. In an instant, Severus punched him out. Boom! Severus Snape's face changed drastically, and he flew several meters away in an instant. How is this possible? Severus Snape let out a low growl. The dark elemental energy ball lingered around him and looked at Eugene warily. Eugene took a few steps back without feeling any pain, and after one blow, he shot at him again. Severus Snape's expression sank, and he also launched an attack towards the opponent. For a while the roar continued, more and more trees fell, and pits were exposed within a radius of several hundred meters, outside the castle. Kate Lyle was carrying a bag of mice, and after walking out of the castle, she immediately felt the magical power in the distance. Kate, Dumbledore, and Cornelius Fudge approached. At this time, Fudge's face was full of smiles. The capture of so many Death Eaters was his best medal before he was about to abdicate. What's more, Fudge thought about how he could brag when he appeared in front of reporters tomorrow. Kate Lyle glanced at the approaching Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge and said with a smile, "Suddenly there is something to do. If there is something, we will talk about it later." After a pause, Kate Lyle handed a bag of mice to Cornelius Fudge and said, "By the way, this is for you. There are Death Eaters here. I hope it will be useful to you. I believe Mr. Fudge will make a wise choice." Fudge took the bag, although he was a little puzzled, why the guys inside were all mice. But Kate Lyle disappeared immediately after handing over the bag. Fudge looked at Dumbledore a little hesitantly. Dumbledore stared at the bag and said in a deep voice, "Transfiguration." Fudge was a little shocked when he heard this, took a deep breath and opened the bag. Mouse. Fudge looked at the mouse in the bag and said firmly, Albus, his strength. Cornelius Fudge was silent. I heard that Lucius Malfoy proposed in the Hogwarts school board that Kate Lyle should be one of the school board members. Cornelius Fudge said in a deep voice, What do you think of this matter? Fudge's hands trembled and the bag in his hand almost fell to the ground. I trust him, even more than you. Dumbledore smiled without the slightest hesitation. Dumbledore said calmly, Is there any point? I'm no match for him. Dumbledore smiled. I investigated him. Cornelius Fudge said suddenly after being silent for a while, Behind him is a powerful super family. Cornelius Fudge said solemnly, staring at Dumbledore, This is a good proposal. If he becomes the school manager, it will be a very meaningful thing. Hearing this, Dumbledore laughed. Snape was out of breath, and his long hair was a little messy. The magic power in the body is consumed quickly, and so is the physical strength. Pour a bottle of magic potion into the mouth, and feel the rapid recovery of the magic power in the body. Snape's eyes flared with even more intense fighting intent. This was the first time he had ever fought such a difficult battle. He didn't compete with Kate Lyle, because the strength Kate Lyle showed was enough for him to give up. However, now that he had finally let go and fought with all his might, he was actually at a disadvantage in front of such a weird Eugene. At this moment, Eugene gave him a very strange feeling. It doesn't hurt to beat. The arm or foot is cut off by him or blown away, it will immediately grow back. Not only that, but the energy on Eugene's body seems to be inexhaustible. Who are you? You're not Eugene, and he wouldn't have such a weird ability. Seeing the resurrected existence occupying Eugene's body, Severus Snape couldn't help asking. The ability to resurrect people, although I heard from Kate Lyle, it is not an absolute resurrection, and some special conditions are required. But Eugene in front of him didn't say a word, didn't make any sound, but his battle was full of reason and logic. Especially now, in the face of his inquiry, the other party didn't make a move immediately, as if he was thinking. Severus Snape continued to build strength, and was ready to strike again. At the same time, in his mind, he kept thinking about what power was hidden behind Eugene. If there are many people within the Death Eaters who have such power, then the Death Eaters are too dangerous. Just when Severus Snape thought Eugene would continue to attack him, the strength and pressure on Eugene disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the figure of Kate Lyle also appeared beside Severus Snape, her gaze fixed on Eugene. Did you see it? Severus Snape asked. Keltrell nodded and said, looked at it for a while. This should be a special magic, such as forbidden magic level magic. Severus Snape was silent for a moment, then said, Can you do it? It's possible, but it can't be done. Kate Lyle said lightly. Severus Snape nodded without asking, but he knew that since he could do it, he could do it. Eugene's body taken away by Kate Lyle. Severus Snape returned to the castle and joined Dumbledore. Professor Snape, have you seen Professor Kate Lyle? Malfoy looked at Severus, who had returned, and hurriedly asked. Severus glanced at Draco Malfoy and said flatly, Leave. Draco Malfoy was taken aback for a moment when he heard that, and then fell silent. He was hesitant to tell Severus Snape about Ella Easton. He hadn't seen Ella Snape since the fight there. The other party seemed to be just visiting the castle. What's the matter? Severus Snape asked, glancing at Draco Malfoy. It's all right, Professor Snape, Draco Malfoy replied hesitantly. Severus Snape took a serious look at Draco Malfoy and said indifferently, If there is anything, remember to report it at any time. Draco Malfoy nodded, before bidding farewell to Severus Snape. Ha ha ha, Draco, look, this is my art. Seeing Draco Malfoy, Hagrid stepped forward, grabbed Draco Malfoy, and said with a smile. Draco Malfoy glanced at the distance. There were 8 earthen guns, and a Death Eater was stuck under each earthen gun. There was even a guy who was directly nailed to a 5-meter-high wall. Draco Malfoy could imagine that the Death Eater was killed by Hagrid while he was escaping. Hagrid, I've caught more Death Eaters than you. Draco Malfoy put his hands in his trouser pockets and said calmly, There's nothing to show off. Hearing Draco Malfoy's words, Hagrid frowned slightly, stroked his beard and said, That's impossible. Hagrid, you should know, I just want to keep a low profile. Draco Malfoy glanced at the captured Death Eaters and smiled. Merlin's beard, a haughty Malfoy who said that he wanted to keep a low profile, is simply a joke. Hagrid said in a somewhat inconceivable, and at the same time marred by miracles. Draco Malfoy smiled smugly at Hagrid's appearance. The castle has been taken over by the Ministry of Magic. They still need to look for various clues here, and want to know what the Death Eaters will study here. Fudge is very firm, and Eugene, the Death Eater, is using this as his base, so there must still be secrets hidden. To Fudge's great pity, Eugene died. This answer from Severus. Fudge was originally suspicious and distrustful. After all, Severus had been a Death Eater. What if Severus let Eugene go? But when Severus said that Kate Lyle had killed him and took his body away, Fudge decisively chose to shut up. Kate Lyle, like Nicholas May, is already an authority. Just like no one believed that Albus Dumbledore was a Death Eater. These captured students, escorted by Dumbledore and the auras of the Ministry of Magic, first went to St. Mungo's magical hospital for examination, and Dumbledore irradiated them with the light of a crystal ball to confirm that they were not used after the Imperious Curse. They each went home under the escort of Ministry of Magic auras or staff. Draco Malfoy met his father at school, who had come to greet him. "Dad," Draco Malfoy looked at Draco Malfoy, who was safe and sound, and smiled happily. "Merlin's underpants, as expected of Mr. Kate Lyle. I didn't expect his efficiency to be so fast." Lucius Malfoy couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and said, "He is stronger than I expected." Upon hearing this, Draco Malfoy said, "Dad, did you inform Professor Kate Lyle?" "Of course, I don't want my child to be controlled by someone like Eugene." Lucius Malfoy said confidently, "Now, you need to take a walk with me. We need to thank Mr. Kate Lyle. This is a must-have etiquette." Lucius Malfoy said again immediately, "This means that his father is constantly staying away from the Death Eaters." "Okay." Lucius Malfoy naturally agreed. "This is a very meaningful thing." "Okay." Draco Malfoy nodded seriously and said, "We need to go there with gifts." Draco did not expect that it was his father who notified Professor Kate to rescue them. At the same time, this is something that makes Draco Malfoy extremely happy. This is the most severe and effective operation against Death Eaters criminals in more than 10 years. We successfully took out a secret Death Eater base, captured 83 Death Eaters, killed 27 Death Eaters, and safely rescued the kidnapped students. In this matter, we would also like to thank Hogwarts College. In the Ministry of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, with a slick face, talked boastfully in front of many reporters, showing off their achievements, and also mentioned the professors and students of Hogwarts. He praised Dumbledore, Snape, Hagrid, but didn't mention Kate Lyle at all. This made Draco Malfoy, who read the newspaper, very angry. He had just returned from a visit to Kate Lyle's with his father and enjoyed a nice dinner together. The father performed very well in front of Kate Lyle and promised to change his mind. Draco, Connolly did nothing wrong. Listening to Draco's complaints, Lucius Malfoy explained with a smile, "Mr. Kate Lyle doesn't need such an honor to change anything. Just because he created elemental magic is enough to gain a foothold in the magic world and spread through the ages. On the contrary, Hogwarts needs such an honor to change something, and at the same time tell those who hide evil intentions that Hogwarts has enough power." Draco Malfoy understood his father's words half understood. "You are still young, and you will understand when you grow up." Lucius Malfoy touched Draco's head and said with a smile, "Now, all you have to do is follow Mr. Kate Lyle, learn elemental magic well." "I know, Dad," Draco Malfoy nodded, earnestly and energetically. "Next, I will arrange for you to do more actual combat. Can you hold on?" Lucius Malfoy stared at Draco and said in a deep voice, "I can," Draco Malfoy said firmly. "Okay, you can go to that place through the fireplace now. Your mother is already waiting for you there." Lucius Malfoy pointed to the fireplace and said. Draco Malfoy nodded, walked into the fireplace, and disappeared in an instant as the green flames bloomed. Lucius Malfoy looked at the empty fireplace, and the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a dignified expression. Dobby knocked on the door and walked in, looked at Lucius Malfoy, and said in a low voice, "Master, some people appeared outside the manor." When Lucius Malfoy heard the words, his dignified expression changed instantly, cold, noble, and ruthless. "Dobby, I now allow you to use offensive magic, and cooperate with those people to kill any enemies outside who are peeping at the manor." Lucius Malfoy looked down at Dobby from above, and said in a deep voice. Lucius Malfoy knew very well that the house elf in front of him was no ordinary house elf. To be more prepared, in addition to being trained and enslaved, their magic is more powerful. Because every house elf from the day of birth has a good magic power, and as they grow older their strength will become stronger and stronger, and they will master more magic. Dobby hesitated. He didn't want to kill people, but the master's order he must carry out. "Yes, master." Dobby mustered up his courage and made himself look very cold. However, after walking out of the room, Dobby was like a deflated balloon again, a little hesitant. "I should obey the master's order and kill them, but I don't want to kill people. This is a very dangerous thing. I don't want to do it, but the master's order." At this time, outside Malfoy Manor, many Death Eaters gathered. Eugene's death, many Death Eaters were arrested and killed, made some Death Eaters lose their minds. And at this time, some people set their sights on Lucius Malfoy, because in their view there was something wrong with Lucius Malfoy. Otherwise, how could Eugene's secret castle be exposed, while Lucius Malfoy had nothing? Lucius Malfoy changed into clothes that were convenient for fighting, and held a wand with a very serious expression. At the same time, in every corner of the Malfoy manor, the power cultivated by Lucius Malfoy is also ready to go. Lucius Malfoy knew all too well what kind of people were inside the Death Eaters. Some people's doubts about him are not just a matter of a day or two. Once, he was also working hard for the Death Eaters. But now, he needs to think about some things for his children's future. However, these people were pressing so urgently, and he didn't want to be weak, otherwise, his status and majesty among the Death Eaters would also be severely challenged. The fight broke out as 6 little giants over 3 meters tall, wielding enormous maces, burst out of the darkness. One after another of magic also began to shroud Malfoy Manor in the darkness. Lucius Malfoy waved his wand, and under the protection of his 2 subordinates, he launched a fierce attack on the attacking Death Eaters. Dobby's short figure walked quickly in the dark, sneak attacking or killing the enemy. And when such a battle reached a fever pitch and Malfoy Manor also suffered huge losses, the figure of Severus Snape also appeared not far away, watching the battle before him. Just looking at it for a moment, Severus Snape was also involved. With the participation of Severus Snape, those Death Eaters who attacked Malfoy Manor suffered heavy losses in an instant. For about 10 minutes, Malfoy Manor left flames and corpses behind, and became quiet again. In the dilapidated Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy looked at Snape standing in front of him with a complicated expression, but he still said, "Thank you." These 2 words, to be spoken from Lucius Malfoy's mouth and addressed to Snape, seemed very heavy. "I'm only doing it for my students." Snape glanced at Lucius Malfoy and said calmly. Lucius Malfoy nodded after a slight silence. Snape said again, "Although I don't know why you chose to surrender to Kate Lyle, this is undoubtedly the most correct choice you have made in your entire life. It's just that I remind you that since you have chosen, don't betray yourself. You can't bear the price." After leaving a heavy word, Snape left. When he came here, he had calculated that with Eugene's death and the castle base being taken over, some extreme Death Eaters would definitely attack the Malfoy family. As soon as he got here, the battle had already begun. Lucius Malfoy hid on the wide sofa, lost in thought. This night he couldn't sleep well. The same will be true for some time to come. It wasn't just his personal reasons, but revenge from those Death Eaters. Laboratory. Kate Lyle looked at Eugene's body, which had been filled with black metal rods, with a look of thought in his eyes. These metal rods are specially refined by Kate Lyle, an alchemy item used to extract energy. After bringing Eugene back, Kate Lyle immediately used it to extract the energy in Eugene's body. And today is the 3rd day, and the black metal rod has successfully extracted some energy remaining in Eugene's body. This kind of energy is full of negative energy. If you are not strong-minded, you will easily lose yourself in it. Reaper, you'd show up so easily and shoot Severus. What is it for? Kate Lyle was full of curiosity and doubts. If it is really the god of death, then such negative energy is justified. But would an existence as high as the Grim Reaper deal with Severus so cheaply? Or is this just a temptation of his? But if not, then what would it be? For the existence of gods, he has always been full of expectations and curiosity. This was originally a good opportunity to get acquainted, but because of his dedication, the other party ran away immediately, not giving him a chance. It's really a headache, such a good opportunity is missed. Kate Lyle took out the energy bar with some regrets, and then a dark energy enveloped Eugene. In a short time, Eugene's body was swallowed up, leaving no residue. Leaving the laboratory, sitting in the yard, basking in the sun while thinking about problems, this is a good enjoyment for Kate Lyle. In the following time, Kate Lyle began to wander around, looking for places where gods and miracles appeared. This day, London, England. Kate Lyle walked through the dark alley and opened a wall, ready to walk into it. This is one of the secret passages leading to the underground black market. And just when Kate Lyle was about to go in, a figure also quickly walked in from far and near, standing beside Kate Lyle. The other party was wearing sunglasses, a thick overcoat, and the unfolded collar was turned up high, blocking half of his face. Kate Lyle glanced at the other party, feeling a little familiar but didn't recognize him. The other party stared at the open door but did not speak. Signal, a voice came from behind the door. Noble Wolf, the man with sunglasses, spoke. Click, the door was opened. In the dark environment, there is no one, only a long, dark passage. This is an effect brought about by magic. On the other side of the passage, there is a spacious space and a somewhat mysterious underground black market. Kate Lyle did not go in immediately, but slowed down to let the opponent go in first. The other party didn't hesitate, and the speed was very fast, and it disappeared into the dark passage in just a moment. Kate Lyle walked through the passage, and what caught her eyes was noisy voices and a somewhat dense crowd. For those who enter the underground black market, they will look at them with colored eyes. Soon, Kate Lyle was recognized and respected immensely. After all, Kate Lyle's reputation is so great that many people have to pay attention to the magical existence of Kate Lyle. "Mr. Kate Lyle, is there anything I can do for you?" A man with a black hat and beard came to Kate Lyle and asked enthusiastically. Kate Lyle glanced at the other party and smiled slightly. "Thank you very much for your enthusiasm, but you can't provide what I need." Hearing the words, the other party was full of regret. Kate Lyle walked through the crowd, declined the enthusiasm and help of many people, and kept walking inside. The man in sunglasses who came back with Kate Lyle sat at the counter of the bar with a glass of wine in his hand and looked at the back of Kate Lyle, who was leaving. "This is a dangerous guy. Wow, what a rare visitor. The miraculous and honorable Mr. Kate Lyle unexpectedly appeared in my territory so openly." As the master of this underground black market, Tez Hitler stepped out of his desk and bowed towards Kate Lyle's smiling right hand on his chest. Kate Lyle nodded to Tez Hitler, sat on the sofa, then saw the newspaper on it, glanced at it in surprise, and then smiled. "Tez, I need you to help me find out some news. It's a great honor to serve you, Mr. Kate Lyle." Tez Hitler sat opposite Kate Lyle, pointing his fingers aside without any hesitation, said. A capable-looking house elf brought 2 cups of coffee, placed them in front of the two of them, and stepped aside without saying anything, quietly like a robot. "Help me find out some places where so-called God's miracles have occurred, or documents that are recorded in immediate history." Kate Lyle glanced at the house elf and said to Tez Hitler. "In addition, I need you to inquire specifically whether there has been a deed of death and resurrection, and if so, who it is, what changes have occurred after the resurrection, and how long it lasted. The more detailed the better." Tez Hitler was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then said, "This is a secret. You are the first one to inquire about this kind of secret in the history of my voice, Mr. Kate Lyle. But it is not an easy task to inquire about such news." Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, pointed at the shoulder of Tez Hitler's left hand, and said, "Don't forget your identity. This may not be easy, but I don't believe that the Hitler family didn't have any research on this matter." Tez Hitler chuckled. The smile on his face was a bit eerie. "Well, we do have research, but this matter is not only studied by us. There are also many families, such as the Lyle family behind Mr. Kate Lyle, who also have relevant records and research, and this is not true. The secret of the legend, if Mr. Kate Lyle really needs us to help you collect this information, the price involved." Kate Lyle was a little surprised by such an answer, because he really didn't know that his family had research in this area. "That's good news. Collect as much as you can. You don't need to worry about other families." Kate Lyle threw a bottle of potion to Tez Hitler and turned to leave. Tez Hitler used the potion, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He held it tightly in his hand and said farewell to Kate Lyle. "Don't worry, Mr. Kate Lyle, we will definitely collect the information you need." Leaving the underground black market and walking on the streets of London, Kate Lyle entered a coffee shop. Not long after he sat down, a figure also sat opposite him. 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee, thank you." Kate Lyle smiled at the beautiful waiter who came over. "Follow me all the way. Is there anything you want to ask?" Sirius Black. Kate Lyle looked at the man wearing sunglasses in front of him, with a smile on his face, and said. The man in sunglasses was a little surprised when he heard Kate Lyle's words, but he still asked, "We haven't met before." Yes, the man in sunglasses in front of him is Sirius Black, who escaped from Azkaban. However, in his current appearance, he was too thin. At least, it's a lot different from the person in a certain photo that Kate Lyle has seen. Kate Lyle smiled slightly and said, "Yes, we haven't met each other, but I've heard about you, and just now I saw a newspaper about you." Sirius Black nodded calmly. He was ready to reveal his identity, but he didn't expect it to be revealed so soon. "Are you going to arrest me?" Sirius Black asked. "Why would I do this?" Kate Lyle laughed after hearing this. "I heard that you are Harry's godfather." "And Harry, one of my students." Sirius Black nodded in silence. In the bar, he heard a lot of people talking about Kate Lyle. He also heard about elemental magic, and even knew about the existence of elemental magicians. Harry Potter, his godson, was a student of Kate Lyle. It is because of this understanding that Sirius Black appeared in front of Kate Lyle so boldly. However, what he didn't expect again was that Kate Lyle would know that he was Harry Potter's godfather. Because of this matter, very few people know about it, and they have a very close relationship with him. Mr. Kate Lyle, your understanding of me is beyond imagination. Sirius Black looked at Kate Lyle and said. The coffee was served, and Kate Lyle took a sip of the hot coffee, looked at Sirius Black and said, I know a lot about you and why you escaped. You know, Sirius Black felt that Kate Lyle was very mysterious, so he couldn't help asking. Of course. Kate Lyle said confidently and firmly, I can help you with this matter, but you need to do something for me. Why don't you tell me first, what do you know? Although Sirius Black has been erased in Azkaban and lost the arrogance he once had, it does not mean that he is stupid. On the contrary, he is still very sober, because he knows very well that he is innocent. Kate Lyle smiled slightly, stretched out her fingers on the table and tapped, and saw a mouse with a missing toe drawn on the table with water stains. When Sirius Black saw the pattern of the mouse, his body trembled slightly. He knew that he still underestimated Kate Lyle's strength. He is like a magical fortune teller. He can clearly know what he needs without any medium. This is much stronger than the centaur in the Forbidden Forest. Kate Lyle looked outside, where several policemen were patrolling and holding a portrait in their hands, comparing them to the people passing by the street. We need to chat in another place. Are you interested in sitting with me? Sirius Black noticed the policeman, so he nodded and said, no problem. Kate Lyle left a pound and got up to leave, followed by Sirius Black. The two came to the corner, and no one noticed here. The next moment, Kate and Lyle disappeared. Flying in the air, Sirius Black couldn't control his body. This was his first time flying like this. No broomsticks, no apparition magic. It was as if a pair of wings on his back propelled him into flight. Flying eagle. In Sirius Black's mind, flashed such a picture that he was the giant eagle. But obviously he didn't change into a giant eagle. All this is given to him by Kate Lyle. Is this elemental magic? Sirius Black followed Kate Lyle to Tris Street and landed in a villa. Kate Weiss came out from the side, staring at them. Sirius Black looked at each other, nervously preparing to make a move. This is a powerful magician. Kate Lyle showed her figure. Kate Weiss restrained her breath, smiled on her face and said respectfully, Master. Sirius Black was a little surprised, but after all, he was a bold man with high skills, and he quickly showed his figure. Kate Weiss glanced at Sirius and said with a smile, Need a cup of tea or coffee, sir? Hearing this, Sirius asked, Is there Islamic card black tea? I haven't had it for a long time, and I almost forgot how it tastes. Yes, sir, Kate Weiss replied with a smile. Prepare a big lunch, our guests won't have a great appetite, so let's have some relatively easy-to-digest food. Kate Lyle said to Kate Weiss. Yes, master, Kate Weiss responded, and after preparing a cup of tea for Kate Lyle and Sirius Black, she went to prepare lunch. Sirius Black drank the black tea unique to Islam, and enjoyed the deliciousness very much. It wasn't until the cup of tea was finished that Sirius Black woke up from such enjoyment. Although the aroma of tea is delicious, it can also make you more hungry, Mr. Black. Kate Lyle looked at Sirius Black and smiled. Sirius smiled nonchalantly after hearing the words. In Azkaban, the hunger I experienced was even stronger than now. Kate Lyle nodded and said, Actually, I have also been to Azkaban and saw you and many people. You will be hungry and tortured, but you will not die easily. Without the wand, it is really difficult for you to escape. After all, the danger to you from the Dementors can directly kill you. Don't get me wrong, I just sneaked in and observed for a while. Sirius Black was shocked by Kate Lyle's words and finally remained silent again. He has experienced something just now, and he knows that Kate Lyle's strength is not a joke. What do you need me to do for you? Sirius Black pondered for a while before asking. A box flew out of a side cabinet and floated towards Sirius Black. The box was opened, and a mask appeared in front of Sirius Black. This is a transformation mask. After wearing it, you can change the appearance you want at will. Kate Lyle pointed to the mask and said, I want you to do a lot of things, but for you it should be very easy. In addition, there is no need to worry about your identity. Your innocence will also be proved. Sirius Black was silent for a moment and said, Peter must be eliminated, otherwise Harry will be in danger. Is this possible to accomplish? What mission? Asked Sirius Black. Do you know what the mission I gave you is? Kate Lyle said again, enter the school and become a student of Gryffindor. You have 2 weeks to follow me to learn elemental magic, and enter Hogwarts to become a third-year student of Gryffindor. Kate Lyle laughed. Subconsciously he looked at the mask. Maybe it can really be done. Hearing this, Sirius Black was a little stunned. That's not necessarily the case, Kate Lyle said, looking at Sirius Black meaningfully. Sirius Black was moved. Second, it was fun being a student with Harry, and lurking by his side and being his friend. So in the next time, he followed Kate Lyle seriously to learn elemental magic. In order to allow Sirius Black to learn elemental magic faster, Kate Lyle also made him drink several special potions one after another. Then, Sirius Black felt very familiar with the energy of the thunder element, as if he was cheating. If there is a degree of adaptation, then Sirius Black's adaptation degree to the energy of the thunder element at this time has reached 95%. Not only that, Sirius Black also successfully became a thunder elemental magic warrior at an interesting speed. In addition, Sirius Black has put on a mask and transformed into a 13-year-old boy. It's also about adapting to the current role. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to remove the transformation mask, he will always maintain this appearance. Even if he takes a bath or eats, it will not be affected at all. How do you feel, Black? Kate Lyle asked with a smile as she looked at Black, who was sitting opposite and eating. It's an unprecedented feeling. It's really great. I never thought that there is such a magical magic in this world. It's just that this body is too small, but it's still very interesting to think about being able to be with a group of interesting little ghosts. When Blake answered Kate Lyle's question, he didn't stop eating. Kate Weiss's craftsmanship is very good, which makes him very happy to eat. Especially, he hadn't eaten such delicious food in 12 years. You have to abide by our agreement, Black, Kate Lyle reminded Sirius. I understand, I will pay attention. Sirius nodded and smiled. Following Kate Lyle to learn elemental magic, Kate Lyle also said something to him, which is very important. After the meal, Sirius Black was taken away by Kate Lyle directly. In a certain corner of the world, looking at the fish that are all magical animals, Blake's face is slightly depressed. Go down. Kate Lyle looked at Sirius Black and smiled slightly. This is more cruel than in Azkaban, Mr. Kate Lyle. Sirius Black couldn't help complaining. Even though he was already familiar with that feeling in the past week or so, he couldn't help shivering, and goosebumps came out along with it. During this process, the whole audience was struck by lightning. If he didn't have enough perseverance, he might be doomed. Sirius Black jumped into the water. His goal was not to fight the fish in the water, but to fight Kate Lyle. This is his training method, which helps him grow quickly on the road of elemental magic warrior. Kate Lyle naturally didn't seem to be able to go into the water, but it felt too painful for a lightning whip to fall on her body suddenly. It wasn't until night that Blake dragged his tired body and was brought back to the villa by Kate Lyle to soak in the magical potion. Even though he was very tired, the feeling of getting stronger made Sirius Black sleep even sweeter. Jingle bell. Kate Lyle, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, picked up the microphone and said, "Who is there?" "Professor Kate, this is Harry." Harry's voice came from the other end of the phone, happily saying, "Great, you are at home." Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "Have you enjoyed your trip in Egypt, Harry?" Harry smiled excitedly. "It's great. We went to many places, such as the Pharaoh's Pyramid, the magical desert, and the magical tropical rainforest. Our adventures have given us a lot of harvest. By the way, Mr. Kate, I plan to visit you. Are you free? Besides me, there's the Weasleys." Kate Lyle smiled and said, "Okay, no problem. I will open the Flu Network. You just come here." "Great, we'll pack up and it will be over in about an hour," Harry said hastily. After hanging up the phone, Harry smiled to Ronald, Ginny and others around him. "Are you ready? It's a must." Ronald and the others cheered happily. "Ronald, Ginny, Fred, George, Percy, what are you doing? Why don't you come and help?" Mrs. Weasley's voice came from upstairs, and Ginny and the others hurried over to help. This 1.5-month-long trip and adventure made them very comfortable and exciting. Especially Arthur Weasley, who made some people in the Ministry of Magic envious, because Arthur Weasley not only received a bonus of 5,000 galleons, but also 2 months of vacation. This is the recognition and satisfaction of his work. It was also Arthur Weasley's longest vacation ever. Weas prepare a sumptuous dinner for 10 people, as well as enough drinks and red wine. There is a good banquet to be held tonight. So, the restaurant needs to change. Kate Lyle said to Kate Weiss, who was trimming the flowers and plants in the garden. Kate Weiss heard the words and responded, "Okay, master." Kate Weiss cleaned up and started to prepare food. "Are we going to hold a banquet here?" Sirius Black dragged his tired body out of the room, looked sleepily at Kate Lyle, who was sitting on the sofa downstairs, and asked, "Yes, Harry and the Weasley family that you were looking forward to are coming as guests." Kate Lyle said with a smile, "However, I want to remind you not to reveal your identity." After hearing Kate Lyle's words, Sirius Black swept away his previous decadence and fatigue, and said with an extremely excited smile, "This is extremely exciting news. Here's your identification." Kate Lyle dropped a small wallet. Kate Lyle's voice sounded. Sirius Black caught the flying wallet, opened it quickly, looked at it and said, "Why David Lyle?" Sirius Black heard the words, thought for a while and said, "Okay, then use this name." Well, from now on, he is David Lyle, a rich second generation of the Lyle family. Sirius Black pulled out his ID card, a Hogwarts invitation, and a fake identity. Isn't that great? Kate Lyle said with a smile, I will give you my family's surname, and no one will dare to doubt your identity at will. They'll be here in about an hour or so. Don't worry, I won't expose myself. Sirius Black smiled slightly. I'm looking forward to playing harmoniously with them. Kate Weiss arranged the restaurant simply to make the restaurant large enough and have a certain atmosphere effect. In particular, the effect of the Milky Way starry sky in the restaurant is even more magnificent. The prepared delicacies were then processed in an orderly manner. Sirius sat on the sofa in the lobby with Kate Lyle, pretending to be calm and drinking tea. In fact, his eyes turned to the fireplace from time to time, because Harry and his family will come from here. Kate Lyle glanced at Sirius and said with a smile, You will make people suspicious. Don't underestimate the eyes of the Weasley family, especially Harry with his current perception. Don't treat him as a child. Maybe he won't know who you are, but he will sense your gaze. Sirius smiled and then took out a magic book of thunder elements to read. Although he has worked very hard, the time is still a bit short, so there are still some magic that he must learn as soon as possible. Fortunately, there is no problem with elementary thunder elemental magic. I have also mastered a few intermediate thunder elemental magic. Boom, a green flame sounded in the fireplace and a figure stepped out from it. It's Harry Potter. Sirius looked into Harry Potter's eyes, a little lost. In Harry he saw James Potter's face, and hair and Lily Potter's eyes. As expected of the children of the two of them, Harry Potter combined the beauty of the two of them. Harry came out, found Kate Lyle immediately and ran out happily, shouting, Mr. Kate. Kate Lyle stood up, stepped forward and touched Harry's head and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for more than a month and you've grown taller again, Harry. Yes, we've been through a lot and it was a fun holiday. Harry smiled happily. Boom. There was another sound, and Ronald came out of the fireplace holding a gift box. Mr. Kate. Ronald waved at Kate Lyle and smiled. Ronald has also grown a lot taller. Kate Lyle smiled as she looked at Ronald, who was obviously taller and stronger. Ronald heard Kate Lyle's words. He laughed and said, This is a must. We have a magical experience and the food is already rich, which promotes my growth. A voice came from the fireplace again, and Ginny came out with a small gift, followed by George, Fred, Percy, Mrs. Weasley and Arthur Weasley. Mr. Kate, it's such a pleasure to finally see you in person. Thank you very much for taking care of my children at school, especially Ginny. Without your selfless help, I am afraid I will never see her again. After Arthur Weasley came out, he looked at Kate Lyle, put down the gift he brought, and quickly stepped forward to hold Kate Lyle's hand, saying excitedly, Mrs. Weasley was on the side, embracing Ginny, feeling extremely grateful in her heart. Looking at Kate Lyle's eyes, she felt tearful. Mrs. Weasley, Arthur, you don't have to. This is what I should do as their professor. In addition, they are very smart, and they can save Ginny without me. Kate Lyle chuckled. Her etiquette was very good, and her words made the Weasleys feel respect and trust. For the Weasley family, outsiders don't think much of them, especially other pure-blood families. Therefore, many times those families don't respect them very much. Hello, my name is Davy Lyle. I'm going to Hogwarts this year, and I'm a Gryffindor third-year student. Serious voice sounded, and Mrs. Weasley and Arthur Weasley had just noticed his presence. However, Harry and the others had been paying attention to Sirius for a while, but they didn't take the initiative to ask because the timing was not right. Are you a transfer student? Fred heard Sirius' words, his eyes lit up, and he came to Sirius' side and said with a smile, This is really amazing, at least I haven't heard of it in school. Which student? He was a successful transfer student. We are also Gryffindor students. My name is George Weasley. George hooked up Sirius and laughed. Sirius was hooked on the shoulders of Fred and George, and he felt a little strange in his heart. After all, he is a mature middle-aged man, not really a child. Hello, David. My name is Harry Potter, and I will be in the 3rd grade soon. Gryffindor, we will be classmates. Harry Potter stepped forward, stretched out his hand towards Sirius, and smiled. Sirius didn't refuse, stretched out his hand and held it for a while, but he didn't want to let go. He wanted to get a good look at Harry Potter, but obviously now wasn't the time. Nice to meet you, Harry Potter, Sirius responded. This is Ginny Weasley, who is about to enter the 2nd grade. She is your junior. Harry introduced Ginny beside him again and said, This is Ronald Weasley, my good brother, 3rd grade. He will also be your classmate and friend. This is Percy Weasley, our senior. He should be thinking about how to graduate next year. They are twin brothers. This is Fred and this is George. They are very interesting and have weird inventions. Be careful when you are with them, because you may be tricked by them without knowing when. Harry introduced Ginny and others to Sirius one by one. Before that, he already knew the members of the Weasley family through the information provided by Kate Lyle, so he knew almost all of them. But he couldn't show it, so he said hello one by one. Seeing that they knew each other, Kate Lyle showed a smile on her face and said, "Harry, David, George, go and play by yourself. A sumptuous dinner will start in an hour." "No problem." Harry and the others responded quickly. They were curious about David Lyle and wanted to share their experience of this vacation. "Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley, sit down." Carl Lyle greeted the Weasleys and his wife and said with a smile. At the same time, Kate Weiss came over pushing a small dining cart, on which was slowly brewing coffee, black tea, and some beverages. After pouring tea and coffee for everyone, Kate Weiss entered the kitchen again, busy with dinner. In a short while, laughter came from the villa. Sirius was full of expectations for the experiences of Harry and others, especially those miraculous experiences he didn't know, and it was said from Harry's mouth, which made Sirius full of shock. At this time, Sirius, with a bold personality, laughed out loud. Of course, all of this was because he was happy for Harry's growth. A sumptuous dinner, full of laughter and laughter. They all shared their experiences of the holiday. Arthur is full of interest in things in the Muggle world, and had a very happy chat with Kate Lyle. After dinner, the Weasleys headed back through the fireplace. There was enough room in the house for them to rest, but they didn't choose to stay. Harry Potter stayed, at Kate Lyle's request, and would spend the next few days training with Sirius. This is a very happy thing for Sirius, especially training with Harry. "Harry, are you ready?" Sirius called to Harry Potter, who hadn't come down the stairs in the Sirius hall. "Don't rush me, David, I've packed it." Harry Potter's voice sounded anxious from upstairs. Is he not keeping time like this? Sirius looked at Kate Lyle, who was on the side, and said, "Didn't you already see it?" Kate Lyle put down the newspaper and said with a smile, "Even though he's growing up, he's still just a brat after all." "Mr. Kate, are you going to take the train to school with us?" Harry called as he hurried down the stairs with his luggage. "Yes, we are also Hogwarts professors." Kate Lyle laughed, then looked at David Lyle and said with a smile, "Besides, I have to send David to school." Kate Weiss was in charge of driving and took Harry, Sirius, and Kate Lyle to King's Cross Station. There was a lot of people, and Harry also spotted many students from the school. Of course, more people pay attention to Kate Lyle. Therefore, many parents who heard about Kate Lyle and admired Kate Lyle could not help but come forward to say hello to him. Kate Lyle naturally chatted with them about some topics, and secretly used powerful strength to prevent such communication from being discovered by others. As for the prohibition of using magic in the Muggle world, it depends on who is dealing with it and whether it is discovered. Apparently no one found out. After a brief chat with the enthusiastic parents, the three of Harry entered the train station. Hermione saw Harry, greeted him quickly, and walked over with the suitcase. Hermione. Harry greeted Hermione with a smile, and then introduced. "Hermione, this is the David Lyle I told you on the phone, a relative of Professor Kate's family, and a student in the same class as us." Hermione looked at Sirius, stretched out her hand, and said with a smile, "Hi, I'm Hermione Granger." "David Lyle." Sirius smiled. Harry, Hermione, David. The Weasley family also came from the Leaky Cauldron one after another, and when they saw Harry and the others, they cheered excitedly. Mrs. Weasley and Arthur greeted Kate Lyle briefly. "Get in the car if there's any problem, we'll talk after we get in the car." Kate Lyle laughed aside. "Professor Kate, I will trouble you to take care of my children." Mrs. Weasley hurriedly called out enthusiastically before getting into the car. "They are great and will take care of themselves. Of course, I will take care of one or two when needed." Kate Lyle made a simple response and got into the car. On the train, Kate Lyle saw Hagrid as the train conductor and said with a smile, "Hagrid, you are much more handsome now than before. This is necessary. After all, I am now a professor of the protection of magical animals." Hagrid was very happy, with a smile on his face, and whispered in Kate Lyle's ear, "However, you still need to pay for it now. I keep it a secret, Professor Kate." With no charges, Hagrid regained his true freedom, and the 50-year knot in his heart was also untied, and his whole person became more sunny and confident. "Are you trying to give them a little surprise?" Kate Lyle understood and smiled. Hagrid smiled triumphantly and said, "Okay, I need to check the situation of the students. If there is no problem, I will drive." Kate Lyle nodded and continued walking towards Harry's box. "Professor Kate Lyle, I have long admired your name." The door of a box was opened, and a middle-aged man with a moustache and unkempt yellowish hair came out, and when he saw Kate Lyle, he said with a smile on his face. Kate Lyle glanced at the man in front of her and said with a smile, "Are you the new defense against the dark arts Professor Remus John Lupin?" Remus John Lupin didn't expect Kate Lyle to recognize him at a glance, and said with a smile, come in and sit down. I seem to be the only one in my box. Kate Lyle glanced at the box and said with a smile, "Okay, Professor Lupin." As Kate Lyle sat down, the train started. In the past 2 years, I've heard a lot about elemental magic. It's a very magical magic. However, I am more interested in Professor Kate's potion science. Remus John Lupin watched Kate Lyle express his admiration and joy straight to the point. Of course, it is also clear that it is magic potion. Everyone knows that Kate Lyle created elemental magic, which has magical and powerful powers. But there are not many people who know that Kate Lyle has a very high achievement in potion science. At least, the students simply thought that Kate Lyle's potion science seemed to be better than Snape's potion science, while Snape's potion science seemed to be a bit mediocre. Kate Lyle had a harmonious smile on her face when she heard this and said, "Professor Lupin, your focus is a little different. Do you have any ideas on the research of potions?" Remus John Johnson pondered slightly and said, "I don't know what Professor Kate thinks about werewolves. Once, Voldemort wanted to flatten a castle with strong defenses, and the owner of this castle was a powerful Dutch nobleman. Of course, if you can keep yourself awake after transforming, it would be pretty good. Only when the moon is full, can't control his consciousness, but at the same time, because of the berserk, the power of the werewolf in the full moon is even stronger." Kate Lyle glanced at Remus John Lupin, nodded slightly, and said after thinking, "I don't have any special ideas, although their strength is indeed good, but that's all. Professor Kate, can you solve this problem?" Remus John Lupin stared at Kate Lyle and asked expectantly. "In fact, werewolves are not as bad as imagined. The full moon will deform, but you can't control your consciousness and emotions. This is a very bad thing." In order to get rid of this nobleman, he summoned hundreds of werewolves, launched an attack on the night of the full moon, and bloodbathed everyone in the castle. In many cases, they can transform freely and have strong combat effectiveness. Do you need it? Kate Lyle stared at Remus John Lupin with a bit of playfulness in her expression. If I remember correctly, there were actually many tragedies in Remus John Lupin's life, so that in the days before today, he lived in a muddle, wandering and suffering silently. Kate Lyle couldn't help but wonder, if he was given another chance to become a human, how would he make a choice? Maybe there will be some hesitation. Because if he chose to be a healthy and normal person, he probably wouldn't have such a fatal friendship with James and Sirius. And friends are the most important thing in Remus John's life, and it is precisely because of his werewolf status that he understands this very deeply. Therefore, his desire for friendship and love far exceeds that of ordinary people. Remus John was bitten when he was very young because of a little trouble between his father and the werewolf. Since then, he has been regarded as a plague god by others and has been isolated since childhood. The family didn't even expect him to go to school, as if he was covered in HIV, hepatitis, Ebola. But he had no fault at all, and he was given such a tragic fate, which ran through his tragic life. Not accepted by any school, Dumbledore accepted the poor lonely child and took him to Hogwarts after some protective measures. For physical reasons, Remus John didn't have a single friend. At Hogwarts, he met his lifelong friends James Potter and Sirius Black. In order to win their friendship and love, Remus John tried his best to please them. When the dear dog was doing bad things, Remus John, the prefect of Gryffindor, never dared to control him, and finally became a family of officials and gangsters. However, Sirius took advantage of Remus John's weakness to kill Snape, the Predator's public enemy. Although no one was injured in the end, the psychological shadow caused to Remus John was immeasurable. Also, Snape wasn't very friendly to Remus John, even a little disgusted. Kate Lyle believed that, given the chance, Snape would have a duel with Remus John to settle some grudges. And losing to Snape might be a good choice for him, but does Snape need his head now? In addition, what makes Kate Lyle interesting is that during school, Remus John seems to have fallen in love with Lily Evans, and he dared not utter a word because of his serious inferiority complex. In the end, he could only watch the goddess marry his best friend James, and fighting for a girlfriend with James might be something he didn't even dare to think about. After graduation, it is not difficult to imagine that Remus John's grades are very good, but even such a genius is rejected by all applicants because he is a werewolf. So he has been living a life of poverty, homelessness, and odd jobs for less than a month. Of course, his life doesn't have to be that bad, because he also met another favorite person in his life, Nade. Remus John Lupin didn't hesitate long, looked Kate Lyle in the eyes and nodded. Kate Lyle had a smile on her face when she heard this and said, "If you look for someone else, maybe they won't give you a positive and satisfying answer. But I can." Remus John Lupin also had a smile on his face, a little excited. If she could become a human, then she. Professor Kate, are you sure? Is it really possible? Remus John Lupin looked at Kate Lyle excitedly, afraid that this was just a perfunctory word, and even suspected that his ears had heard it wrong. Kate Lyle chuckled, tapped her fingers lightly on her knees, thinking about something. When Remus John Lupin saw Kate Lyle like this, he was originally excited, but gradually calmed down. Remus John Lupin suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have any reason to ask Kate Lyle to help him. Even if the medicine that can solve the werewolf problem is manufactured, it will not be cheap, and it can even be said to be rare. How could such a precious thing be given to someone who has nothing to do with you? Professor Lupin, do you like Lily Evans? Kate Lyle looked at the disappointed Remus John Lupin and asked with a smile. What? The sudden question made Remus John Lupin tremble so much that he almost fell from the ground and fell to the ground. Remus John Lupin quickly sat upright, leaning on the window with one hand, looked at Kate Lyle with a twitching and far-fetched expression, and said, Professor Kate, what do you mean? No special meaning, just curious. Kate Lyle laughed after hearing that. Remus John Lupin fell into silence. For that girl with beautiful eyes and extraordinary talent in magic, at the beginning there was no boy who would refuse. Remus John Lupin recalled the past, took a deep breath for a while, closed his eyes and said, It must have happened. She was so different, so beautiful. I can't refuse. Kate Lyle was playing with a crystal ball in her hand, looked at Remus John Lupin, who closed her eyes, and asked again. Snape also likes Lily Evans, you, James Potter, the three of you, by the way, in Sirius Black. Have the four of you ever duelled in private? Remus John Lupin opened his eyes, looked at Kate Lyle, and at the same time noticed the crystal ball in Kate Lyle's hand, frowned and said, What is this? It's nothing, just a toy. Kate Lyle smiled. Although Remus John Lupin was a little puzzled, he was silent for a moment and said, No, our relationship is very good. Kate Lyle looked at Remus John Lupin's insincere expression, laughed and said, It's really surprising. Professor Lupin, Sirius Black has escaped from prison, what do you think? Kate Lyle asked again. Hearing this, Remus John Lupin's expression was a bit complicated. Just treat me as a listener. Of course, I'm also a very good keeper of secrets. Kate Lyle said in a slow tone, with some magical fluctuations that Remus John Lupin could not detect. Remus John Lupin didn't know why he felt that he should have a good talk with Kate Lyle, but he was somewhat resistant in his heart and shouldn't be exposed. That is a secret between them. Once they were very friendly friends. I don't know, maybe I should believe him, but I can't find a reason to believe him, that one thing. Even though it was just a rumor, he had to step up and do something. Remus John Lupin cried. He didn't know how to deal with such a relationship. Today, Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban and is about to sneak into Hogwarts and kill Harry. However, the facts are pointing to Sirius Black. By rights, he should have trusted Sirius Black. However, someone betrayed them, such as becoming a professor of Harry Potter's Defense Against the Dark Arts course. As a result, his beloved friend James Potter and Lily Evans, whom he had a crush on, were killed by Voldemort, and Peter was killed by bombing. Looking at the tearful Remus John Lupin, Kate Lyle was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that such a question would bring Remus John Lupin to tears, but after thinking about it, Kate Lyle understood a little. After all, this magic has a certain degree of spiritual induction, and Remus John Lupin seemed very hesitant and contradictory because of this matter. Originally, he hid it well, but he was exposed by himself, which directly led to the defense of the opponent's heart being broken very quickly. Kate Lyle stopped talking and didn't use her magic. After a while, Remus John Lupin fell silent. At the same time, Remus John Lupin was also very uncomfortable inside. In particular, Lupin felt like he said something he shouldn't have said. In addition, as a middle-aged man and a professor of defense against the dark arts, it is even more embarrassing for him to cry in front of another person because of emotional problems. Sorry to make you laugh. I don't know why, I just didn't control it. I shouldn't have been like this. Remus John Lupin pretended that Kate Lyle didn't see it, and secretly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and cheeks. Kate Lyle was a little embarrassed at first, after all, she accidentally made someone cry. However, watching Remus John Lupin being so cute made me a little bit happier. I didn't expect Remus John Lupin to be so cute. That is a very magical potion, but the configuration of this potion takes a little time. If possible, I can completely solve your acquired problem. And it won't affect your offspring. Kate Lyle stood up, put away the memory crystal ball, and said to Remus John Lupin with a playful smile, Remus John, if you were completely human, would you still accept that person? Who? Remus John Lupin said subconsciously before he could fully react, but soon he reacted. For a moment, Remus John Lupin fell into a brief moment of shyness, His face was a little pale and a little more rosy. Seeing such a scene, Kate Lyle laughed ha-ha, which made Remus John Lupin even more embarrassed. Well, it seems I've figured it out. I hope your life will not be so tragic. She is a very interesting woman, although her mentor aura is a grumpy aura. Kate Lyle left with a smile, while Remus John Lupin fell into a brief silence. Who the hell is this Kate Lyle? Why does he know so much about his own affairs? It was as if all his information had been specially investigated, and in front of Kate Lyle, he had been read without reservation. The train was galloping northward, and the rain was getting heavier and heavier. The rain dripped on the car windows and left along the car windows, forming a small ocean at the edge. Harry, Hermione, Ronald, and Sirius were sitting in a box, and the conversation went on happily. However, Ronald's pet mouse had to hide in his pocket tremblingly, not daring to come out. Hermione's pet cat, Crookshanks, was lying on the suitcase, staring at the little mouse Scabbers. If it wasn't for Ronald being here, it would have pounced on him and devoured him immediately. In addition, Sirius stared at the little mouse Scabbers from time to time, and impulsively grabbed it several times, and then forced Peter Pettigrew out to clear his name. But now, he had to think about Harry's safety and suppress his desire, because this is his agreement with Kate Lyle. Hey, are we going to school soon? Why is the speed of the train slowing down? Ronald could not help laughing as he felt the blurry scene outside the window receding slowly. Hermione glanced at her watch and said with a smile, "It's impossible, there is at least half an hour before we go to Hogwarts." "Then why did you stop?" Harry also asked curiously. "How do I know?" Hermione spread her hands and said helplessly, "Maybe there is something wrong with the train." The train gradually stopped. There was no sound of wheels rolling, but the sound of rain hitting the train. Many students came out of the boxes at this time, feeling very curious, and Harry and others were no exception. At this time, the lights on the train suddenly dimmed, and there was a moment of panic among the students. Quiet, students. Now please return to your own box, close the door, and be a quiet and well-behaved child. Kate Lyle's voice sounded, and the holy light shrouded the carriage. All the students in Kate Lyle's box quickly returned to their own boxes. At this time, Kate Lyle was like a holy angel. When he walked into the next carriage, a huge figure in black robe appeared in front of him. He is tall, wearing a cloak and a hood. His face cannot be seen clearly, like a ghost, and he has a pair of off-white hands without flesh and blood. There is a hole in its head, which is also his mouth. This is a Dementor. It is a blind man. It has no way to see people, but it can indeed identify a person by smell and emotion. It is true that it cannot distinguish animals. Sirius Black turned into a big dog and escaped from the Dementors, and probing. In addition, it robs a person of joy and fills the person with a darkness of negative emotions. The Dementor saw Kate Lyle as if seeing some deadly natural enemy, made a piercing sound, disappeared in an instant, and fled the carriage and the train. In the box where Harry was, Harry summoned the flames which illuminated the carriage and met the Dementor who opened the door. After Harry and the others saw the Dementor, they also recognized it and were a little shocked and surprised, but that was all, because they don't feel scared. After Sirius saw the Dementor, his pupils shrank suddenly, a little nervous. He couldn't help wondering if he had exposed his identity so that the Dementors chased him. Thunder net. When Sirius saw the Dementor opened his mouth, he shot instantly. The dense thunder and lightning shot out in an instant. The Dementor was attacked instantly and fled in terror. "Wow, why did you make a move?" Hermione looked at Sirius in confusion and asked, "David, don't you know that when a Dementor opens its mouth, it will suck away our happiness and plunge us into darkness and despair?" Sirius looked at the three of Hermione suspiciously and said, "I don't want my happiness," was taken away and plunged into darkness full of negative energy. Hermione tried her best to recall something after hearing the words and said, "It seems that the book said so." "Thank you, David," Ronald and Harry thanked quickly. Sirius laughed and said, "It doesn't matter, we are friends, aren't we?" At the same time, Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, thunder elemental magic is effective against Dementors. Hogsmeade Station. The sudden appearance of the Dementor made the students on the train feel a little panic. Therefore, when getting out of the car, the scene was a little chaotic. The owl was hooting, the cat was hooting, and the sound of toads was croaking non-stop. In the chaos, accompanied by the noise of the first-year freshmen, it seemed interesting. However, the heavy rain is still falling, which makes some people embarrassed. "Harry Potter, have you been frightened by the Dementors?" Draco Malfoy appeared behind Harry at some point and said with a smug smile, "I made a move and gave them a hard lesson." Hearing that, Harry turned around to look at Draco Malfoy and said with a smile, "Are you sure you gave them a hard lesson?" Not him, Draco Malfoy frowned, then calmed down and said, "Of course they are, and I am very powerful now." Immediately, Draco Malfoy discovered the existence of Sirius and asked curiously, "Who is he?" "Professor Kate's relative, David Lyle." Harry Potter laughed. "David, this is Draco Malfoy, a guy who always troubles me." Draco Malfoy's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he asked curiously, "David, do you know elemental magic? What kind of elemental magic do you have?" Draco Malfoy didn't dare to mess around. He respected and hoped to be by Kate Lyle's side, so he wouldn't offend David Lyle, but at the same time, he was full of curiosity about David Lyle. As a relative of Professor Kate, he should also know elemental magic. Thunder elemental magic. Sirius looked into Draco Malfoy's eyes and understood what the other party was thinking at a glance, but he still said, "Mage of Thunder element." Draco Malfoy became even more excited when he heard that. He stepped forward and put his arms around Sirius' shoulder and said with a smile, "David, are you interested in a duel? I am also a Thunder element magician, and I am also a Thunder element magic warrior. If you are willing to duel with me, maybe I can teach you how to become a qualified Thunder element magic warrior." Sirius heard Draco Malfoy's words, and seeing Draco Malfoy's complacent look, there was a bit of weirdness in his eyes. "I'm sorry, classmate Draco, I didn't want to bully you, so forget it." Sirius let go of Draco Malfoy's hand and said with a smirk. Draco Malfoy was stunned when he heard Davy Lyle's words, but soon became furious again. "David, are you kidding me?" "Well, I believe that you must have gotten better exercise by following Professor Kate, but I don't believe that you can beat me. Then let's have a duel, and I will definitely defeat you." Draco Malfoy's voice was so loud that the other students couldn't help but gather their gazes. Kate Lyle, who was comforting the first-year freshmen with Hagrid and Lupin, heard Draco Malfoy's words, walked over and said, "Draco, you seem to be a little drifting this holiday." Hearing Kate Lyle's voice, Draco Malfoy instantly froze like a sick cat. His aura was completely restrained, and he showed a somewhat pure smile. Kate Lyle couldn't help but feel a little weird seeing Draco Malfoy in this appearance. Is this really Draco Malfoy? Harry and the others looked at Draco Malfoy strangely, which was completely different from the Draco Malfoy they had seen before. "Professor Kate, what is floating? I don't know wind magic, so I can't fly." Draco Malfoy asked hesitantly, looking ashamed to ask. "It's just that you are too proud, too proud." Kate Lyle was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that they didn't know what the word meant, so they said, "If you want to challenge David, and the one who stumbles is stepped on, don't say I didn't warn you." When Draco Malfoy heard what Kate Lyle said, his eyes widened, and his gaze towards David was full of fighting spirit. Looking at Draco Malfoy's appearance, Sirius couldn't help curling his lips, especially when he saw the corners of Kate Lyle's mouth curled up. With a look of successful tricks, he felt a little helpless in his heart. "Although I have the body and appearance of a child, I am still a powerful magician and have the thinking of a mature middle-aged person. Is it really okay for me to bully a child? David, I'm going to fight you." Draco Malfoy's voice sounded. Sirius immediately rolled his eyes, turned and left, and refused. "No, I refuse. No, you want to duel with me, I want to see how strong you are. Besides Professor Kate, the strongest thunder magician in Hogwarts must be me." Draco Malfoy chased after him, demanding so strongly that Harry and the others couldn't help laughing. Harry Potter has already seen how strong David is, and Ronald and Hermione have also heard Harry say it, but they haven't seen it. However, this did not affect them watching Draco Malfoy deflate in front of David Lyle. "I really don't want to bully you, student Draco. Then you agree to my duel. Even if you really lose, I will try my best to defeat you." "Not interested. Promise to my duel." Hagrid saw Draco Malfoy pestering David Lyle so much, he was a little surprised and stunned, then looked at Kate Lyle and asked, "Professor Kate, is your relative's child very powerful?" Kate Lyle nodded and said with a smile, "Very powerful. If you are interested, you can also challenge him to try." Hagrid frowned, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a while he said, "Forget it. After all, I'm still a professor, so I can't bully a child at will." Kate Lyle laughed, which puzzled Hagrid a bit. Lupin smiled, seeming to understand something. "Students, let's fly to the magic school together. Harry, Draco, you go to the outside. Don't let the first-year juniors run around. If they are taken away by Dementors, they will be in bad luck." Kate Lyle laughed immediately. "Professor Kate, is this really okay?" Hagrid came to Kate Lyle and asked. "There's nothing wrong with that, just learn about elemental magic in advance." Kate Lyle smiled indifferently. As Kate Lyle finished speaking, a powerful wave of magic emerged and covered the students, and then took them and their luggage, soared into the air, and flew towards the Hogwarts castle. Kate Lyle soared into the air, looked at the gathered students, took out her wand, looked at everyone, and smiled. On the contrary, the first-year freshmen, although they already know the existence of elemental magic, have never seen it, let alone experienced it. Harry and the others left quickly after hearing the words, maintaining order in the periphery of the huge number. As students who have already learned elemental magic, they are no strangers to this kind of flight. Now I personally experience the magical wind element magic, which is full of surprises and screams. Professor Kate, you will lead to bad students like this. Professor McGonagall looked at the flying students one by one, a little shocked and anxious, and quickly found Kate Lyle, who landed. Kate Lyle smiled and said, "Isn't this for the freshmen to have a good start? Professor McGonagall, don't worry, they're perfectly safe." Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall stretched out his hand helplessly, covered his forehead and said, "Professor Kate, this is a violation of school rules. School rules are here to violate, so that the student's character can be better cultivated." Kate Lyle looked at the lively students who were laughing and joking, and said, "Otherwise, they will be bullied when they go out in the future. Gone. Especially, it is even more difficult for them to survive in the face of those vicious people." Professor McGonagall was dumbfounded by Kate Lyle's rhetoric. After a while, I just came back to my senses and said, "Professor Kate, what kind of remarks are you talking about?" "Oh, Merlin's beard, Hogwarts is going to be a mess." Kate Lyle laughed, waved her hand and said, "I'll leave it to you, Professor McGonagall. I'm going to chat with Albus." Professor McGonagall looked at the back of Kate Lyle leaving, very helpless. So she met the first-year freshman brought by Hagrid, and said a lot of harsh words. The first-year freshmen lost their previous activity and joy in an instant, and looked at Professor McGonagall with horror. Points will be deducted, major demerits will be recorded, and a big profile picture will be displayed to make everyone laugh and even be expelled. Merlin's underpants, why is this woman so strict? For a moment, the first-year freshmen, like frightened partridges, shrunk their necks and were too anxious to speak, so that when these little guys were brought into the auditorium by Professor McGonagall, they were surprisingly well behaved. The arranged welcome song, Holding a Big Toad, although it sounds very good, but these little guys can't laugh, even when they applaud, they seem a little stiff. Kate Lyle and a group of professors were a little surprised when they saw such a scene. Are these still a group of lively and lovely first-year students who are full of interest? Kate Lyle glanced at Professor McGonagall meaningfully, while the other party raised his chin, looking noble and serious. "Well, don't even think about it and know what's going on. Severus, believe me, this group of first-years is more afraid of Professor McGonagall than they are of you." Kate Lyle looked at Professor Snape aside and chuckled. Hearing this, Severus glanced calmly at Professor McGonagall, then took it back and said calmly, "Am I that serious? It used to be, but it's gone now." Kate Lyle nodded and said with a smile, "Perhaps you can try to change and smile more." Severus looked at Kate Lyle and smiled. It was far-fetched. Kate Lyle looked at Severus's smile, raised her brows and waved her hand. "Forget it, let's keep the original cold look. Maybe young girls will like you like this." Kate Lyle suddenly thought of something, glanced at Remus John Lupin, and said to Professor Snape, "Severus, you are getting old, shouldn't you find a woman and end the rest of your life?" Remus John Lupin seemed to hear something, subconsciously looked over, and met Kate Lyle's eyes. Although he immediately withdrew his gaze, his ears were erected. Professor Snape didn't expect Kate Lyle's thinking to jump here suddenly, so that the whole person was stunned. "Severus." Kate Lyle saw Professor Snape, as if he was frozen without speaking or moving, so he pushed and called. Severus also seemed to return to his soul in an instant, and said lightly, "No need, are you sure, Severus?" Kate Lyle was not surprised by Snape's answer at all, but she still wanted to try hard and said, "It's a very dangerous and lonely thing to die alone, so let me introduce you to a wife. If you don't feel like there's anything that moves your heart, maybe I can help you. I know many girls who are second to none in the world in terms of intelligence, figure, identity, status, wealth, and strength. And you just need to nod your head and show some strength. They will like a man like you who is mature, cold on the outside, and gentle on the inside. For example, a girl I know is now in her 20s. She is still very young, and she meets the conditions I just mentioned. Lily Thales, Kate, is it really okay with you? Lily Thales, the person I like is you, why do you push me to other men? Lily Thales, why are you so cruel? That's a good notice, Kate. Dumbledore came over suddenly, praised Kate Lyle, and said to Snape, "Severus, you should also think about your personal life." Dumbledore smiled, turned away, and walked to the front podium, preparing his speech. Remus John Lupin even looked at Kate Lyle, Dumbledore, and Snape in disbelief. He didn't know what he thought of, and when he didn't pay attention, the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Kate Lyle and other professors subconsciously looked at Remus John Lupin. This also made Remus John Lupin a little embarrassed and quickly explained, "I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted." Snape looked at Remus John Lupin, his face darkened. If eyes could kill, Remus John Lupin would have been executed. Remus John Lupin avoided Snape's gaze and turned his head, pretending not to see, but his hands were trembling, as if holding back something. Seeing this, Kate Lyle subconsciously looked at Sirius. If he knew the whole process, he would probably laugh out loud. He wouldn't miss an opportunity to taunt Snape like this. After all, he had fantasized about Snape being bitten or killed by a werewolf. Kate Lyle patted Snape on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Severus, it seems that I am not the only one worrying about life issues. Well, I will find a time and introduce you to a blind date." Snape's face was already a little dark, and he looked more serious than Professor McGonagall. This also made the first-year freshmen who were paying attention to the professor's seat shiver coldly after seeing Snape's expression. "This is another tough professor. This is a very important matter. There are several Dementors from Azkaban in the school. They are sent by the Ministry of Magic to perform official duties. I think you already know, and the Hogwarts Express the train was searched. They will guard all the entrances of the school, so I have to warn everyone that no one is allowed to leave the school without authorization. No Dementors can be fooled by any tricks and disguises. Once they find out, it's a very dangerous thing." Sirius, sitting next to Harry, heard Dumbledore's words, fell into a short thought, and then looked at Kate Lyle in the professor's chair. "Couldn't all the tricks and disguises fool the Dementors? I'm sorry, Dumbledore, I've just appeared in front of you, and I've managed to fool the Dementors. It is not as miraculous and perfect as you said. In addition to this matter, I need to announce one more thing. It's a pleasure to welcome 2 new teachers to join us this semester. First of all, Professor Lupin. He accepted my invitation to be the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Remus John Lupin stood up, receiving cheers and applause from the students. However, Harry and Ronald noticed with keen eyes that one of the professors seemed very dissatisfied with Remus John Lupin. His talent was forced to hide. The second new teacher, he is Rubeus Hagrid, and he is the Professor of the Protection of Magical Animals. It's not just that Rubeus Hagrid looks a little naive and cute, but he is also very brave at critical moments, and he is also a bit funny at ordinary times, but his cooking skills are very bad. For Rubeus Hagrid, everyone still likes it very much. As for the previous Professor Kate Alburn, who had to retire because of his old arms and legs, he went to enjoy afternoon tea in his garden, but unfortunately, it's not his. Harry and others understood that Professor Snape was full of anticipation and desire for the position of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. With Dumbledore's announcement, there was another round of cheers. This man was Professor Snape. After a sumptuous dinner and various delicacies, the originally reserved first grade gradually became active. The auditorium echoed with laughter and the sound of clashing knives and forks. As for the deterrence brought by the Dementors, perhaps they should obey the rules in awe and not leave the school without authorization. Except for first-year students, for other students, they don't really fear Dementors. The current Hogwarts students, under the opening of the Elemental Magic Dueling Club, have become more and more daring and courageous. So what the hell are Dementors? If given the chance, they would definitely teach the Dementors a lesson. The dinner ended with Dumbledore declaring it over and sending everyone back to bed. "Hagrid, bless you, you are now a professor." Harry looked at the smug Hagrid and smiled happily for him. "I also want to thank you. You helped me clear my name." "Of course I was also involved in this matter." Hagrid smiled happily. "It's a funny thing." Harry laughed. Hermione and Ronald looked at each other and laughed. "Don't linger at this time. Go back to sleep and welcome your new semester tomorrow." Professor McGonagall came over and issued a warning to the 3 of Harry. The 3 of Harry closed their mouths and exchanged glances with Hagrid. Hagrid giggled, didn't make a sound, and at the same time signaled that there was nothing he could do. The 3 of Harry followed the flow of people towards the Gryffindor common room. The road was a bit long, and today's deformable stairs took them as if to an unknown place. "Neville, what are you doing?" Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, who was standing not far away, motionless, and asked curiously, "Perhaps his old problem is back again." Ronald laughed. "That's not necessarily the case. Kate Lyle said that he has cured his illness, and there is no possibility of recurrence." Hermione said aside. Neville didn't seem to have recovered until the 3 of Harry came up to him, and he stared into the distance in a daze. The 3 of Harry felt a little curious when they saw such a scene, wondering what happened to Neville. Harry patted Neville on the shoulder and called, "Neville, are you okay?" Neville was patted awake, his whole body trembled, and then he smiled excitedly. "It is it, it is it." When the three of Harry heard this, they were extremely puzzled. "What is it?" "Neville, what are you talking about?" Harry couldn't help but make Neville quiet and asked. Neville looked at Harry excitedly and said, "That herb, the herb in the Forbidden Forest. I suddenly remembered that when Hannah Abbott and Hannah Abbott were collecting herbs on the edge of the Forbidden Forest last year, I accidentally saw it. Herb." Having said that, Neville was excited again and was about to leave. He didn't want to go back to the Gryffindor common room, and he didn't want to follow the rules. Harry quickly grabbed Neville, stared at Neville and said solemnly, "Neville, my good brother, you mean, have you found the last herb?" Ronald and Hermione looked extremely solemn at this time. They knew very well what Neville had been trying to find, and they had been working hard to help during this holiday. This is a very important matter, and it must be done by Neville Longbottom himself. The help of others should not be effective. "Yes, I found it. It was only that small at the time, but it should have grown quite a bit now." Neville Longbottom stretched out his thumb and index finger by a length and said, "About 10 centimeters long." Looking at the length, Hermione expressed some doubts and said, "Neville, are you sure you really found out? It's only so long. According to the characteristics of the plant, it's still in its juvenile stage. How do you judge it?" Neville Longbottom said anxiously, "My feeling tells me that this is it." For more than a year, he spent a lot of time looking for it, spent money on consultations, and even went to Africa, traveled to many places, and got into unknown and dangerous forests, just to gather the herbs you need. Now he was short of the last herb. Once found, he can make a potion to wake up his parents who have become vegetative. Neville Longbottom seemed very anxious, and was about to leave in a hurry. Harry grabbed Neville Longbottom again and said seriously, "Neville, this matter is very important, and at the same time we must be very careful. There are Dementors now. If we act casually outside at night, especially in the Forbidden Forest, we will definitely be attacked by Dementors as enemies. So we have to go during the day. Tomorrow we will accompany you, okay?" Harry understood Neville's feelings. Neville looked forward to his parents' awakening and their love. And he also looks forward to the love of his parents, so sometimes he can't help but think, it would be great if he could bring his parents back to life. It's a good idea. Although it will violate the school rules, I'm happy to accompany you. Ronald patted Neville Longbottom on the shoulder and smiled. Harry and Ronald looked at Hermione, and Hermione met Harry with a sanitation ball and hummed, "Why are you looking at me? I support Neville." Neville watched Harry and the three of them quiet down and said thoughtfully, "Thank you. Then go and have a look during the day." Seeing that Neville Longbottom was not so aggressive, the three of Harry smiled. "Let's go, don't worry so much, we will always support you." It's easier to find herbs during the day than at night. Back in the dormitory, Neville tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Harry also looked at Neville, afraid of him, so he couldn't help but went out in the middle of the night to find herbs. On the other side, Remus John Lupin was in his room, also unable to sleep. He was looking forward to coming to school and being by Harry's side. At the same time, I also look forward to Kate Lyle giving herself an answer. He found this answer, and it made him look forward to it. However, it was also because of this answer that he was full of anticipation and longing, but he didn't know how to get it. The same is true. After Remus John Lupin saw hope, he became more and more a real human being. It became his obsession, and something needed to be done about it. Why do you want to be a werewolf when you are born as a human? So he put on his clothes and left the dormitory. He couldn't sleep because Kate Lyle's words were always playing in his head. Sitting up in bed, Remus John Lupin touched his face. As a special race, werewolves are hated most of the time. Even werewolves cannot be called human beings. That must be a magic potion. How would he get to it? It's so late, I'm a little surprised by your arrival, Professor Lupin. Kate Lyle opened the door, looked at Remus John Lupin standing at the door, and said with some surprise. Kate Lyle stepped aside to allow Remus John Lupin to walk in. Need a drink? I know what questions you want to ask me, and you can't fall asleep without an accurate and definite answer. When Remus John Lupin heard Kate Lyle's words, he was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, Thank you, I can't sleep except for that thing in my mind, maybe. I won't even be able to concentrate on teaching tomorrow. So, please ask Professor Kate to give me an answer, such as when and what conditions are required before you are willing to give me that potion. Kate Lyle looked at Remus John Lupin with a smile and said, Conditions. In this way, it seems to be a condition. Remus John Lupin stood up, stared at Kate Lyle and said, What do I need to pay? Remus John Lupin knew very well that what he had now was not worth much. It can even be said that all his net worth add up, not even 800 galleons. All you need to do is act, Professor Lupin. However, there are some difficulties in this matter, and you need to do it yourself. Kate Lyle smiled and said, if you can do it, then after you finish it, within 3 days, this potion will be in your hands. What is it? Remus John Lupin said calmly. A thing that had to be done by himself. Remus John Lupin really couldn't think of anything that he needed to do by himself. If so, is it difficult? Kate Lyle snapped her fingers, and an envelope on the desk flew to the coffee table. This is an exquisite envelope, with a black cover, inlaid with gold borders, and a rose stuck to it at the seal. If you decide you want to finish it, just open it. Please be sure to think carefully. If you take it apart, you will have no chance to regret it. Remus John Lupin looked at the envelope on the table, thought for a moment, reached out his hand and put the envelope away. I'll think about it carefully. After Remus John said a word, he couldn't wait to leave. Kate Lyle sat on the sofa with a playful smile on her face. It's really exciting. The next day, first day of school. Well, it is doomed that many students bring the habit of staying in bed during the holidays to the first day of school. The prefects of all grades had to knock on the door of each dormitory, trying to wake up the students who were sleeping inside and did not go to class. Yawning, Harry followed Ronald to the classroom. Their first class is divination. Classes are held in the North Tower, which means they have to walk for a long time. They can't use magic at will, they can only run faster. Sybil Trelawney, divination teacher. Harry looked at the plaque on the wall, at the several meters long stairs in front of him, and at the closed door and said, it seems we need to find a switch. And just when Ronald was about to say something, the trapdoor was suddenly opened, and a silver ladder was lowered down, right in front of the three of Harry. Well, we don't need to look for it anymore. Professor Trelawney has already prepared it for us. Harry stepped forward with a smile and said, after a while the three came to a room. It doesn't look like a classroom, it's more like a mixture of an attic and an old-fashioned tea-house, and it stepped. Then there was the slightly crowded one, with at least 20 small round tables surrounded by calico armchairs and bulging futons. The light in the room comes from candles hanging on the wall or on the table. I say this because the curtains here are drawn very tightly, as if not to let any light in. Playing cards, crystal balls, teacups, candles, feathers, these seem to be the props that this divination class should have. The three of Harry were the first to arrive, and after them, other students arrived one after another. Everyone was full of curiosity about this classroom. And at this moment, a figure came out from the darkness, appeared under the candlelight, and was in everyone's sight. Welcome to come, children, here. You will learn the magical divination lessons with me. Professor Trelawney is thin and wears a pair of large glasses that magnify her eyes many times over. In addition, she was wearing a light and transparent silk scarf that shone slightly under the candlelight. There are many beads and chains hanging on the thin and long neck. Even on her slender fingers, there are many rings, and there are several expensive-looking bracelets on her arms. Although it was not the first time they had met Professor Trelawney, seeing her at this time, they still couldn't help feeling that she was an upstart. Yes, Trelawney was the only Professor Harry et al. Had ever met. In a group of two, everyone found a place to sit down. Ronald whispered into Harry's ear impatiently, "This is a get-rich-quick. Also, I'm sure that she was absolutely poor before, but now she can't wait to show off her wealth." Hearing this, Harry couldn't help laughing in a low voice. The magic class continued, and Trelawney began to teach everyone how to use divination, and how to compare the fate they saw with the book, piercing the fog to see the future. On the other side, Sirius and Neville looked at Trelawney in front of him and rubbed his chin subconsciously. "Can her divination know my identity? What are you thinking, David?" Neville asked, looking at Sirius. "It's nothing, I'm just curious about how amazing divination is." Sirius laughed softly upon hearing this. Upon hearing this, Neville responded, "I heard from my senior that this divination technique is quite interesting. When you learn it and prepare some props, you will be able to divination some interesting things, but this thing is not absolute." Sirius, who never cared about divination, suddenly became interested. With his current talent and mature mind, it should be easy to learn. Blitz, a hit, oh my god, that's not a pleasant cup. Skeleton, Harry, there is danger on your way ahead. This is an ominous sign, and your life will be in danger. Trelawney's voice echoed in the classroom, and Sirius stood up, staring at Harry Potter, frowning. "Professor Trelawney, are you sure? Is Harry's life really in danger? What time is it?" Everyone didn't expect that Trelawney would end the class so hastily and let them dismiss get out of class early. Sirius frowned, looking a little dignified. "Now you are free, pack up your textbooks and get out of here." He didn't think Trelawney was talking nonsense, so Harry's life must be in danger. Seeing this, Hermione and the others rushed forward to pull Trelawney up. Sirius asked 3 consecutive questions one after another. Trelawney was also overwhelmed by the momentum displayed by Sirius at this moment, and fell down on the ground. At this moment, Sirius was very grateful that he agreed to Kate Lyle's conditions, and came to the school as a student. But Trelawney refused their help, stood up, stepped back one after another, away from Harry Potter and Sirius, and said, "Sorry, I can't answer you. Harry, don't worry too much about it. Perhaps things are not as dangerous as we imagined." The incident between Harry and the mysterious man is not a secret, and many students know it. Therefore, when Trelawney saw Harry's situation through divination, everyone was not surprised. What's more, everyone thinks that this is a matter of course, something that should happen. Harry was like a sweet pastry, and everyone wanted to take a bite, especially that mysterious man who wanted to kill Harry Potter all the time. "Don't worry, I'm not scared. I'm just curious who's going to beat me to death with a big stick." "It's giants, I guess, only they like to kill with a stick." Hearing this, Harry smiled and said to David Lyle. Sirius looked at Harry and asked with some uncertainty, "Are you sure, Harry?" "Very sure, David," Harry replied seriously. "David, don't underestimate Harry, he is very strong." Hermione laughed aside. Seeing this, David could only assume that Harry was serious. Ronald reminded from the side, "There is still a transformation class to take. We have to go there quickly. This road is a bit long, and it will take a long time if magic is not used." In the new school year, the first class of the first-year freshmen must be a test of magic elements. This matter is also the most important thing for Hogwarts at the beginning of the new school year. Dumbledore came to Kate Lyle and asked, "How are the students this year?" "Kate, Dumbledore had some things to deal with, so he came here to check the situation at the end of the magic attribute test for the first-year freshmen." Kate Lyle laughed and said, "It's not bad. Compared with the second-year freshmen, there are a few more thunder elemental and wind elemental magicians, as well as 2 light elemental magicians. Didn't the dark elemental mage appear?" Dumbledore asked curiously. "No show," Kate Lyle responded. "It's such a pity." Dumbledore shook his head regretfully, glanced at the immature faces of the first-year freshmen, and then said with a smile on his face, "What a bunch of cute little guys. I hope they can be in Hugh G. Vasley had a great 7 years and graduated successfully." After the test of elemental magic attributes, Kate Lyle began to teach them how to use elemental magic. This is also what the first-year freshmen need to learn and recognize in the first class. There is no doubt that Dumbledore puts learning elemental magic first, which is more important than traditional magic. After lunch, Harry, Sirius, Neville, Ronald, and Hermione quietly approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Neville, are you sure that herb grows here?" Harry asked, looking at Neville. Neville scanned the surroundings, carefully sizing up, slowly frowned, and said, "It should be here." "Neville, you can't use should to explain. This is very important to us," Ronald said quickly after hearing Neville's words. "We only have 1 lunch break, which is an hour." Hermione patted Ronald on the back of the head and said dissatisfiedly, "Then we'll use this hour to help Neville narrow down the scope." Ronald was slapped by Hermione, and his face was slightly ugly, but after being swept by that sharp gaze, he was cowardly in an instant, and he piled up a flattering smile. Okay, you're right, I'll listen to you," Ronald said modestly. Harry couldn't help rolling his eyes while watching and said, "You guys are really enough." As Harry said, he pulled Neville ahead. After a trip, these 2 guys became more and more unusual. No, they always have something special to do. "Neville, we need to hurry up and act carefully so we don't get spotted by the Dementors," Harry said, quickening his pace and reminding Neville. Sirius glanced at Hermione thoughtfully. The little girl Hermione Granger, despite being a son of Muggles, is also a beauty, studious and smart. It would be nice if she could be a couple with Harry, but it's a pity that such a little girl fell in love with the little boy of the Weasley family. An hour was not long, and the 5 of Harry didn't dare to search too far apart, and the speed seemed a bit slow. Therefore, when the class was about to start, they narrowed down their search a little bit, but they didn't find the herbs they wanted to pick. Night, Sirius knocked on Kate Lyle's door. "You don't follow them to play in the Elemental Magic Dueling Club. What are you doing here?" Kate Lyle looked at Sirius, who walked in, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Kate, do you know divination magic?" Sirius looked at Kate Lyle and asked, "Did something happen?" Kate Lyle asked curiously. Sirius didn't hide anything. He told about what happened in the divination class. For the current Harry, it doesn't seem to be a dangerous thing. Kate Lyle laughed after hearing about it. "I have to keep Harry safe." Sirius looked at Kate Lyle and said in a deep voice, "I don't want what happened to James to happen to Harry." so I must contain the threat to Harry's life in the cradle. Kate Lyle chuckled and said, "It's not the time yet." When Sirius heard the words, he immediately understood and said, "So you know divination, don't you?" "That's not right. It's a divination that only appears when Harry is around. How do you know?" Kate Lyle took out the crystal ball, crossed a water curtain, and even took out a mirror and flew over a cup, presenting them one by one in front of Sirius. "What does this mean?" Sirius knew that Kate Lyle needed to tell him something, but he knew all these things, but he didn't know what it meant when they were put together. "I just want to tell you that if I want to do divination, there are many ways. Even if Harry is not around, I may see his future." Kate Lyle waved her hand. These things returned to their respective positions and said, "Then can you tell me who is going to shoot Harry?" Sirius asked again. "I can't tell you, this is a secret, especially his time span is a bit long." Kate Lyle shook her head. "What is divined is the future. However, the future you see cannot be told to others at will, especially the one who is being divined. Excessive overdraft is fatal." Of course, Kate Lyle didn't know that with her own strength, she would be in danger if she violated some rules, because he hasn't tried it. Sirius didn't get the answer he wanted from Kate Lyle, so he left with regret. Of course, it's not without any gains. At least he was sure from Kate Lyle that Harry's life was in danger. The care of fantastic beasts. This is Hagrid's class. I don't know what interesting things he will tell us. Ronald looked at the class schedule hanging beside his bed and said while getting dressed, "I guess Hagrid will let us see some of his own magical animals, which we definitely don't see in our books." Harry smirked. In the small world, Neville and Hagrid acted together. Hearing Hagrid's idea at that time, he couldn't help shivering and said, "I think so too. Hagrid's brain is full of imagination. There are two different species, but they can be brought together and give birth to offspring." Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and they both smiled in agreement. This is very Hagrid, and he can do it. After packing up, Harry and the others ran to the outside of the small house where Hagrid was. "Hey, that's Draco Malfoy. Looks like we're going to take a course on the protection of magical animals with him." Harry saw the pair of Draco Malfoy who were also heading towards the small house in the distance, and smiled. "I hope this guy won't be so verbose." Ronald smiled. "You don't need to worry about this at all, look over there." Neville pointed to Sirius, who had already reached the small house in the distance, and said. Harry and Ronald looked, found Sirius, and immediately understood. Sure enough, Draco Malfoy immediately found Sirius and walked straight over. "David Lyle, let's challenge." Draco Malfoy trotted in front of Sirius, shouting excitedly. Sirius looked at Draco Malfoy, who appeared, and couldn't help but patted his forehead with a look of helplessness. "Student Draco, I'm sorry. I'm really not interested in dueling with you." Draco Malfoy heard Sirius' words and was unmoved, still full of interest to challenge Sirius. Sirius really had no interest in dueling a child, especially a Malfoy cub. 100 galleons. Fight me and I'll give you 100 galleons. Draco Malfoy decisively used the money offensive. As long as Sirius agreed to a duel, he didn't care about money or anything. 100 galleons was not a small amount, especially for the former Weasley family. It was a large sum. Sadly, though, Sirius wasn't a Weasley kid. Sirius smiled when he heard Draco Malfoy's words and said, "There is no shortage of money. How about I give you 100 galleons and don't bother me?" Draco Malfoy frowned, before he realized that his father had told him that the Lyle family was a super family richer than their Malfoy family. Therefore, money is really just a number for David Lyle. "David, how do you agree to my invitation to a duel?" Draco Malfoy changed the subject and said. Hearing this, Sirius groped his chin and began to think. This guy Draco Malfoy is really persistent. We must find a way to dissuade this guy. Draco Malfoy saw Sirius showing a thoughtful look and immediately became excited. Hesitating is an opportunity. Sirius immediately saw Harry approaching with a smile on his face. And Harry, who was about to watch the show, saw Sirius smiling and suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly pulled Ronald and Neville to the side, saying, "Go this way." "Student Draco, how about this? As long as you can get the first place in the single duel and the first place in the group duel, I will fight with you." Sirius looked at the movements of the three of Harry, with a smile on his face, said loudly. Draco Malfoy, who was originally full of expectations, froze instantly, but then he realized that he had planned to trample Harry under his feet this semester. "So this condition seems to be good. David, I don't want to duel with him. Don't get me involved in the matter between you." Harry quickly turned around and refuted and shouted. Sirius looked at Harry's exasperated look and grinned. As a godfather, it shouldn't be too much to tease the godson. "Harry, according to the rules, we can challenge the players ahead of us in the standings." Draco Malfoy turned around, looked at Harry, and said seriously. Draco, if I remember correctly, according to the rules, I can also refuse your challenge. When facing Draco's words directly, Harry did not lose his momentum at all. However, when I challenge you once every 7 days after 3 times, you must accept my challenge. Draco Malfoy did not back down at all and said directly, in order to avoid, some people have been standing on the top and squatting, especially the top 3 places. Therefore, there is a rule in the duel club. You can refuse the duel invitation of the other party, but after 3 formal rejections, you must accept the duel for the 4th time. Then I'll reject you 3 times. Harry turned his face away, walked aside and said. Draco Malfoy curled his lips, then looked at Sirius and said, David, just wait, after I defeat Harry, you will accept my challenge. David Lyle smiled, stepped forward and patted Draco Malfoy on the shoulder, and said with a smile, if you can really win, if you lose when you challenge me for the first time, I can give you another chance. Draco Malfoy heard the words, looked at David Lyle confidently and said, impossible, even if you are Professor Kate's cousin, I will defeat you. Aha, let's go. Sirius smiled indifferently. Hermione watched Harry approaching and asked with a smile, Draco Malfoy will definitely challenge you in order to challenge David, so are you ready? Hearing this, Harry said with fighting intent in his eyes, I am very strong and I will never lose to him. So if he wants to challenge David, he may not have a chance. Professor Hagrid, aren't you showing us the guys you have bred? Draco Malfoy seemed to have thought of something and asked suddenly. This is, Hagrid came out of the house, still holding some pieces of meat in his hand, looked at Harry, Draco and others and said with a smile, glad that you can come. It's my first time as a professor, so I'm a little nervous, so don't get too excited. Hermione and Ronald looked at each other, with a smile on their face, also full of confidence. Haha, student Draco, you've become smarter. Hagrid said with a smirk when he heard this, although Draco felt that this was not a good word, but at this moment he didn't care about it but said with some expectation, is that out? However, I still prepared a surprise for everyone today, so please come with us, and I will take you to see the magical animal world. Harry and the others listened to Hagrid's very ordinary humorous jokes, and they all smiled and expressed their understanding. Is that thing out? What does it mean? What is that thing? What are you two looking like? Seeing Draco Malfoy and Hagrid staring at each other with a slightly nasty expression on their faces, Harry and the others looked at each other in dismay. When did their relationship get so good? Ronald couldn't help asking. They haven't been too bad. Harry said aside, I remember Malfoy giving Hagrid some weird things in the small world, and Hagrid liked it very much. Ronald and Hermione exchanged glances and shivered. They could already imagine that Malfoy definitely came up with something disgusting and cross-species to let Hagrid carry out the birth of a new generation of magical animals. For example, the textbook they are holding in their hands at this time, is it a textbook or a magical animal? Great progress has been made. After a while we will see a magical new species, Hagrid said with a somewhat smug smile. When Draco Malfoy heard this, his eyes lit up again. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, after you succeed, please be sure to notify me as soon as possible. No problem, I will never let you down. Hagrid stroked his beard and laughed. After laughing, Hagrid also understood what he needed to do, so he straightened his face, looked at everyone and said, today I plan to take you to open your eyes. This is also a magical new species that you have never seen before, have or have heard of. Of course, the premise is that you haven't read the textbooks in your hands. There are brand new species here. The most important thing is that I created these substances, ha ha ha. Harry watched Hagrid's smug smile, and a small smile appeared on his face. However, there is still some expectation for more. To be honest, I haven't read this book since I bought it, so I don't know what's in it. Come here, line up and follow me. You can talk and chat, but don't be naughty, otherwise, you will miss such an interesting class. Hagrid is very optimistic and very happy. This is not only the first course of his life as a professor, but at the same time, he is also preparing to revolve around his own works, so it is also full of expectations. The group followed Hagrid towards the Forbidden Forest. Although the Forbidden Forest is a place where entry is prohibited, there are also subregions. Some areas will still be open and used as a place for students to find herbs, or as in Hagrid, as a place for Fantastic Beasts classes. The sun is really good today, and it feels very comfortable when it shines. Hermione smiled as she felt the warmth of the sun. Yes, this warm sun is as beautiful as you smiling at this moment, Ronald said in admiration. Oh, thank you for your compliment, even though it's a fact. Hermione glanced at Ronald, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up and said, it's necessary, I'm very sincere, absolutely without any hypocrisy or exaggeration. Ronald straightened his chest, patted his chest, and said, Hey, you guys are disgusting like this. Harry, who was walking in front with Sirius, felt a stomach ache when he heard the conversation between the two, and hurried forward a few steps, walking far away, and said. Sirius curled his lips and quickened his pace. My godson, this ugly little redhead from the Weasley family already has such a beautiful girl. When will you have it? Ha ha, I smell something. Harry Potter smells sour all over his body. That's interesting, the little redhead of the Weasley family. Is she ready to have a vigorous love affair with the daughter of a Muggle doctor? Draco Malfoy saw this scene and heard their conversation, so he whistled and shouted loudly. Goyle and Crabbe, as Draco Malfoy's followers, immediately responded to the call of their boss, blew whistles one after another, and laughed jokingly. Malfoy, don't talk about me. The vinegar smell on your body is stronger than mine. Do you know what you look like now? Harry immediately turned his head, looked at Draco Malfoy, and said contemptuously, Like what? Sirius looked at Draco Malfoy. Seeing Draco Malfoy's smug face, he couldn't help asking. A bum who can't eat grapes and spits out sour grapes, Harry responded. Sirius was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Draco Malfoy and said with a smile, Is he still a tramp with some noble status? Harry listened and smiled. Ronald and Hermione didn't regard themselves as the protagonists. At this moment, they miraculously hid behind the scenes, watching the play from the sidelines. Draco Malfoy's face was slightly ugly, and then he thought of something, looked at Harry and said jokingly, Harry, I am a noble pureblood family, and I am a gentleman. Besides, I won't be jealous. On my body you can only smell sweet fragrance, because I also have a girlfriend. Everyone was stunned when they heard Draco Malfoy's words, and they were even extremely shocked, including Goyle and Crabbe. Draco, when did you have a girlfriend? Crabbe asked curiously. A guy as arrogant and lofty as he is also has a girlfriend. Sirius came to Draco Malfoy's side after hearing the words, looked around and looked at Harry, and asked the ropeway in confusion. Draco Malfoy's cheeks twitched a little, and he stretched out his hand to rest on Sirius, and the thunder elemental magic began to flicker. When everyone saw Draco Malfoy using magic, everyone backed away immediately. Sirius was fine, because his body was also shining with thunder elemental energy, and he took Draco Malfoy's hand away and said with a smile, Student Draco, do you Slytherins want to be deducted points? Everyone stared at Draco Malfoy, full of anticipation. Everyone came to Draco Malfoy knowingly, including Goyle and Crabbe. I'm not lying, it's a secret, and it can't be made public yet, Malfoy explained anxiously. Impossible, Draco Malfoy refused. I understand your trick, David. Then tell us in front of all of us who is your beloved girl. Sirius took 2 steps back, opened his hands, motioned everyone to pay attention to Draco Malfoy, and said. Draco Malfoy pouted, put away his strength, and said, You underestimate me, David. Then I can only take it as you are lying. Sirius said jokingly again. In other words, you were also jealous just now. Some people can't imagine who would be blind and fall in love with you. Sirius had a playful smile on his face and said, Why don't you tell me who is your girlfriend? Let's give it to you. You judge, perhaps we can help you deduce whether the other party really likes you. After all, I am also the heir of the Malfoy family, and I am still a powerful magician. There are too many girls who admire me. Draco Malfoy responded with great confidence. Facing the eyes of everyone looking over, Draco Malfoy had a dark face. He didn't expect Sirius to bewitch so many people directly, watching his jokes. Draco, what are you doing? We're all looking forward to it. Tell us bravely, who is your beloved girl? Sirius looked at Draco Malfoy, who was not moving again, and smiled. Sirius suddenly felt that he fell in love with this feeling. Even though these guys were only elementary school students with few hairs, the feeling of teasing them made him seem to return to the time when he was studying at Hogwarts. At that time, they were the most naughty ones in Hogwarts school, and they took pleasure in breaking the school rules. Thinking about the old days, it was so happy. But now, the former predator has fallen apart. James Potter was dead, and Peter Pettigrew had betrayed them and murdered James Potter. Remus John Lupin doubted him even more. Pettigrew successfully fooled everyone. No, I won't tell you. Yes, I'm cowardly, you can think so. Draco Malfoy would never tell others about his girlfriend, at least not now. Draco Malfoy, who decisively admitted defeat, chose to leave. Student Draco, if you are willing and bold enough to tell us who your beloved woman is, I can agree to a duel with you. Sirius looked at the back of Draco Malfoy leaving, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and smiled Road. Draco Malfoy stopped, turned to look at Sirius, hesitant. He'd love to duel Sirius, but he didn't want to reveal that name. Thank you. Although this is very tempting, compared with happiness, I will definitely defeat Harry Potter in a duel, and then I will challenge you. After Draco Malfoy finished speaking, he nodded, feeling extremely satisfied with his answer. Is there a better answer than this one? In front of love and personal interests, I chose the former. If she knows, will she be more satisfied with me? That's awesome, I'm literally a genius. Draco Malfoy's answer made Harry, Hermione, Ronald, and Sirius all surprised, even unbelievable. Harry, is this really Draco Malfoy? Ronald, does he know what love is? Hermione, damn, why is Draco so handsome like this? Neville, what a genius, if I have the opportunity, I should tell Hannah the same way, she must like it very much. Sirius, is this really an imp? Ha, take a look at the magical animals I have bred, and I promise to open your eyes. From far away, Hagrid's voice came over loudly, attracting everyone's attention for a while. Draco Malfoy was also relieved when he heard Hagrid's voice at this time. No matter what, the pressure just now was still great. Look what these are, little guys who want to fly in the sky, your chance has come. Take good care of them, they can let you fly in the sky. Behind Hagrid, 10 magical animals appeared. They have the body, back, and tail of a horse, but the front legs, wings, and head of an eagle. The cold beak has a steel-like color, and is very sharp and hard. The big orange eyes are very bright and very cute. The sharp claws on the front legs, when digging on the ground, can easily scrape up layers of soil, leaving 3 ravines. Of course, the most attractive thing is their feathers, which are very beautiful and look very smooth. Hagrid, is this the new species you have bred? Draco Malfoy looked at the hippogriffs in front of him and looked at them curiously. Hagrid, are you sure we can ride up? Ronald looked expectantly at the hippogriffs, ready to ride up. Harry Potter also had some expectations. In the small world, they have sat on the back of giant eagles and soared in the sky. Also through magic, let yourself soar above the void. But the hippogriff in front of him is even cooler and more exciting. Of course, as long as you give these cute little guys some meat and show your kindness, they will let you ride on them. They don't have a very good temper, so don't try to provoke them. This is what I prepared for you as it is now. My dear Buckbeak, this way. This is a bred hippogriff, I call it Buckbeak. Hagrid held the piece of meat and threw it to Buckbeak, while reassuring him as a demonstration, so that Harry and others could see clearly. Harry and the others could see clearly that they were eager to try. Hagrid asked loudly, did you see clearly? This is not a problem at all. Sirius looked at it and wanted to get started and quickly said, I can't wait. Sirius stepped out, ready to grab a hippogriff. Seeing this, Draco Malfoy stepped forward without hesitation, picked up 3 pieces of meat, and walked towards a hippogriff. Harry, David, let's see who can conquer a hippogriff faster and fly into the sky. Draco Malfoy said, looking at Harry Potter. Unless you tell me who is the girl you like, otherwise I won't compare with you. Sirius laughed when he heard this. Me too, Harry said, tossing the piece of meat to a hippogriff. Draco Malfoy pouted, feeling very bored. How can we talk about this matter? In the eyes of Ronald, Hermione and the others, Draco Malfoy, who was being manipulated and made fun of himself, looked like a clown, and they all laughed lightly. It's an interesting thing. 10 people, each with a goal. Harry, Ronald, Hermione, Neville, Sirius, Draco Malfoy, Carrion and others were the first batch of bold children to try. Wow, Draco Malfoy, who was dissatisfied, didn't want to stay any longer and urged to fly into the sky, cheering excitedly. Harry, Hermione, Neville and others also soared into the sky one after another, making other students who had no courage to try for the first time envious. After Sirius, Ronald was the second to go to heaven. Hermione got on the hippogriff's back, stroked the fur on its neck, and smirked again as she watched Draco Malfoy slump. Sirius was the first to get on the hippogriff, and it was also Hagrid's Buckbeak. At this time, Buckbeak took Sirius and flew into the sky at a very fast speed. When Draco Malfoy thought of Harry possessing wind elemental magic, the smile on his face froze. Great, ha. Harry smiled and said, let's go when I want to fly, there are plenty of opportunities. Draco Malfoy glanced at the flying Ronald, then looked at Harry who hadn't stepped up yet and said with a smile, Harry, I'm leaving first, ha. Did you see it just now? After the course on protecting magical animals was over, Dean came to Harry with flying excitement on his face and said in a low voice, what did you see? Harry asked a bit puzzled. Dementors, Dean responded. We just saw a Dementor, a Slytherin guy, almost got attacked. Why, when Harry and the others were flying, they didn't see the Dementor, so they asked curiously after hearing this. Dean said with a smirk, that guy flew too close to the entrance, and the Dementor suddenly flew out from a dark corner. If we hadn't reminded him, he would absolutely have been sucked out of the joy in the dark, tormented by the pain. Having said that, Dean paused and said, do you know who that person is? Is this person familiar to us? Ronald asked aside. Dean chuckled, looked back at Gore, who was pale and distraught, and said, "No, it's that unlucky guy." Harry and the others looked back and immediately understood. So at this time, Gore looks really choked up. Harry and Ronald looked at each other with a wicked smile on their faces. "Hey look, it's a Dementor, here it comes." Harry, Ronald and Sirius, seeing Goyle coming with Crabbe and Draco, had a tacit understanding, shouted in unison, and put on a scared expression. When Draco Malfoy heard the words, lightning exploded in his whole body, and he was ready to attack the attacking Dementors. Crabbe, on the other hand, had a pale face and took out his wand tremblingly, as if he was about to fight the other party. As for Gore, with a pale face, as if he was extremely threatened, he ran away screaming and shouted, "No, don't come and catch me. That voice is too sharp." The point is, Gore still ran away. This made Draco Malfoy, who was preparing to fight, very astonished. "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing Goyle's terrified look, Harry, Ronald and Sirius burst out laughing excitedly. By this time, Draco Malfoy didn't know that it was Harry who was playing tricks on them. "Enough, Harry, David and red-haired Weasley, you've managed to scare us. So are you ready to duel with me?" Draco Malfoy stared at the three of Harry and shouted with fighting intent. "For team battles, count me in," Carriona said with a slightly interested smile on her face, and said with a slightly sinister look. Harry chuckled, waved his hands and said with a smile, "Although we are full of confidence, we still don't want to play with you. The three of you form a team and you can duel with us." Draco Malfoy said seriously, "Not interested, don't take me with you." Sirius turned around resolutely and took Neville away, saying, "Student Neville, do you still remember the last time we chatted about that potion? Where did we go? Coming." Harry shrugged his shoulders at Draco Malfoy and said with a smile, "You see, no one wants to fight you." After speaking, Harry also left with Ronald. The others, seeing that there was no excitement to watch, also left with a smile. Draco Malfoy scratched his hair, wanting to vent something. "Anna, we must challenge them. We will go tonight. If he dares to refuse 3 times, we will give him a severe lesson." Draco Malfoy said harshly, "I have no objection." Cariana gently stroked her hair, with a playful smile on the corner of her mouth, and said, "I also want to give Harry a surprise." When Draco Malfoy heard the words, he glanced at Cariana, just in time to see Cariana smiling. For some reason, Draco Malfoy felt that this was a big surprise and very dangerous. Dining room. Simon Finney picked up the newspaper placed in the corner, walked towards the dining table, opened it and took a look at today's hot news. Soon, he seemed a little shocked, as if he had discovered some new world. "Harry, look here. The Daily Prophet says someone has spotted Sirius Black." Simon Finney stuffed the newspaper into Harry's hand and said a little excitedly. Sirius sat on the side, and when he heard what Simon Finney said, he immediately came over and looked at the newspaper. Could it be that his identity at Hogwarts School was exposed? Where was it found? Ronald also leaned over and asked. "It was discovered by a muggle, not very far from our place," Harry said, looking at the newspaper. "Harry, some people say that they are here to catch you." Dean looked at Harry and said in a low voice, "Sirius Black is a Death Eater, and he was that man's loyal subordinate. He used magic to kill many muggles." Sirius raised his head and looked at Dean. His eyes were shining with light, and the fists hidden under his clothes were subconsciously clenched together. "Maybe, but I don't necessarily need to be afraid of him." Harry put the newspaper on the table calmly and said, "I am very powerful now. Besides, this is Hogwarts, he can't get in." Harry comforted the others and smiled. Hearing Harry's words, Sirius released his fist thoughtfully, stretched out his hand, patted Harry's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, "Harry, we will all support you. If possible, if Sirius Black dares to bully you, I will definitely help you beat him hard." Hearing this, Harry looked back at Sirius and smiled. "Thank you, David." After the meal was over, Sirius still ignored Draco Malfoy's invitation to duel with him, as well as Harry's invitation to the Elemental Magic Dueling Club. Because Draco Malfoy wanted to challenge Harry and the others, even if Harry refused, he had to refuse on the spot, so he had to go to the Elemental Magic Dueling Club. "No, I'll take care of this matter." Kate Lyle glanced at Sirius and said, "You must maintain your current identity for at least 2 years. Professor Kate, did you arrange this?" Sirius took the newspaper and came to Kate Lyle's small bungalow and asked. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle took the newspaper, read it for a while, raised her brows and said, "It's interesting." Sirius looked at Kate Lyle in surprise and said, "Didn't you arrange this? Pretend to be me." Sirius asked in bewilderment, "What do you pretend to be me for? Can you help me go out?" Sirius asked after thinking for a moment. "Then I don't know. Maybe he is doing something bad and borrowing your appearance." Kate Lyle laughed. "No." Kate Lyle shook her head and said, "If this is true, then someone should be pretending to be you. in Remus John Lupin's dorm. Looking at the report about Sirius Black in the newspaper, Remus John Lupin's face looked a little silent and complicated. After all, this is a good friend from the past, but he betrayed his good friend and killed James Potter and Lily Evans. Now that he escaped and approached Hogwarts, is he going to attack Harry? Taking a deep breath, Remus John Lupin felt compelled to do something. After thinking about it, Remus John Lupin took the black robe and left the dormitory. Hogsmeade, a pure wizarding village near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which was also the headquarters of the Goblin Mutiny in 1612. Hogwarts students who are in the 3rd grade and above can go here to play or shop here during the specific time of Saturday, but there is a prerequisite, that is, the signature of the Guardian is required. For this, Harry enlisted the help of Kate Lyle in particular. After Kate Lyle thought for a moment, she decided to help and sign the document. Pig's Head Bar, the centuries-old, cramped, dingy pub sits on the corner of the Hogsmeade High Road. Here the windows were so thick with grime that little light came in, and there were a few candles on rough wooden tables. Almost everything here is dirty, from the floor to the roof. Even the butterbeer bottles are covered in a thick layer of dust. Not only is it dirtier and cheaper than the 3 broomsticks, it also attracts more interesting, eccentric guests. There was only one small, dirty room in the whole tavern, and the air was filled with a strong smell that might have been mutton, the stench. 2 years ago, Hagrid played a fun game here in the hood with Quillinus Quirrell, also in the hood, and won a dragon egg. Thinking of the dragon egg, Kate Lyle thought of the dragon in the box, which has grown a lot now. Pushing open the door of the Pig's Head Bar, a rotten smell rushed over. Kate Lyle wrinkled her nose, stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. A wave of magic instantly reverberated in the Pig's Head Bar, and in an instant, the rotten smell was washed away. There were not many customers in the Pig's Head Bar, and at the same time, Kate Lyle's sudden shot was taken aback, but that was all. Kate Lyle wore a mask on her face, which blocked half of her face. She also wore a cape and a black suit inside, which looked very handsome and noble. However, it was such a dress and temperament that surprised the other magicians in the Pig's Head Bar. Such wizards would not come to this dirty Pig's Head Bar, they would rather go to the 3 Broomsticks Bar to rest. The bar owner slowly raised his head and looked at Kate Lyle, who was coming, and said slowly and lazily, "What do you need to drink, sir?" The barkeep looked old, with a face and eyes similar to Albus Dumbledore's, though his hair was much paler. Kate Lyle glanced at the table and the bottles on the side. They were all dirty, with a layer of dirt on them. She raised her eyebrows, and then took out a delicate high-legged bottle from her non-marking stretch bag. Glass, and said, "Butterbeer." The barkeep nodded, holding a teapot of butterbeer and filling Kate Lyle's glass. Kate Lyle took a sip, and the taste was a bit unique, just like this bar, decadent with a little obsession. In such an environment, some people can't help but come over for a drink, not only because of its cheap price, but also because of its unique taste. Clang. Kate Lyle put 10 galleons on the table, looked at the bar owner and said, "Ask you about someone." The bar owner slowly raised his head, glanced at Garen on the table and said lazily, "Who?" Kate Lyle said lightly, "A person pretending to be Sirius Black. Who is he? Why pretend to be him?" 100 galleons. The bar owner sat on a chair, supported his head with one hand, and tapped his fingers on the table with his fingers. He didn't even look at Kate Lyle, still in that indifferent manner. Bang! Another 90 galleons, together with the previous 10 galleons, made a crisp and pleasant collision sound. Pockenbock, a member of the Bock family. It seems to have some connection with the Death Eaters. It was discovered because of reselling some dangerous things, so it changed the appearance of Sirius Black, and broke into a certain manor and stole something. The bar owner described it in detail, as if he had personally experienced it, and was describing a very common thing. Kate Lyle also listened quietly. It wasn't until all the information was finished that the bar owner stretched out his hand and put away the 100 galleons on the table. Kate Lyle finished her butterbeer, thanked her and left. Poggenbock, the guy who resells dangerous things, is doing bad things in the name of Sirius. This must have been attributed to Sirius by the Ministry of Magic, but from a certain angle, it was also attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic. As far as the current Sirius is concerned, it can't be said to be good, nor can it be said to be bad. The more he is remembered, the less afraid his reputation will be ruined. In other words, with a bigger murder on his back, this reputation is nothing at all. Remus John Lupin, wearing a black robe and a hood, with his head bowed, stood at the door of the Pig's Head Bar for a few minutes, hesitating whether to go in or not. But when Remus John Lupin made up his mind to enter, he saw Kate Lyle walking out from inside. Although Kate Lyle was dressed noble and mysterious at this time, Remus John Lupin recognized her immediately. Professor Kate, why are you here? Subconsciously, Remus John Lupin asked. If you don't bring a cup, I suggest you don't go in. The cups here are really dirty. I believe you are very clear about this. Are you here because of Sirius, Professor Lupin? On the way, Kate Lyle asked. Professor Kate, you make it hard for me to see. I feel that no matter what I do, you seem to be able to see clearly at a glance. Remus John Lupin was still shocked, even though he was a little used to Kate Lyle's difference. Kate Lyle thought for a while and said, Let's go. I haven't been to the Three Broomsticks yet, so I'm looking forward to it. Because you used to be friends, and you came here because of him. Kate Lyle explained, the Pig's Head Bar is a good place for intelligence in many cases. Remus John Lupin laughed, and the two of them walked towards the Three Broomsticks. Remus John Lupin was slightly surprised when he heard Kate Lyle's words, then nodded and said, Thank you, you reminded me. I don't know if there is a chance to invite you to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. Kate Lyle looked at the man in black robe in front of him, and immediately recognized his voice, and said with a smile, Are you going in for a drink? Remus John Lupin returned to his dormitory a little drunk, fell on the bed, his eyes were a little rosy. In the Three Broomsticks, although their chat was pleasant enough, the content of the conversation made Remus John Lupin very complicated, because he didn't know how to face Sirius Black. Secondly, someone is pretending to be Sirius Black and doing bad things, causing Sirius Black to suffer even greater humiliation. This was something that Remus John Lupin couldn't accept, hence the proposal to bring Pockingpock to justice, but Kate Lyle stopped him and let him teach at Hogwarts with peace of mind. This matter was arranged by Kate Lyle herself. Amidst the complicated emotions, Remus John Lupin gradually fell asleep with a little drunkenness. The next day, Remus John woke up from a hangover, smelled badly on his body, and left after washing up a lot. Today, he was going to give Harry Potter his first defense against the dark arts lesson. In the classroom of defense against the dark arts class, Remus John Lupin glanced over Harry and the others, with a smile on his face. What a spirited child. Students, today we have an interesting practical lesson, except for the magic wand needed, so you can put your textbooks back in your school bags. Remus John Lupin smiled to everyone. Harry and the other students put away their textbooks and looked at each other, full of curiosity. This was the first time they had a practical defense against the dark arts class in the past 2 years. Of course, if the Cage of Elves brought by Professor Lockhart counts, then this is their second practical session. After all, after that, Professor Lockhart learned his lesson and only gave them theoretical knowledge, never practicing it again. Seeing that everyone was ready, Remus John Lupin waved his wand, and an old wardrobe came out from the ground and stood upright in front of everyone. When the old wardrobe first appeared, it kept shaking and making a B***G sound. The eyes of Harry and others were all attracted to them. Don't worry, there's a boggart inside. Remus John explained with a smile as he watched a few little girls take a few steps back in fright. When Harry and the others heard this, they all smiled. Many people are not unfamiliar with boggarts, especially in purely magical families. In 10 years, they may see boggarts breaking in and make fun of them in this family. The myth of the boggart is well known in northern England, a goblin that can change shape constantly. Usually it is invisible and sometimes takes the form of a human, animal, skeleton, or devil. According to tradition, if you notice doors slamming shut, candles blown out, tools disappearing, or strange echoes in the room, it's a boggart. Boggarts of a more malevolent nature are even scary on dark roads, spooking lone travelers, and sometimes freaking out or being scared to death by it. Those little girls who were frightened were probably poor children who were frightened by boggarts. Don't worry, boggarts can be scary and feed on fear, but he's easy to deal with. A boggart is a magical creature in the wizarding world, a shape-shifting creature that can see into your heart and become what you fear most. The spell against boggarts is the boggart banishing spell, funny. The spell can make the boggart look the funniest you can think of. The more people there are, the easier it is to deal with the boggart, because it doesn't know what to do, become what. What really kills a boggart is laughter. You laugh out loud and the boggart explodes into smoke and disappears. But right now, instead of laughing at boggart, I'd advise you to curse at him. Let's leave wands alone and practice spells. Please read to me. Funny, 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 Harry and other students read excitedly. Very well, do it twice. Remus John nodded in satisfaction. Remus John Lupin listened carefully, nodded again and said, Very good, you have successfully mastered the spell. But it's not enough, you still need enough imagination. So now you need to start practicing each other's boggart lessons. Neville, you go first. Neville came out with a smile on his face and said, Okay, Professor, I'll count to 3, Neville. Remus John Lupin pointed his wand at the wardrobe doorknob and said, 1, 2, 3, go. A spell landed on the doorknob, and the wardrobe door was swung open. Snape with a hooked nose came out menacingly from inside and stared at Neville viciously. Neville pointed sharply, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, funny, funny, boom. Like the sound of firecrackers going off, the decorations on Snape's clothes changed rapidly. I saw him wearing a long lace skirt, a tall hat with a moth-eaten vulture on his head, and a large red handbag in his hand. When Harry and the others saw such a scene, they all laughed wildly. In the past, they had been deducted countless points tit for tat by Snape for various reasons, and at this time, they couldn't wait to laugh enough. Seeing this, Remus John Lupin couldn't hold back his smile. But the lesson still needs to continue, so after shutting the boggart into the old wardrobe, he shouted, Parvati, come on. What she was afraid of were mummies, but under the funny magic, they turned into skeletons scattered on the ground. Simo. Facing the long-haired female ghost, he let out piercing screams, but in an instant he was turned into a mouse by Simo. Ronald, the boggart, turned into a huge spider. Although it was not as big as the human-faced spider in the small world, it still made Ronald's scalp tingle. In the end, he had to endure the fear and turn the spider's claws into pulleys. So much so that the huge spider couldn't stand up at all, and every time it fell to the ground, it seemed very funny. Hermione stepped forward and looked at Professor McGonagall, who came out with a nervous expression. Hermione Granger, what are you doing? You failed all your classes. Professor McGonagall stared menacingly at Hermione and screamed angrily. When Harry and the others heard this, they all laughed. Although Hermione was frightened, because she was really afraid that she had worked so hard but failed the pass, so she hurriedly said, funny. Dear Granger, you are awesome. You have passed all subjects, and you are the most gifted kid in the history of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall came to Hermione with a gentle face, bent down, and said with great admiration. Harry and the others were stunned again, and then burst out laughing. Even facing Voldemort, he never felt afraid. Hermione had a stern face, and returned to her seat with great anxiety in her heart. Harry touched his forehead, looked at the old wardrobe, and said, I don't seem to have anything to fear, Professor. Harry nodded upon hearing this and said, I'm ready. Sitting next to Neville, Sirius also frowned upon hearing Harry's words, also wondering what the fear Harry was afraid of. Really, it's not up to you, Boggart will have a great say. Remus John Lupin raised his eyebrows, then said calmly. After going through these 2 years, Harry is full of confidence in his heart. Harry, it's your turn. Remus John Lupin looked at Harry and smiled. They thought Hermione was naive, and at the same time agreed that Professor McGonagall would never do such a thing. I'm counting down, Harry. 3, 2, 1, start. The old wardrobe was opened, and a figure flew out instantly. The black cloud followed closely behind, and amidst lightning and thunder, a black figure that looked like a spiritual body rolled in the black cloud, as if something extraordinary had descended on this world, and a huge coercion also appeared on the scene, above Hogwarts. At this moment, the air in the classroom instantly dropped by more than 10 degrees, and Ronald and the others screamed in fright at the sudden appearance of the black thing. Sirius Black stood up in shock, with a wand in his hand, and a thunder elemental energy ball appeared in his hand, ready to fight. Remus John Lupin was so frightened by the scene in front of him that he also took out his wand, looking in horror at the huge black cloud in front of him, releasing lightning from time to time, destroying the surrounding things. Although I know that this is not true, if I am frightened too much, it will also cause irreversible damage to people. Kate Lyle, who was teaching elemental magic in the School of Elemental Magic, felt the coercion of energy coming from the castle. Her eyes narrowed instantly, and she turned to leave and said, Free practice, I'll be back later. Harry looked at the scene in front of him with a pale face, and his expression was also full of shock. This scene should have appeared suddenly in the dream, and it happened only once. He thought it would pass like this, but he didn't expect that it would become what he was most afraid of. Just when everyone was terrified and shocked, that figure started to pounce on Harry. Harry, use the spell quickly. Seeing that Harry was stunned, Sirius hurriedly shouted. Funny, Harry exclaimed, suddenly coming to his senses, waving his wand hastily. The magic surged out, and in an instant it fell into the rushing black cloud. Roar. In the black cloud there is a skeleton monster that is somewhat similar to a Dementor, but it is holding a scythe and wearing a crown, waving a sickle. The magic hit the sickle, but it did not cause any damage to Hyan. Not only that, but the figure in the black cloud continued to attack Harry. Thunder flashes, unable to control it anymore, Sirius launched an attack towards the black cloud. This moment is really too short. Funny. The voice of Remus John Lupin also sounded, and his magic also fell on the black cloud. Remus John Lupin's magic hadn't worked, and the black cloud remained the same. Fortunately, Sirius Thunder attribute magic worked. The energy of the thunder element, which restrains all evil forces, shattered with a bang, like a balloon being popped. Harry was also frightened and took several steps back, until he hit the table before stopping. The shattered black cloud returned to its original shape in an instant, and continued to attack Harry. Harry, Ronald, Hermione and Neville all screamed in worry. Sirius and Remus John Lupin's expressions changed drastically. Harry wanted to wave his wand and launch a counterattack, but for a moment he didn't know what magic to use to counterattack. The funny magic didn't work on this boggart. Guardian of the Holy Light, a voice sounded, and Harry was also enveloped by a holy light. The black cloud hit the holy light without making any sound after the impact. However, the lightning that followed immediately destroyed the surrounding desks. The black cloud shattered, and in an instant, a figure condensed above the old wardrobe, Professor Kate. Everyone looked at Kate Lyle, who came in and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Kate Lyle is here, there is absolutely no need to worry about safety. Kate Lyle ignored Hermione and the others, but stared at the black cloud in front of her and stretched out her hand. Holy prison! A beam of light descended from the sky, instantly covering the black cloud. The figure in the black cloud seemed to be eroded by the holy light and roared angrily and continued to attack the holy prison. The sacred prison was also like a ball, which changed under the attack of the black figure, but it never shattered. Kate Lyle carefully looked at the black figure, and her eyes were covered with holy light. There is no phantom of the flesh, pure and extremely dark energy, and the body is still a boggart without a special shape. Did you leave by yourself, or did I break you up completely? The holy light released from Kate Lyle's body formed a special field, enveloping him and the figures in the black cloud. Outside the field of holy light, Harry, Remus John Lupin, Sirius, etc. can only see the endless holy light at this time, but they don't know anything about Kate Lyle and the black figure in the holy light. Remus John Lupin came to Harry's side in time and asked with concern, "Harry, what's your situation now?" "I'm fine, Professor." Harry heard the words, looked at the somewhat dazzling holy light, and responded, "In order to ensure everyone's safety, everyone leaves here first." Sirius glanced at Remus John Lupin with some complicated eyes and reminded. Remus John Lupin nodded, looked at Hermione and the others and said, "Go out, stay outside, don't come in. Harry, you go out too." Remus John Lupin said to Harry again, but everyone seemed to have no intention of leaving and they all looked at Shenguang. Although it was a bit dazzling, they all looked forward to it. Remus John Lupin glanced at the field shrouded in holy light, and then said to Harry, Hermione and others, "Professor Kate is very powerful, you don't need to worry about these problems at all." Hermione and the others naturally believed that after all, the strength of Kate Lyle had already been regarded as a god by them. "Let's go out, we've always trusted Professor Kate, haven't we?" Sirius stepped forward to hook Harry up, looked at Hermione and the others, and smiled. Harry nodded, followed Sirius and others to quickly walk out of the classroom, and waited outside the classroom. After Remus John Lupin sent Harry and the others out of the classroom, he did not leave immediately, but stayed in the classroom and told Harry and the others, "Don't come in, just wait quietly outside." At this time, Kate Lyle was having a simple conversation with the bound shadow in the field of holy light. "What an interesting human being. We'll meet again." After a brief conversation, the restrained figure also knew that with the power he released from occupying the boggart's body, he couldn't break free from the shackles of the holy light cage, and would continue to consume his power. Therefore, after putting down a word, it dissipates by itself. In an instant, Boggart's figure changed into that of Kate Lyle. This is a real boggart, but that's all. There was no way he could frighten Kate Lyle at all, but in an instant, as Kate Lyle waved his hand, wrapped in a mass of holy light, he returned to the old closet, trembling in silence. The holy light domain disappeared. Seeing Kate Lyle approaching, but the black figure was nowhere to be seen, Remus John Lupin quickly asked, "Solved?" Kate Lyle nodded and said, "Solved. What's that?" Remus John Lupin asked curiously. Kate Lyle didn't hide anything, looked at Remus John Lupin and responded, "A powerful creature, very mysterious, coming and going without a trace. If you have to describe it, this is the handful of existences that exist at the top of the pyramid." Remus John Lupin frowned upon hearing Kate Lyle's words, and quickly said, "Why did it appear here? I need to ask you about this." Kate Lyle looked at Remus John Lupin and said. Remus John Lupin was taken aback for a moment, then reacted, nodded and said, "I'm not very clear about this matter. It's a practical lesson, I'm teaching them how to deal with boggarts. Harry says there's nothing that scares and frightens him. But after opening the old closet, the boggart became that thing. Kate Lyle nodded, probably understood what was going on, and asked, "Is Harry still outside?" "Yes." Remus John Lupin nodded, then turned to open the door and called out to Harry outside. "Harry, come in, Professor Kate wants to ask you something." Sirius, Hermione, Ronald and Neville, who were by Harry's side, all looked at Remus John Lupin after hearing the words. "Professor Lupin, is that thing solved?" Harry asked. "It has been resolved, but we have some doubts about your matter." Remus John Lupin responded. Harry touched his forehead, nodded and said, "I see. You guys are waiting outside." Lupin glanced at Sirius and the others who were about to follow, and said. Upon hearing this, Sirius and the others stopped in their tracks, eagerly looking forward to it. Harry glanced back at Sirius and the others, smiled at them, signaled that they were all right, and followed Remus John Lupin into the classroom. "Harry, where did you see that thing just now?" Kate Lyle asked Harry, who came in. Harry looked around the classroom, but he didn't see that powerful thing, so he responded to Kate Lyle and said, "In a dream." Both Kate Lyle and Remus John Lupin were a little surprised. Something that had never been seen in reality, but appeared in a dream, turned out to be the existence Harry feared the most. "What did you dream about?" Kate Lyle asked thoughtfully. Harry frowned, tried hard to remember, and said, "I don't know how to form." "That night, I felt that I recalled a lot of things, including things that I shouldn't remember when I was a child. I quickly turned over in my mind, but the memory was still fresh. Until in the small world, after seeing that powerful existence that called itself Dark Knight, a figure also appeared above the void and stared at me. His eyes made me feel horrified and frightened, in panic, and then I woke up. I haven't had such a dream since then. It was a dream Harry Potter could not forget. It seems that from the time I was just born, 1 year old, 2 years old, to not long ago, the experience of the Egyptian pyramids was sorted out overnight at an extremely fast speed. Now it seems that such a dream is not normal. Professor Kate, that's not a normal dream, is it? Harry looked at Kate Lyle and asked. Kate Lyle frowned tightly after listening to Harry talk about his experiences. At this time, the door of the classroom was opened. Dumbledore, Snape, and Professor McGonagall hurried in. Obviously, what happened here has attracted their attention and rushed over. Professor McGonagall looked at Kate Lyle and asked with some concern, "Professor Kate, what happened?" Dumbledore didn't speak but looked at Harry Potter, stepped forward, touched Harry's head and asked, "Harry, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, smiling at Dumbledore. Snape stared at Harry coldly, his brows furrowed slightly, but fell silent again. Remus John Lupin watched the change in Snape's expression from the sidelines, and then looked at Snape, who was looking at him. Snape glanced impatiently at Remus John Lupin and then at Kate Lyle. Remus John Lupin had a look of embarrassment on his face, not surprised by Snape's behavior. After all, he'd played with Sirius, and James and Peter the Short had played with Snape. Kate Lyle recounted what happened just now, then looked at Harry and said, "There is something new eyeing Harry." Dumbledore thought for a while and said, "Isn't it Voldemort?" "No, something more mysterious." Kate Lyle responded after being silent for a moment. Then Kate Lyle came in front of Harry and said with a smile, "Harry, close your eyes, don't think about anything and relax." Harry didn't know what Kate Lyle was going to do, but he closed his eyes obediently. Kate Lyle stretched out her finger, tapped lightly on Harry's forehead, and then murmured. As the hand left Harry's forehead, a white light, wriggling like a bug, was pulled out by Kate Lyle and began to circle around Harry's head. Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, Snape and Remus John Lupin on the side all felt a little strange and curious when they saw such a scene. However, at this time, they didn't dare to disturb Kate Lyle and could only watch quietly. For about 10 seconds, as Kate Lyle snapped her fingers, strips of white light changed into pictures in an instant, which appeared in the classroom. Harry also snapped his fingers, opened his eyes, and followed Snape and others to look at the flickering pictures one after another. These pictures are all Harry's memories, and they are also memories called dreams. But all the dreams Harry has had can be seen here. Looking at these dreams that had appeared before, Harry felt somewhat familiar. Here, Harry also saw his parents in that mirror. Ronald, Hermione, Luna, Draco, Neville, Cedric, the Elf Queen, the Dwarf Prince, etc., all of whom Harry could name, all appeared in different dreams. Even Voldemort was included. Kate Lyle quickly scanned these memories, and finally found the memory about the last battle of Asladu in the small world. In Kate Lyle's impression, there was no such mysterious shadow. "Merlin's beard, this man is. Isn't he already dead?" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw that Glandwald was so powerful. Dumbledore was even more nervous and his eyes widened, full of disbelief. He didn't understand why Grindelwald appeared in that world and possessed such great power. Moreover, the magic he uses is not traditional magic yet. It's like dark elemental magic. Snape also widened his eyes in disbelief when he saw the dark elemental magic unleashed by Grindelwald with a devastating power. Kate Lyle didn't pay attention to Professor McGonagall's reaction, but stared closely at Harry's dream memory. Boom! The moment Grindelwald was killed by Kate Lyle, a black figure suddenly appeared behind Grindelwald, and it was extremely huge and hideous. In particular, at that moment, the eyes that opened suddenly had a powerful coercion that defied the world, making Dumbledore and others startled by the eyes that opened suddenly. The memory is gone here. All other memories also disappeared at this time, and the classroom returned to its original appearance. Kate Lyle was lost in thought, as were Dumbledore and the others. Harry saw that memory again, and his face turned slightly pale. If possible, he didn't want to continue to face such a scene, but that's the way it is. Harry, do dreams like this still exist? Kate Lyle looked at Harry and asked. Harry shook his head when he heard this and said, "No, I woke up here, and I haven't had such a dream since then." "When did you have this dream?" Dumbledore asked. "During the summer vacation, the night we returned to the hotel after visiting the Egyptian pyramids," Harry said impressively. "Did you have any special experiences that day?" Remus John Lupin asked. "No special experience," Harry responded. When they were playing in the pyramid, they mostly took pictures, or played tricks on Percy with Fred and the others. The worst thing was to put Percy in a coffin. There was also a mummy inside the coffin, which had terrified Percy back then. "It's easy to succeed in a hidden place," Kate Lyle murmured, listening to their questioning of Harry. "Professor Kate, do you have a solution?" Remus John Lupin looked at Kate Lyle and asked. Kate Lyle shook her head and said, "No way. The other party is very cunning, and it didn't come in a physical form." Dumbledore and the others felt somewhat regretful upon hearing this. "Harry, you go back first, you are safe for now," Kate Lyle said to Harry with a smile. Harry looked up at Kate Lyle and didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he nodded heavily and left under the leadership of Remus John Lupin. After Remus John Lupin sent Harry out, he let Hermione and the others, who were waiting at the door and hadn't left for a long time, disperse separately. After Harry left, Professor McGonagall left after thinking about it. If this matter does not go through those little guys, what troubles will arise again? Kate Lyle, Dumbledore, and Snape were all left in the classroom. "Professor Kate, what is that mysterious creature?" Snape stared at Kate Lyle and asked. Kate Lyle looked at the old wardrobe behind her, thought for a moment, pulled out the memory just now from between her brows, and released it. Dumbledore and Snape looked at it. After a while, both Dumbledore and Snape had a preliminary understanding of the mysterious creature. "Professor Kate, what do you think that would be?" Snape couldn't help asking. When Kate Lyle heard the words, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she said playfully, "What do you think he will be, a human or a god?" Snape was sullen, with his head down, not knowing what he was looking at. Dumbledore's pupils shrank instantly, full of shock. Kate Lyle saw the changes in the expressions of the two of them. "Albus, what do you think he will be?" Kate Lyle looked at Dumbledore and asked. Snape raised his head and also looked at Dumbledore, with curiosity in his eyes. Dumbledore turned around, found a place to sit down, stroked his forehead with his hand, and gradually fell into deep thought. For a moment, the classroom fell into a brief silence. "When I traveled, I visited some people, heard some legends, and some family studies on gods. In their eyes, it's not a joke, it's real. However, no one knows whether they are still there. Maybe it really exists, but I don't know." Kate Lyle also felt a bit surprised when she heard Dumbledore's words. Although she had already guessed something through the change of Dumbledore's expression, she did not expect that Dumbledore actually knew about the existence of the super family and that they were researching about the gods. Things. But considering what Dumbledore had been through, it wasn't impossible. After all, Dumbledore's legendary life is accompanied by many adventures. "Severus, do you think gods exist?" Kate Lyle looked at Snape and asked with a smile. "Maybe it exists." Snape thought of Eugene, who was killed by him not long ago, and then suddenly resurrected, not afraid of any harm. At that time, Eugene's state and the aura he exuded were the same as the black guy who was bound by Kate Lyle with the holy beam. Kate Lyle's voice sounded again, drawing Dumbledore's and Snape's attention again. "Or are they the same person themselves? Is it because of Voldemort?" Snape asked after a moment's hesitation. "But I know that these existences will not easily appear in the eyes of everyone, especially in the occasion just now. I don't know either." Kate Lyle spread her hands and said, "Maybe it has nothing to do with Voldemort, maybe it has." "Then let's think about it again. Why would such an existence attack Harry?" Speaking of this, Kate Lyle said with some helplessness, "Unfortunately, they don't seem to want to see me very much." So I am also very curious about who the other party is, and I have been looking for their existence. What is it curious about? Time passed quietly. The incident of the mysterious man attacking Harry became a hot topic of discussion in the school again. So Professor McGonagall's warning didn't work. For what happened at that time, almost every student was full of expectations. Draco also approached Harry for this, and after mocking him, he was looking forward to help, and confidently said that he was a thunder elemental magic warrior, and he was not afraid of that evil, mysterious man. Harry refused. There are some things that he needs to deal with by himself. In addition, in order to challenge Sirius, Draco challenged Harry twice in a row, but was rejected by Harry 3 times. Today, Draco challenged Harry for the 3rd time. I refuse. Standing on the playing field, Harry looked at Malfoy opposite him and smiled slightly. After a pause, Harry said again, Draco, after 7 days you will be able to challenge me, are you ready? This time I'll beat you out of the shit. Draco Malfoy whistled and said very displeasedly, You rejected me 3 times, I'm very angry, very angry. In the auditorium, everyone looked at Harry and Draco, who had separated on the small arena, and cheered, because 7 days later they will see an even more exciting battle. The battle between 2 elemental magic warriors is even more entertaining. Are you ready? Harry said, looking at Ronald and Hermione, who were waiting for him at the door with a smile on his face. No problem at all, Ronald said confidently. I have no problem. Hermione also smiled while holding the textbook. Harry, before fighting Draco, would you like to play a warm-up match with us? Luna Jennifer walked over with her team, looked at Harry and smiled. David Little and Edward Wilson looked at Harry and smiled slyly. Harry, you are really busy. Edward Wilson smiled at Harry. The noon and evening hours are fully scheduled. During these times, everyone knew that Harry was either studying potions, training, or doing Quidditch training and so on. There is no way. In order to become stronger, I have to do this. Harry recalled that his time was almost occupied by various things. Even the time to go to Hogsmeade on Saturday was very little. Then you have to work hard. After all, you have a lot of troubles and are very dangerous. Edward Wilson patted Harry's chest with his fist and smiled. Luna, you heard that too. I'm very busy, so I don't have time to play warm-up matches with you. After Harry smiled at Edward Wilson, he said to Luna immediately. Luna Jennifer heard this and said with a smile, Then I'll let you go for now, but if you have a chance, you must fight us. You probably don't want me and Draco to be rejected 3 times by you like that. Harry raised his eyebrows, looked at the increasingly beautiful Luna Jennifer and said, Why do I feel that there is something special in your words? Luna Jennifer gave Harry a charming look with a smile on her face and said, It doesn't mean anything special, just the literal meaning. After finishing speaking, Luna Jennifer left with Edward and David Little. Harry, there is a chance to fight. Someone challenged us today. If we win, the points will be the same as those of the Snake team. We don't want to be second, so we will definitely challenge you. Edward Wilson put his head in his hands, walked backwards, looked at Harry and cried, Waiting for you. Harry nodded and said. The 3 of Harry left the Elemental Magic Dueling Club and walked towards Kate Lyle's small bungalow. Harry, we have enough herbs and potions in stock. Can we open a potion store of our own? Ronald asked as he walked. Hearing this, Harry thought of their own small warehouse for the past 2 years, with a smile on his face, and said, Yes, but it is not easy for us to have a shop of our own in Diagon Alley. Matter. We can ask Professor Kate for help, Hermione reminded. Harry and Ronald nodded, then quickened their pace. Just when they were about to arrive at Kate Lyle's bungalow, the 3 of Harry saw Neville, who was hurrying over, and he was holding a pile of soil in his hand, and there was a plant growing in the middle of the soil. Seeing this, the 3 of Harry immediately reacted and ran forward. Neville, have you found it? Harry asked expectantly. During these times, although they helped Neville find herbs, the time was not very long, so most of the time it was Neville who was looking for herbs. To be more precise, Hannah was also helping Neville find herbs. Neville glanced at Harry, then continued to run towards the small bungalow and said, I found it, but it is in some trouble now. I need to ask Professor Kate for help. When Harry and the others heard this, they were also a little anxious and hurriedly followed. Neville was the first to arrive and burst into the room, shouting, Professor Kate, I found it, I found it. Kate Lyle came out of the laboratory and said, What did you find? Phantom grass. Neville's eyes were a little red, and tears were rolling. This boy who had always been strong in his heart couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Ghost grass, a kind of hidden among ordinary grasses, looks no different from ordinary roadside weeds, but its roots are purple and will suddenly disappear and will suddenly appear not far away. They move around without you noticing or seeing any traces. Therefore, it is called ghost grass. Professor Kate, but this ghost grass, it seems, Harry reminded worriedly. Kate Lyle took the ghost grass and clods from Neville, turned around and walked towards the laboratory and said, "You are so lucky with this ghost grass, combined with the herbs you found before. Your parents you can wake up." Harry glanced at Neville, who was only looking at the ghost grass, and nodded hesitantly. Harry, Ronald and Hermione surrounded Neville, wanting to comfort him, but they didn't know how to do so. "Don't worry, it won't die with me here," Kate Lyle said as she put the clods and soil in an empty potting jar. "Please save it. When I found it, it was being attacked by a spider," Neville said anxiously. Because at this moment, the ghost grass that Neville was holding in his hand was faintly visible, and its roots seemed to be broken a lot, and it was lying in the soil. "It looks like it's going to die, doesn't it?" Kate Lyle said, looking at Harry. "I didn't expect to be found by you, Neville." Kate Lyle's guarantee was very authoritative to Neville. Therefore, Neville basically believed what Kate Lyle said. Of course, Kate Lyle did not let him down. "I saw Kate Lyle took out a green potion from a box and poured the potion on the ghost grass. After waiting like this for 3 seconds, I saw that the ghost grass was rejuvenated, and it was no longer looming, and it was also rejuvenated where the root was broken. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, ghost grass became no different from ordinary weeds again, resurrected." Neville couldn't believe his eyes and asked hesitantly, "Then do you think he's dead?" Kate Lyle asked with a smile. Neville smirked. "This ghost grass is not yet fully mature, and it will take another month since he has been given medicine. If you can trust me, let it grow here for a month." Kate Lyle looked at Neville and said with a smile, "Okay, Professor." Neville was naturally happy that Kate Lyle could help take care of him, and he agreed without thinking too much. "Professor Kate, it will run," Hermione reminded. Kate Lyle took out a transparent cover for growing herbs again, covered it on the potted plant, and said with a smile, "There is not enough soil here for it to escape, and secondly, it can't escape my cover." "Okay, it can't leave now." Kate Lyle laughed. "Harry, I remember you will have a Quidditch match tomorrow." Kate Lyle immediately thought of something, so she asked, "Yes, Professor Kate." Harry laughed after hearing that. "We are sure about the Quidditch champion this semester. They don't have the amazing speed we have. Don't be too careless, sometimes tactics are more important," Kate Lyle reminded. "I know, Professor Kate," Harry replied seriously. 7 days later, we will have a duel with Draco, Professor," Ronald said with a smirk. "We are also ready to beat Draco." "Then you have to be careful, Draco is very strong now," Kate Lyle reminded with a smile. During these times, Draco did not lack training in order to become stronger, and he was also very serious. Harry needs to spend his time elsewhere, but Draco has been spending his time training, and the proportions are very different. Harry knew about it too because Draco wanted to keep him down. In response, Harry basically just laughed. After all, sometimes talent really matters. "Professor Kate, we want to open our own potion store, which is in Diagon Alley. Can you help us?" Harry asked. The three of Harry didn't forget why they came to Kate Lyle, a store that belongs to them. This is something they are looking forward to. Kate Lyle squinted her eyes, looked at the three of Harry, and asked with a smile, "Open a magic potion store. Are you ready?" "We have prepared enough potions, and we are ready," Ronald responded quickly. Both Harry and Hermione nodded and were eager to try. They can't wait to get it up and running right now. Kate Lyle smiled and was amused by Harry's naive thoughts, so she reminded, "If you want to continuously increase wealth and have a stable supply of goods and income, a sound flow system, and a factory that runs all the time and stable employees, those are very important. Of course, judging from the potions I have in your possession, I'm not worried at all that your potions won't sell. On the contrary, they will sell well. The same is true. Such a sought-after potion will be sold out in a short period of time. It's hard if you want to say that the potion in your hands will help you survive until the end of the holiday. Unless you limit the amount you sell each day and set a high price, then you may be able to hold out until the holidays." The four of Harry were a little stunned when they heard Kate Lyle's words. They just wanted to open a magic medicine store and sell enough magic medicines they had stored, but they didn't expect that there would be so many troubles waiting for them. Hermione looked at Kate Lyle, asked for help. "Professor Kate, can you help us?" Kate Lyle thought for a moment and said, "Help you guys, this is not a problem at all, but I have 2 conditions. The three of Harry looked at each other, and then Harry asked, "What's the condition, Professor Kate?" "I can help you set up this factory and the magic potion specialty store to ensure that you have a continuous supply of goods, but the 4 of you must get at least 7 excellent OWL. If any of them are missing, I will take the factory back." Harry, Hermione, Ronald and Neville gasped when they heard Kate Lyle's words. At least 7 excellent OWLs. This is too cruel. Under normal circumstances, there are a total of 12 OWL exams covering 7 compulsory courses at Hogwarts: astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbalism, history of magic, potions, transformation, and 5 elective courses: ancient runes, arithmetic and divination, protection of magical creatures, divination, muggle studies. But counting the subject of elemental magic, there are 13 courses, 8 of which are compulsory. The subject of elemental magic must be one of the compulsory courses. Hermione was confident that it would not be a problem to win 7 excellent OWLs, but it was too difficult for Harry and the 3 of them. "Professor Kate, this is too difficult," Ronald wailed uncontrollably. Kate Lyle glanced at the 4 of them and said with a smile, "But you can get enough galleons from the potion store, and you may even spend more than you can spend in your lifetime, and realize the freedom of wealth." Ronald's eyes gleamed instantly, full of golden galleons, and quickly said, "This may not be a difficult task, Professor Kate." Both Harry and Neville looked at Ronald with a look of scrutiny in their eyes. "I have no objection either." Neville said courageously, "Although I'm not smart enough, I will work hard." "What about us?" Ronald asked expectantly. "Well, I have no problem." Harry spread his hands helplessly and said, "Anyway, we've squeezed enough time out of ourselves." "To put it bluntly, you are just not good enough." Harry patted Ronald on the shoulder and laughed. "I have no objection either." Seeing this, Harry had no choice but to say, "It's my pleasure, Professor Kate." Hermione agreed with a smile. "As for the Earth Elemental Magician, I already have someone to choose. If you work hard enough, then I might give you a chance." Kate Lyle laughed after hearing that. Harry and Hermione were a little surprised when they heard this, but after thinking about it carefully, this is not impossible. Kate Lyle nodded in satisfaction with a smile, stretched out her second finger, and said with a smile, "After graduation, Harry, Hermione, you two must become professors at the School of Elemental Magic, teaching water elemental magic and wind elemental magic, respectively. Quidditch venue." There was cheers and excitement at the scene. Today is the first Quidditch match of the new school year, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Because of the performance of the Gryffindor team in the past year, and brought Gryffindor the first championship in nearly 10 years, the students of Gryffindor are full of interest and enthusiasm. Slytherin was not at ease either, and for Gryffindor it was as if seeing an enemy. He behaved extremely fiercely, and had the urge to avenge himself. Of course, what made them even more excited was that the match had already started, and Draco and the others tried their best to pester Harry and the others, but Gryffindor didn't get much points. Therefore, what they are looking forward to at this time is how to make Gryffindor win the battle. Golden Snitch. Harry caught the snitch again and killed the game. As a loyal Harry Potter fan, Colin took pictures crazily and shouted excitedly. Gryffindor again ushered in joyous laughter and orgasms. Slytherin fell into cursing, which made the faces of Draco Malfoy and others a little ugly. After all, among their expectations, what they want to do most is how to win the game, and the second is to make Gryffindor unable to score and fall into a protracted game. Unfortunately, their plan failed again. "You failed again, Draco," Cedric called, smiling at Draco Malfoy. In order to fight against Gryffindor in the Quidditch match, Cedric and the others had a private discussion. In addition to limiting Gryffindor's speed, the result is how to interfere with the opponent's line of sight tactically and win the score. "If it were you, it might not be able to do anything." Draco Malfoy looked at Cedric after hearing the words and said lightly, "The last thing Draco wanted was to lose to Harry, whatever it was. Unfortunately, they lost another Quidditch match." "We still have a lot of chances, Draco," Carriona said with a smile aside. In the 3rd grade, Carriona also joined the Slytherin team and became one of the batters. This is one of the few female members of the Slytherin team ever. "I know next time we must take Gryffindor down," Draco Malfoy said through gritted teeth. Carriona giggled, looking dangerous. "Kate, the broomsticks you gave them are kind of rascals," Snape said as they left the Quidditch pitch with Kate Lyle. "I just made a simple modification, hoping that they can escape faster." Kate Lyle explained with a smile after hearing this. "I think you must be very happy to see Harry alive and escape further." Snape was silent for a moment, before saying, "Maybe." Kate Lyle stopped, looked at Snape and said, "Severus, you have always been a liar, especially to those who care about you the most." Snape didn't expect Kate Lyle to say such words out of the blue, and it caught him off guard. "Although you act like you don't like him very much, I can see clearly that you like him very much and protect him secretly. It's just that the child doesn't know." Harry looked back to the distance, and over there, Harry was coming out surrounded by Gryffindor's students. Snape's eyes turned to the distance, and he was silent for a moment without speaking. His eyes, don't they resemble Lily Evans? Kate Lyle stared at Snape and smiled. Snape turned his head, looked at Kate Lyle for a while, and then said, I suddenly hate what you do to me, and you know everything about me, Kate. Don't be like this, I just hope to help you better. Kate Lyle laughed, turned and left. Just think of me as a dreamer. Snape looked at Kate Lyle's back, stayed there for a moment, then turned and left. It didn't go very far, though, with Remus John Lupin blocking Snape's way. Snape's face darkened when he saw Remus John Lupin, and he said, Excuse me, you're blocking my way. Severus, I think we need to have a good chat. Remus John Lupin didn't feel displeased by this, and even said with a smile on his face. I'm not interested in talking to werewolves, Snape said flatly. What happened in the past made Snape very dissatisfied, especially, Remus John Lupin was also James Potter's best friend. The corners of Remus John Lupin's mouth twitched slightly. Even though he was ready to be humiliated by Snape like this, he was still a little dissatisfied. However, for the potion in Kate Lyle's hand, he must complete the task. In order to complete this task, Remus John Lupin has had a headache for almost a month. Yes, he opened the envelope and knew what was inside. The task was for him to find a suitable partner for Snape and become a lover before the end of the school year. The reward for completing the task is to get a potion that can turn into a real human. Well, even though I did something wrong when I was younger, it's been a long time. We need to sit down and have a good chat, it's important. From what Remus John Lupin knew about Snape, it was clear to him that it would be difficult to accomplish this task, but no matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. For himself, for happiness, and to make up for Snape's happiness. Thinking of this, Remus John Lupin relaxed his mentality. No matter how much you Severus swears, I will continue, and you will never fight back, and you will never fight back. Not interested. Snape's eyes, like the eyes of a dead fish, swept across Remus John Lupin, left a word, decided to bypass him and leave here. However, Remus John Lupin didn't give in at all. He turned around and stopped in front of Snape again, and said with a smile, We need to sit down and talk, it's really important. Snape ignored it, bypassing Remus John Lupin again. I think you don't want us to have an argument, or even fight in front of some students at school. Seeing that Snape was so shameless, Remus John Lupin blocked Snape again and said. Snape stopped and the outstretched hand froze in midair, then snorted coldly, retracted it and said, What the hell are you trying to do, Remus John? I just want to find a place to chat with you about something, Remus John Lupin said seriously. The 3 broomsticks, I'll wait for you there tonight. Remus John Lupin knew that Snape in this state would not refuse, so after speaking, he left with a smile. Snape stared at the back of Remus John Lupin. If he could, he desperately wanted to pull Remus John Lupin into the darkness, to try what it was like to be hanged on a cross and tortured with various knives. The 3 broomsticks bar. After dressing up, Remus John Lupin came here to sit quietly and order nothing. After sitting here for about 5 minutes, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Remus John Lupin. Nymphadora Tonks, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, is a new magus who can easily change her appearance, such as instantly changing hair color, nose shape, and so on. In addition, she is also the beloved woman of Remus John Lupin. They both have mutual affection for each other, but they are not really together. This has a lot to do with Remus John Lupin's inferiority complex and Nymphadora Tonks' hesitation, and his inability to make up his mind. And what made Nymphadora Tonks hesitate was because of Sirius Black. Nymphadora Tonks' mother from the Black family was named Andromeda Black, but later married a Muggle-born wizard, Nymphadora's father Ted Tonks. However, because Andromeda vetoed the blood of the Lex family, she was kicked out of the genealogy by the Black family, because Nymphadora did not inherit this surname either. Since Sirius Black became Andromeda's cousin, Nymphadora still had some ideas about Sirius, an uncle, but it was clear that Sirius couldn't possibly have had any thoughts about Nymphadora. Tonks, you're here. Remus John Lupin looked at Nymphadora Tonks, who appeared, with a smile on his face, and said a little excitedly, Lupin, who are you going to introduce? Nymphadora Tonks sat down opposite Remus John Lupin and asked with a smile, Severus Snape. Remus John Lupin hesitated, then said, The guy with the swollen face. Nymphadora Tonks said in disbelief after hearing Remus John Lupin's words. Lupin, I've heard of him, he's a very attentive person. Nymphadora Tonks said hesitantly, He seems to like Lily Evans. Remus John Lupin paused for a moment, nodded and said, Yes, he is a dedicated person, and it's the same. After the deaths of Lily Evans and James Potter, his heart was completely sealed. Actually, there used to be girls who liked Severus Snape, but unfortunately, none of them made Severus Snape fall in love. Is it because Lily Evans is too beautiful? Nymphadora Tonks said hesitantly as she looked at Remus John Lupin. Yes, she's a very beautiful and gifted woman. Horace Slughorn said that her talent in potion science is extremely outstanding. If she hadn't experienced special circumstances, she should be a very famous potion master now. Remus John Lupin didn't notice the longing and love on his expression when he said this, so that Nymphadora Tonks' expression on the opposite side was a bit ugly. It's such a sad thing that the man I love is thinking about other women. But when you think about it, Lily Evans has been dead for 13 years, so why should she be jealous? Ahem, this is Sisramenka. It will arrive in about 10 minutes. Here is her information. You can read it yourself. Nymphadora Tonks put a photo and 2 pieces of paper on the table, then got up and left. Before Remus John Lupin could react, Nymphadora Tonks had already left the 3 broomsticks. Remus John Lupin felt that he had done something wrong, but he didn't fully remember, so he simply picked up the photo. Hiss, is this Lily Evans? Remus John Lupin was very astonished, and even doubted whether his eyes were wrong. Red hair, green eyes, even in appearance when the corners of the mouth are slightly raised, they are somewhat similar. The Munker family, a pure-blood family from Germany, a beautiful woman, not as good as Lily Evans, but worthy of Severus. Some trouble, Severus seems to be somewhat prejudiced against the family. However, with such a similar appearance, Severus should be moved. He has a warm personality, a hot body, is smart and very rich, and is a very assertive person. Well, it's kind of like Lily Evans. I hope she can take Severus. Remus John Lupin murmured analysis while looking at the information in front of him. A moment later, a figure also walked in. She is beautiful and generous, sexy yet elegant. She looks like a young girl from a scholarly family. When Remus John Lupin watched the other person walk in, he was a little stunned. So beautiful and so similar. Remus John Lupin. Sisramonka sat down opposite Remus John Lupin and laughed. Yes, Remus John Lupin stared into the other person's eyes and said, "Your appearance is somewhat beyond my imagination. Even, I thought it was God playing a joke on me. A noble lady like you shouldn't be here. This is beyond my understanding." Sisramenka smiled slightly when he heard the words. His hands, which were as white as jade, were placed on the table and crossed together. Looking at Remus John Lupin, he smiled and said, "Why not? I like free love, but also love that can give me support. I know Tonks. I heard about it from her, so I volunteered to take this task. Sorry, I made a mistake. This is not a task, but an expectation. What I'm going to face is a very powerful magician, isn't it?" Hearing this, Remus John Lupin was thoughtful and said, "Yes, he is a powerful magician. After a while, you will have a chance to get to know him. This is information about him. You can take a good look at it." Remus John Lupin handed an information sheet about Severus Lupin to Sisramonka, then looked at the time on his watch, got up and left and said, "I need to leave. I believe your appearance will make him unforgettable of." Sisramenka looked at Remus John Lupin in astonishment and asked, "Aren't you going to introduce him to me?" Hearing this, Remus John Lupin chuckled and said, "Say, it's not necessary. I'm looking forward to what Severus will look like when he sees her expression." Hearing this, Remus John Lupin naturally believed in Nymphadora Tonks, so he had no doubts. "I met her a long time ago. When I went to Germany to track down a Death Eater, I met her on the way. Recently, she came to England for vacation and lived with me," Nymphadora Tonks said calmly. Nymphadora Tonks glanced at Remus John Lupin and said playfully, "Are you satisfied?" Remus John Lupin was full of confidence in this mission, and at the same time he was full of expectations for Kate Lyle's potion. You will see him, and at the same time he will also see you, and he will not be willing to leave. After Remus John Lupin walked out of the 3 broomsticks from the main entrance, he came to the back entrance and entered it, finding a relatively secluded corner to sit. Here, Nymphadora Tonks sat across from him. After Remus John Lupin finished speaking, he really left. "Where did you meet?" Remus John Lupin couldn't help asking curiously. Snape stood at the door of the 3 broomsticks, looked around calmly, not knowing what he was thinking. The silence was a bit scary, but after a while he still stepped into the bar. Snape glanced across the bar, trying to find Remus John Lupin, but soon Snape was stunned, that cold gaze that seemed to defy the world, full of shock. In the corners of Remus John Lupin's lips twitched slightly when he saw Snape so shocked. "Shock it, Severus. Neither James nor Sirius nor I can deny her existence. So beautiful, so similar." Yes, at this moment Snape was terrified inside, even when he didn't realize it. His cheeks were trembling, his hands were clenched subconsciously, and his soul was roaring. Is this really her? Is she really alive? Snape tried to look away for Remus John Lupin. He must have seen it too. However, such an idea was just a flash, and no action was taken. At this time I was holding a spoon, flicking it lightly on the coffee cup, and lowering my head to measure my face. It was so beautiful and so similar, just like the young Lily Evans had really come back to life. Snape was pretty sure that Lily Evans was dead. 13 years ago, Voldemort killed Lily Evans and Potter James, leaving Harry Potter behind. Snapped. The sound of footsteps that should have been very light was now in his mind, as if it had been magnified countless times, making Snape subconsciously stop, not wanting such a beautiful moment to be disturbed by himself. But she raised her head and saw him. At this moment, Snape subconsciously took a step back, feeling a little flustered in his heart. "Severus Snape," Sisramonka said, looking at Snape, who appeared with a smile on his face. Such a familiar voice, how many years have not heard? At this moment, Snape's eyes were reddened uncontrollably, and tears began to swirl in them. In the corner, Remus John Lupin's cheeks twitched slightly as he heard Sisramonka calling Snape's name. For some reason, I suddenly felt an urge to regret. He didn't want Sisramon calling Snape's name, or even being together if he could, especially seeing how excited Snape was. Seeing Snape's appearance, Sisramonka was a little surprised, but he didn't think too much about it, but joked and said, "Am I like a female ghost, scared you like this?" Hearing that, Snape wanted to laugh but couldn't, but I was very excited in my heart. I was not scared but very happy. The heart that had been immersed for a long time and blocked was loosened at this time. Snape turned his head, his eyes casually swept across the bar, and at this moment, he used his magic power to wipe away the tears that fell instantly and calm down his mood. At this moment, Remus John was almost frightened and quickly lowered his head. Snape's eyes also at this moment noticed the location of Remus John Lupin, but after just a glance, he turned his eyes to Sisramonka and said, "I just want to laugh." "Then you should be a person who can't laugh." Hearing this, Sisramonka laughed. "Why?" Snape responded automatically, "Because a person who likes to laugh can laugh naturally and very beautifully." Sisramonka laughed. "Sit down, I've been waiting for you here for a while. Need something to drink." "For a person like you who doesn't like to laugh and looks a little cold, maybe a glass of wine would be nice. Shall I order you a glass, fire whiskey?" Snape froze again when he heard Sisramonka's words. This reminded him of a scene from that year. In the Muggle world, he and Lily Evans knew each other like a golden boy and a jade girl, and they had nothing to say. After entering Hogwarts, because Lily Evans was assigned to Gryffindor, their contact began to decrease. After graduation, their contact was even less, and at that time he also joined the Death Eaters organization. One meeting, it was a rare afternoon alone with Lily Evans. The scene of meeting back then was very similar to now. She said that she didn't smile well, and she was already a person who couldn't laugh. "You have an ugly smile, Severus. Your heart seems to be frozen. Do you need a glass of fire whiskey to warm your heart?" The words of the past, like last night, still linger in my ears. "Well, it looks like you need a glass of flame whiskey." Seeing that Snape didn't answer, Sisramonka waved to the bartender and ordered a glass of flame whiskey. "My name is Sisramonka. I'm from Germany, and I'm on vacation in England this time. I heard a good sister say that you are very powerful and very infatuated. But why do you, who are so infatuated, accept others to introduce you to someone?" Snape heard Sisramonka's words and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. "Introduce me to someone. Remus John Lupin." Snape frowned. He didn't understand why Remus John Lupin did this. "Your expression tells me that you seem to have any objections to what I said." Seeing Snape's frowning, Sisramonka asked curiously, "Are all men so philandering?" Snape was brought back to reality by Sisramonka's words, and he said nervously, "I'm sorry, Sisray, I just didn't expect that someone would introduce me to." Introduce. I don't know why the word object is just spoken. He didn't want to believe it, and he couldn't believe it, because this was what he had imagined, but it didn't come true. Seeing Snape's nervous and flustered appearance, Sisramonka burst out laughing. Such a beautiful smile instantly quieted the nervous and flustered Snape. "Secondly, if you are really strong enough and give me enough protection, you won't laugh too much. I don't care, and I will consider dating you." At this moment, flame whiskey was brought up, breaking the silence and giving Snape something to divert his attention from. "Finally, if my family makes things difficult for you, I hope you can withstand the pressure." Sisramonka nodded, smiled slightly, then looked at Severus and said, "I don't have many requests. First of all, I'm really not very interested in people who don't like to laugh. Such a smile is enough to make people let go of everything. Can you do it?" Picking up the wine glass, Snape took a big gulp. The strong drink entered his throat, and because of his haste he almost coughed, but Snape held back. His face was flushed, and Snape's heart became quiet again amidst the rapid breathing. "I'm sorry, but for some reason I was too shocked." Snape said, looking Sisramonka squarely, especially in the other's eyes. Can you do it? These words rang in his ears, and Snape's heart became active again. The original vigilance in my heart was broken at this moment. I can do it. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Snape felt incredible. Just said it yourself. There is no trace of defense. So much so that Snape, who had reacted, didn't understand what was going on with him now. Can you really do it? After hearing this, Sisramenka said with a smile, there are many men who pursue me. They come from different fields and different families. Their status is even higher than yours now. You will face challenges and assassinations that may take your life. Snape raised his eyebrows, stared at Sisramonka, regained his former indifference and said in a calm voice, really, that's really interesting. Sisramonka looked at Snape at this time. A little light flashed in his eyes. He just looked at him without saying a word. They are coming, I dare to kill. So do you dare to be with a man who is an enemy of the world? At this moment, Snape was very cold, very serious and full of confidence. This also made Sisramonka, who was always staring at Severus Snape, sparkle again in his eyes. What a confident, domineering man. Sisramenka asked again, behind them are their respective families and powers. Are you sure you dare to kill them? For you, I have no hesitation. Snape said in a low voice. The corners of Sisramonka's mouth curled up slightly, and then he put his hand on his chin, looked at Snape and said, you really can't believe what a man says. I heard people say that you are a single-minded idiot. Your friend also provided me with such a piece of information. I thought you were the one who would reject me. Snape's expression became a little stiff when he heard Sisramenka's words. At this time, the face that was already a little paralyzed became more obvious, and it was still a little dark. If he could swear, Snape wouldn't hold back. He was looking forward to it in his heart, looking forward to being with Lily Evans. No, it was Sisraman who got stuck together, and even uttered bold words like never before. In the end, you told me that I was the one who should reject you. Is this a rejection? For a moment, Snape's heart ached immensely. Subconsciously, he clutched his chest and prepared to leave, but meeting Sisramonka's eyes again, Snape held back. Can't leave, just leave and miss it. Even though she's not really Lily Evans, she's really similar. Leaving at this time is tantamount to giving up. Still, Snape couldn't help but think of Lily Evans. This feeling is too complicated, so much so that Snape was a little afraid to look Sisramonka in the eye. Remus John Lupin secretly looked at Snape at this moment. His brows were also furrowed, feeling that something was not going well. He's moved, Nymphadora Tonks whispered, looking at Snape's complicated expression. Remus John Lupin was slightly taken aback when he heard what Nymphadora Tonks said, and then said, how do you know? Aren't all of you men like this? Nymphadora Tonks said, curling her lips. Remus John Lupin lowered his head when he heard the words, and didn't know how to refute for a moment. After all, when he saw Sisramenka, his heart was also moved. Tonks, you have to trust me. The sudden sense of crisis made Remus John Lupin think of something, hesitated, and said in a low voice, what did you say? Nymphadora Tonks was a little taken aback when she heard Remus John Lupin's words, even feel incredible, but there was excitement in his face. Could you repeat that? Nymphadora Tonks' voice sounded again, which also made Remus John Lupin a little stunned. When I said that sentence just now, I mustered up a lot of courage. After I finished speaking, this courage was blown away, so that Remus John Lupin at this time didn't know how to speak. To be more precise, at this moment, he was a little speechless. Lupin, I understand, I know very well in my heart, you must have something to say to me, don't you? Nymphadora Tonks said excitedly, staring at Remus John Lupin in a loud voice. Remus John Lupin avoided Nymphadora's gaze. He was very anxious at this moment. Isn't everything he's doing now just to be with Nymphadora Tonks? Isn't everything you do now in accordance with your inner yearning for love? But why can't you say it? For a while, Remus John Lupin was also very anxious. Me. Mustering up some courage again, he tried hard to meet Nymphadora Tonks' gaze, but he still stuttered. Lupin, you can, I believe you can. Nymphadora Tonks looked at Remus John Lupin expectantly, and did not ridicule him why he stuttered at this moment. I care about you, Tonks. Remus John Lupin growled amidst Nymphadora's urging and anticipation. If you don't dislike me, I hope to spend the rest of my life with you. After speaking, Remus John Lupin raised the courage in his heart to another stage, and growled. When Nymphadora Tonks heard Remus John Lupin's response, she shed tears of joy for a moment, and immediately rushed forward, hugged Remus John Lupin's head, and cried excitedly. The crying was a bit loud, and the moving tables creaked and collided. In this quiet bar there was a lot of movement. For a moment, the bartender and other people in the bar all looked over, but Nymphadora Tonks and Remus John Lupin still embraced each other tightly, as if they had never heard of it. What a humble love. He's a werewolf, The cold and familiar taste of sarcasm made Remus John Lupin wake up in an instant and let go of Nymphadora Tonks, looking at Severus Snape, who did not know when he was standing in front of them. "It doesn't matter, I love him, it doesn't matter about race." Nymphadora Tonks looked at the expressionless Snape with a smile on her face, not the slightest anger after being ridiculed, but smiled instead. "Severus, come on, Sis Ramonka is my good sister, she is very good. It's rare to come to Germany for vacation, relax, and avoid some dangerous guys by the way. If you miss this opportunity and let her return to Germany, you may have no chance. Honey, let's go, this place doesn't belong to us." Nymphadora Tonks took Remus John Lupin's arm and pulled him away from the three broomsticks. Remus John Lupin glanced at Severus before leaving and said with a smile, "She's not her, but she's real. Even I was very surprised. Come on, I hope you have no regrets." Snape looked at the disappearing Remus John Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, and his cheeks twitched for a while. There is a saying that is too much, I don't know whether to say it or not. Kate Lyle looked at the smiling Snape with an odd expression on her face. Really, Snape's forced smile was ugly and embarrassing no matter how you looked at it. "Severus, do you have something to say to me? If so, please put away that smile. You look really ugly when you smile." Kate Lyle reminded Severus helplessly and said. Severus smiled awkwardly when he heard that and immediately froze. Restraining his forced smile and returning to his original ruthless appearance, Snape said in a low voice, "Am I really that ugly when I smile? You shouldn't use interrogative sentences to ask me. Your smile is really ugly." Kate Lyle said very positively. Snape got an affirmative answer from Kate Lyle, with a slight look of regret on his face. "Is there a potion that makes people smile naturally?" Snape asked, sitting down in front of Kate Lyle. "No." Kate Lyle responded and then said, "Why do you need this?" "Didn't I say I needed this?" Snape said flatly. "Your face said it." Kate Lyle said, looking at Snape with a smile. "What happened? It made you learn to change yourself?" Kate Lyle asked curiously. Snape was silent, not answering him. "If you need it, I can make one for you at any time. It's a very simple thing." Kate Lyle pouted slightly, as if thinking of something, so she said, "I see, just wait a moment." After Kate Lyle finished speaking, she turned and left and entered the laboratory. Snape was sitting on the sofa, the image of Sis Ramonka echoing in his mind. She is so much alike. Even though she wasn't really Lily Evans, the similarity and familiarity alone made it worth him doing something. A few minutes later, Kate Lyle came out of the lab and handed Snape a vial, saying, "You'll love Severus." Severus looked at the green potion in front of him and said flatly, "Thank you." Kate Lyle watched Severus get the potion he wanted and turned to leave, so he reminded, "When taking it, think of some beautiful things, which will help the magic effect to play better. Plus, you need to keep it up for a week and keep yourself in a good mood all the time. It will make you better." Severus was a little taken aback when he heard that, but then he nodded, expressing his understanding before leaving. After Severus left, Kate Lyle returned to her room with a somewhat weird smile on her face. Moments later, Kate Lyle pulled out a basketball-sized crystal ball that was held in one hand. This hand is a crystal hand, which looks like a girl's hand. Kate Lyle touched the crystal ball, and a magic power surged on the crystal ball. The next moment, a pattern could be seen released from the crystal ball. "Let me see what you're doing, Severus." Yes, what Kate Lyle was looking at now was the picture of Severus. He was walking towards his herbal storage room, Snape's own herbal storage room. Snape stared at the potion in front of him, a little silent. Remember happy things. Where is his happiness? When you met and liked Lily Evans in the Muggle world. Lily Evans was just a beautiful little girl. She didn't understand magic yet, but he taught Lily Evans a lot of magic, and told many stories about magic. The memory that should have been dusty was slowly opened and revealed, echoing in his mind. Looking at Snape with a happy face through the crystal, he showed a natural smile. Kate Lyle also smiled. After a long while, Snape drank the potion. Seeing that Snape actually drank the potion, Kate Lyle smiled. And said, "This guy really thinks this potion will help him smile more naturally." "Afternoon, what did you see? I find it incredible. Professor Snape actually smiled, and he smiled so beautifully. What's up with him? Could it be that the Imperious Curse was used on him? It must be very tiring to be forced to laugh so brightly. It's really interesting. Colin, did you take a picture of Professor Snape? He's going to be making the headlines of our small board tomorrow, and for a long time to come. It's a must. I've heard a lot of people say that Snape can't laugh, and when he does, a lot of people will be out of luck. That's not necessarily the case. At least he is smiling happily now, and he hasn't punished anyone." Snape's change immediately ushered in the astonishment of countless students and professors, and they discussed it. Because in their perception, Professor Snape was a ruthless person. especially towards other students other than Slytherin. Ronald, do you think there will be no problem with Snape here? Harry looked at Professor Snape walking by and couldn't help asking in a low voice. Should be Harry. Ronald said, nodding. I suspect that he is not himself. Sirius said incredulously. Sirius knew Snape very well. After all, they had fought each other from the beginning of school to the end of graduation. Of course, it doesn't count after entering Azkaban. This is someone who really can't laugh. If not, he will be dealt with soon. Hermione said aside. Hermione thought of the crystal ball at the dining room door. People who were deformed or who had been cast with the Imperious Curse, there would be nowhere to hide. Sirius understood what Hermione meant, but rubbed his chin in disapproval. But thinking about it carefully, Kate Lyle made his mask, as did the crystal ball, so it's only natural that he wasn't found. In the restaurant, Remus John Lupin looked at Snape, who came in with a smile on his face, a little shocked, but also smiled. Professor Kate, my task has been completed. Remus John Lupin couldn't wait to come to Kate Lyle's side, and said with some credit. Kate Lyle heard Remus John Lupin's words, thought for a moment, looked in Snape's direction, and said, What did you do? Kate Lyle was very curious about what kind of thing had caused such a big change in him. A woman, she is from Germany, she is the daughter of the Munker family. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he has an incomparably similar face to Lily Evans when he was young. Even when he smiles, he is incomparably similar. Kate Lyle was stunned when she heard this. Immediately, he couldn't help giving Remus John Lupin a thumbs up, saying, It's amazing, let's directly attack his weakness. This is completely irresistible. Remus John Lupin chuckled and said, When I first saw that woman, I was also frightened. Kate Lyle looked at Remus John Lupin and asked playfully, Are you so willing? Remus John Lupin laughed. Fading away, there was a moment of silence. Tonks, do you want more? Seeing this, Kate Lyle asked playfully. Remus John Lupin's face darkened for a moment, and he said, Of course I'm willing to do it. The past is already in the past. Snape smiled. This became the talk of the crowd, and it continued for a long time. This also gradually changed everyone's perception of Snape. He no longer targets a student. He doesn't target a certain academy anymore. He seems to be so gentle with everyone. This is confusing. For this reason, Dumbledore found Kate Lyle, hoping to learn more about Snape's situation and prescribe the right medicine. Obviously, Dumbledore thought that such a Snape was not normal. In this regard, Kate Lyle said with a smile, Severus is blooming his second spring. We need to bless him, because he is willing to change himself for this. This is a very rare opportunity, and we want to support him. Would you like to watch him spend his whole life as a bachelor? Dumbledore was silent for a while after hearing Kate Lyle's words, and couldn't help gossiping, so he has a woman he likes. Isn't this what we want to see? Kate Lyle said with a smile while sitting in front of the bar with a cup of coffee. Dumbledore nodded, and then smiled mischievously. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. I understand his character. He will not fall in love with a second woman easily. So tell me, Severus is in love with that woman. Kate Lyle turned her head to look at Dumbledore, who was drinking mead expectantly, so she smiled and said, Albus, I always thought you were an upright person. Gossip should not be reflected in you. I also always thought you were very noble and wouldn't do things like introduce people to others. Dumbledore countered, I didn't introduce this. Kate Lyle shook her head and chuckled, then said, the one who introduced Severus was Remus John. Dumbledore almost didn't drop the wine glass in his hand, looked at Kate Lyle in disbelief, and said, Is this a joke? You may not know about the past between Severus and Remus John between them. Kate Lyle interrupted Dumbledore and said with a smile, They are rivals in love, is that what you mean? Dumbledore nodded and asked subconsciously, How do you know? I know their past, and I also know your past. Kate Lyle smiled slightly. Dumbledore was slightly taken aback, not knowing what he was thinking, and suddenly said somewhat mysteriously, I remember there is a family called the Lyle family, which is a very mysterious family. Kate Lyle chuckled and didn't continue to explain anything. Is Grindelwald really dead? Dumbledore spoke suddenly after a moment of silence. Kate Lyle nodded upon hearing this and said, He should have died at the hands of Voldemort, but they reached a cooperation in order to live forever. But he didn't surrender to Voldemort. After entering the small world, he obtained the magic inheritance and became very powerful. At the same time, he also made the Death Eaters his own. He made a big mistake by making war in a small world and creating a whole new world. If I don't kill him, someone will kill him. It's just that his luck is not very good. Dumbledore heard Kate Lyle's words, and his thoughts seemed to return to the time when he travelled the world with Grindelwald, Godric Valley. Dumbledore had been the happiest place when he was young. As a boy, Dumbledore didn't want his talents to be buried in the small valley, so he started to get in touch with magic and looked forward to going to Hogwarts. At this moment, Grindelwald came to Godric's Valley to visit his great-aunt, the historian of magic Bathilda Bagshot. Dumbledore meets Gellert Grindelwald through Bagshot's introduction. Dumbledore was deeply attracted by Grindelwald's thoughts and talents, and they soon became close lovers. They made a blood alliance in the barn and swore to never hurt each other. They planned to find the Deathly Hallows for the greater good and try to form a new order of wizards. But Dumbledore was so indulged in the fanatical love of youth that he ignored Grindelwald's heartless and profit-seeking nature. Later, his sister Ariana died in the battle between him and his brother and Grindelwald. Their home fell apart as a result. Grindelwald's ambitions are too great, and he even ignores the rules. Therefore, he had to take action, go all out, and took down Grindelwald and locked him in Nurmengard. But he died, and no one knew how he died. Now he has an answer. It's Voldemort. Obviously, Voldemort was also looking forward to the Grim Reaper suit, so he found Grindelwald and finally reached an agreement. Grindelwald, who died in Nurmengard, was obviously a stand-in, and another ghost appeared on the Ministry of Magic. But even so, Grindelwald was still dead at this time, at the hands of Kate Lyle. Yeah, his luck has been very bad. The efforts he put in were too violent. If his methods can be accepted by everyone more gently, with her talent and ability, the current magic world will look different. Dumbledore said with regret in his heart, "It's no use regretting. His ambition has not been shattered by being imprisoned. In his mind there are no happy memories of you once. The Dementors tormented him, took away many things from him, but they didn't take away his ambition. On the contrary, his ambition has grown stronger. This is a man who cannot be changed. If the power of the small world is brought into this world by him, it will be a war 100 times bigger than the Goblin Rebellion." Dumbledore put down his glass, and suddenly the mead was no longer sweet. Yes, in such a time and environment, Grindelwald's ambition has never changed. Maybe that's all right. Thank you, Kate. It may be the best choice to end his sinful life. At the same time, thank you for protecting this world. Dumbledore left the Three Broomsticks bar without stopping. Kate Lyle smiled and said nothing. "Is this a relief, Albus?" Kate Lyle took out a document from her arms, which contained a lot of information about the Munker family, and there was also a personal information about Cissa Munker, which was very detailed. This is a person with good looks and skills. Her appearance is really similar to Lily Evans. Back at Hogwarts, Kate Lyle came to Snape's herb room and handed this information to Snape in front of him. Snape looked at the message about Cissa Munker, looked back at Kate Lyle, and said nothing. "I know you want to thank me, but you don't need to look at me like that. I just think it is necessary to let you know some information. After all, your expectations are too high. Is this the potion?" Remus John Lupin looked at the potion in front of him, full of shock. This is the potion of his dreams. In order to get this potion, he bit the bullet and accepted the task given to him by Kate Lyle. This task made Remus John Lupin's scalp tingle. But the whole process was an incomparable surprise to Remus John Lupin. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Cissa Munker was too much like Lily Evans for Snape to refuse. During this week, Remus John Lupin and Kate Lyle watched secretly for a while. After Snape finished all the lessons for the day, he would definitely go to see Cissa Munker. What's more, Snape took a special leave of absence to have a tryst with Cissa Munker. So Kate Lyle agreed to Remus John Lupin and handed the potion to the other party. You can choose not to believe it. Kate Lyle stretched her waist. He spent a lot of time on the potion of Remus John Lupin. At least it will take a whole day to make the whole medicine, which involves the properties of some medicines, so it will take some time to complete. You have to believe it, Remus John Lupin said hastily upon hearing this. If he doesn't even believe in Kate Lyle's strength, then he really doesn't know who to trust. Not Dumbledore at least, not even Nicholas Flamel. In terms of attainments in potion science, among the people he knew, perhaps no one could be more powerful than Kate Lyle. Remus John Lupin immediately thought of something and quickly asked, "Professor Kate, is there anything I should pay attention to when taking this potion?" Kate Lyle heard the words and said, "There is nothing to prepare, you can just drink it. However, before drinking, you need to find a place where there are no people and relatively quiet." "Why?" Remus John Lupin asked curiously. "This process is a bit painful," Kate Lyle responded. Hearing this, Remus John Lupin smiled and said, "Professor Kate's place is the best place." After speaking, Remus John Lupin drank the potion in front of Kate Lyle. Some hot, really exciting. Remus John Lupin's face was flushed, his eyes were puking, and his whole body seemed to be soaked in hot water. It was extremely hot. Just a moment later, Remus John Lupin's whole body tensed up, and his fists began to clench together. For a moment, the meridians all over the body tense together, as if they want to jump out of the body and separate from the skin tissue. Huge pain began to pervade his whole body, and his hands began to change between human hands and claws. Not only that, but his head began to change as a result. The constant transformation between werewolves and humans was too painful for Remus John Lupin at this time. Kate Lyle didn't expect Remus John Lupin to drink directly in front of him. This really doesn't treat him as an outsider at all. Kate Lyle smiled, stretched out her hand. A magic barrier enveloped Remus John Lupin and completely covered the sound. Really, Remus John Lupin's screams at this time were a bit loud, and the forbearance was very ear-piercing. Now, of course, he needed an outfit for Remus John Lupin. After all, at this time, Remus John Lupin's clothes were already in tatters. For about an hour, Remus John Lupin stopped changing, and he collapsed directly on the ground, covered in sweat. At the same time, there were only a few strips of cloth left on his body, which could barely cover his thin body. Seeing this, Kate Lyle lifted the barrier and threw a set of clothes to Remus John Lupin and said with a smile, "Remus John, you are too thin." Remus John put on his clothes and said wearily, "It's too painful. I didn't expect this potion to be so powerful. Professor Kate, am I okay now?" Remus John Lu's tired voice sounded, and he looked at Kate Lyle full of expectations. "No problem." Kate Lyle poured a glass of flame whiskey, handed it to Remus John Lupin, and said with a smile, "If you're not confident, you can go out on a full moon night." Hearing this, Remus John Lupin smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Professor Kate. You saved the rest of my life." Kate Lyle laughed and waved. "Go back and wash, you are too ugly now." Remus John Lupin drank the flame whiskey in one gulp, put down his glass, and left impatiently. For Remus John Lupin now, there is nothing more important than sharing with the woman he loves. Dang, 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 dang. The doorbell rang. Kate Lyle opened the door and was a little surprised to see Snape at the door. "Didn't you go on a date? Why do you have time to come to my place?" Kate Lyle said jokingly. Hearing Kate Lyle's words, Snape's eyes still shone with happiness, which was already very obvious and could not be concealed. "Want to know something about you?" Snape smiled slightly. Snape seemed to be used to this kind of smile. When he saw Kate Lyle, a smile appeared on his face. Kate Lyle was a little curious and asked Snape to come in and sit down. "What do you want to know?" Kate Lyle leaned against the wall, looked at Snape sitting on the sofa, and asked curiously. "Sisramonka," Snape said, staring at Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle didn't expect Snape to ask him this question, so she asked, "Aren't you dating her? Didn't you extract some information from her?" Snape narrowed his eyes and was silent for a moment. "I didn't pull out any information. She's very smart and has a very clear mind." Snape seemed to be deliberating for a while before he said, "For the questions I accidentally asked, her answers were simple and capable, and she would not answer more questions. So, what are you suspecting?" Kate Lyle responded, looking at Snape. "I just have some doubts about her identity," Snape said hesitantly. He likes Lily Evans, even though Zissy Menker is not her, but it is so similar that he found support again. Such reliance also made him have to be cautious. It's just that he cares too much, so there are some things that he wants to know more clearly. With his connections and strength, it is not impossible to investigate a family daughter, but it is definitely not as convenient as Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle nodded upon hearing this, and then said seriously, "I can investigate a more detailed one for you about her information. In addition, I can also confirm that the other party really looks like Lily Evans since childhood. This has to be said to be a miracle." Kate Lyle was also full of curiosity, even shock, about the woman Sisius Menker. In this world there are still two people who are so similar, like twins, but the fact is that Sisius Menker has no relationship with Lily Evans, or even never had any relationship. Sisramonka had become another kind of sustenance for Snape, and wanted to protect her. But at this time Snape was also very tangled. He loved Lily Evans, and it was an irreplaceable love, but the appearance of Sisramonka changed his heart, and some thoughts also changed. Snape didn't stay with Kate Lyle for long and left soon. Kate Lyle didn't stop it, because in the end it was up to him to choose. Elemental Magic Dueling Club. The duel between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy had officially begun. This has been a raging fire at Hogwarts. So at this time, almost all the students of Hogwarts gathered here, full of anticipation for the battle between Harry and Draco, and the match between the lions and the black-bellied snakes. Slytherin. Holding the Nimbus 2001 in his hand, Draco Malfoy flew out of the passage and flew a few times in the air, enjoying the cheers and gazes of everyone, and shouted. The Slytherins immediately cheered, because at this time, Draco Malfoy had already taken the card among the Slytherin students. Especially in terms of individual rankings and team rankings, Draco and his team are more of a representative of strength, Draco Malfoy looked in the direction of Gryffindor, turned his back to Slytherin, clenched his fist with his left hand, waved it, and shouted, "Slytherin." Slytherin's snakes immediately understood what Kate Lyle meant. "We come from the quagmire, we are full of ambition, we desire power, we are strong and calm, we are graceful and self-reliant, we never regret, we are Slytherins." The singing sounded continuously in the arena, and Sirius looked in the direction of Slytherin with a bit of longing. He used to be a student of Gryffindor, and the scene before him brought him back to the past. In the past, Hogwarts also had a dueling club. But for some reason, it was gradually closed. However, in the past, such battles, Gryffindor and Slytherin have been fighting fiercely. This kind of cry is even higher than the wave, and we have to compare each other. It's really nostalgic. It wasn't the first time Remus John Lupin had come to the Elemental Magic Duel Club to watch a match, but he had never participated in something as lively as this. Speaking of this, Remus John Lupin looked in Snape's direction and said to Kate Lyle beside him, "James has never stopped dueling with Severus before, or in other words, James has always been very high profile in order to express himself in front of Lily. Severus couldn't understand it, and they often misunderstood." Kate Lyle smiled and said, "This kind of atmosphere will become more lively in the future." In Gryffindor's lounge, Hermione looked at Draco Malfoy, who came out first and made such a big hit, curled her lips and said, "Harry, fly out, let Draco look good. Come on." Ronald patted Harry on the shoulder and laughed. Harry nodded and said confidently, "Thank you." So Harry cast a flying spell on himself. The next moment, Harry flew out quickly and flew out in an explosion at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, under the expectant eyes of the Gryffindor students, Harry, who flew out without the help of the broomstick Nimbus 2001, was undoubtedly more handsome and more temperamental than Draco Malfoy. So Ginny, George, Fred, Dean, Colin, and other Gryffindor students cheered in their own ways, and even the sound of gongs sounded at the scene. Sirius looked at Harry, who was flying in the air at this time, with a happy smile on his face. He put his finger in his mouth and whistled loudly. "In the face of desire, we never hide from it. We are brave, we are decisive, we are righteous, we seek truth, we fight evil, we are Gryffindor. Harry Potter, Gryffindor, Gryffindor." Unknowingly, in such an atmosphere, Sirius shouted along with the crowd. Sirius enjoyed this feeling very much, as if he had returned to his boyhood, playing with James and Remus John in the happy time at school. Harry stood above the void, looked at Draco Malfoy, and said with a smile, "Draco, the battle you have been waiting for a long time is here, so, are you ready to become my prodigal?" Upon hearing this, Draco Malfoy said with a black face and disdain, "You think too much, Harry. I will let you understand how powerful I have become over the years." Draco Malfoy drew out his own lightning rod, which was rewarded to him by Kate Lyle after he was tested to possess thunder elemental magic and was extremely talented. For a long time, he didn't use it because of his height and because he couldn't make good use of it. But now he's 13 and he's grown a lot taller and stronger. During this summer vacation, Draco Malfoy made good use of this opportunity and practiced. The same is true, Draco Malfoy discovered the secret of the Thunder Staff. It is precisely because of this that Draco Malfoy is full of confidence in the next battle. Harry looked at the lightning rod that Draco Malfoy took out, thought for a while, and remembered what it was. None of the things Professor Kate presented was simple. Therefore, after not knowing the specific function of the lightning rod, Harry also showed a cautious look. "Draco, is this what you rely on to defeat me?" Harry stared at Draco and said in a deep voice. "Of course, this time I want you to be convinced to lose," Draco said confidently. When Kate Lyle watched Draco take out the thunder wand, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Draco didn't take out the lightning rod, he almost forgot about it. "Kate, what's that?" Remus John Lupin didn't know what a lightning rod was, so he asked curiously. "It's a magic tool, just like a magic wand, but it's stronger than a magic wand, and it's a thunder wand with attributes. Even if you don't have the attribute of thunder, you can use this lightning rod to release the magic of the element of thunder. As for a magician who possesses thunder elemental magic, using this lightning rod to cast spells can save magic power and time, and the power released will also be multiplied." Remus John Lupin heard Kate Lyle's explanation, his eyes widened, and he looked into Draco Malfoy's gaze and said, "Then Harry Potter is in danger." Harry took a deep breath and looked at Draco Malfoy with a peaceful smile on his face. Draco Malfoy had his cards, and so did he, and Harry firmly believed that the lightning rod was definitely not Draco's last trump card, but if Draco had it, wouldn't he have it? "Draco, stop talking so much nonsense. Let me see how far have you grown during your vacation." Huge waves of magic power bloomed from Harry Potter's body, and in an instant, a fire elf, a wind elf, appeared on his shoulder. Kate Lyle squinted, looking at Harry at this moment, rubbing her chin. It was the first time he saw Harry in this state. Or rather, this was just a direction he gave Harry. When you have dual attribute abilities, when your strength is limited, you can use foreign objects to assist you, like elemental sprites. The elemental elves are originally made by themselves to assist foreign objects, and they can think through consciousness. When it is necessary to release magic, only one consciousness is needed to coordinate it to achieve the effects of shortening the time, increasing magic power, releasing magic, etc. When releasing large-scale magic, Draco Malfoy looked at Harry Potter at this moment. His pupils shrank slightly, and he had a feeling that this was another magical state. Subconsciously, Draco Malfoy looked at the professor's chair, at Kate Lyle. Facing Draco's gaze, Kate Lyle showed a faint smile on her face. Draco turned his head, looked at Harry Potter and said, "Harry Potter, I will let you understand who is the genius among us." Harry Potter laughed, raised his hand, held his wand, aimed at Draco Malfoy and shouted, "The wind curse." Boom! The strong wind enveloped the arena in an instant like a 10th-level typhoon, and the gravel flew in the arena, and the Whomping Willow had to bow because of it. Draco Malfoy was holding a broomstick in his hand, driving it against the wind, and kept approaching Harry Potter. Going up against the wind and opening your mouth to chant mantras is not an easy task. Sky Thunder Curse. The strong wind made Draco Malfoy's hair extremely messy, but he still held the lightning staff and growled. Tear. In the eyes of everyone under the strong wind, a thundercloud formed instantly, enveloped Harry Potter's head, and rained down thunder after wave. Wind Shield. The thunder's descent did not frighten Harry Potter, but he shot quickly. A thick round wind shield with a thickness of more than 1 meter and a diameter of 3 meters blocked Harry Potter's head. Thunder landed on the wind shield and was quickly blocked without harming Harry Potter. And Harry Potter also took this opportunity to look for Draco Malfoy's position, stretched out his left hand, and the fire elemental spirit floating on his shoulder became active at this moment. Under the big screen, everyone could clearly see that Harry Potter's left palm was shining with flames, and was attacking Draco Malfoy at an extremely fast speed. Draco Malfoy controlled the broomstick, quickly dodged and counterattacked. Although a little shocked in his heart, Harry Potter blocked his own attack and attacked himself at the same time, but he was not disappointed by it. On the contrary, he was a little excited. This kind of battle is interesting. In the auditorium, both students and professors were amazed by the battle between Harry and Draco. Because the attacks of the two were too fast and powerful, if either party reacted slowly, points might be directly deducted by the other party. Harry Potter flew and moved quickly, and approached Draco Malfoy, waving his wand and shouted, "Wind Shadow Curse." Draco Malfoy's face suddenly changed, because he found that he couldn't find which one was Harry Potter. Even the students in the auditorium were shocked by Harry Potter's magical operation. Even Kate Lyle was extremely surprised that Harry Potter succeeded. This is advanced magic, and it is very confusing and offensive magic. Professor Kate, what's going on here? Professor McGonagall looked at the 3 Harry Potters that appeared in the sky, feeling extremely shocked, even unbelievable. This is beyond their imagination, because they can use the compound soup potion to change into other people's appearance, even into animals. However, in a very short period of time, 2 identical selves appeared. That was something that had never happened before. Wind Shadow Curse, an advanced magic that is close to the level of forbidden spells, can transform your own elemental spirit into your own appearance, and has a certain attack power. If you can't distinguish the real body in a short time and destroy this magic, once they cooperate, it will be very dangerous. To tell you the truth, I just gave him a little hint about this magic, but I didn't expect Harry Potter to learn it successfully by himself. Facing the eyes of everyone looking over, Kate Lyle said with a smile, "There is such a magical magic. The elemental magic is really amazing. Professor Kate, I'm looking forward to learning elemental magic." After listening to Kate Lyle's explanation, Professor McGonagall exclaimed. Snape's gaze was fixed on Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, who were in the fierce battle, and Draco Malfoy looked very embarrassed in front of the 3 Harry Potters, and his brows were tightly frowned. Does Kate, his 2 imitators, have something to do with the elementals on his shoulders? Dumbledore pondered with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape's eyes sparkled more and more. He was just thinking about this matter just now, and his feeling told him that it had something to do with the elemental elves, but he couldn't decide. Kate Lyle gave Dumbledore a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Albus, your wisdom amazes me. You're right, the number of imitations has a lot to do with the elemental spirits." As for the use of elemental spirits, it has a great auxiliary effect on advanced magic and forbidden spell magic. Listening to Kate Lyle's explanation, the professors were amazed again. Now, after hearing Kate Lyle's words, he fixed his eyes on the dual field even more. In addition, the elemental spirits are condensed, and if they are proficient, they can serve as a powerful external force support, helping us participate in battles, releasing magic, shortening the casting time, etc. For example, if you are not strong enough but want to release powerful magic, you can use the elemental spirit as a carrier to release it. With the assistance of such an elemental spirit, it is equivalent to having one more person fighting, which makes the chance of winning a personal duel much greater. Furthermore, the elemental elves are the product of their own condensation, and they will have a deep and clear connection with each other. Only one consciousness is needed, and it can be completed with absolute loyalty without any hesitation. Because Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter ushered in another violent collision. Look, our chance has come. Harry Potter is going to perform for us. Spell of Thunder. Being attacked by 3 Harry Potters one after another, Draco Malfoy responded one after another, and finally got 20 points deducted. If it continued, he would be consumed to death by Harry Potter. It also means that he lost. Therefore, he had to resist again, forcibly relying on the lightning rod to release an advanced magic. This powerful magic formed a powerful thunder beam and deafening thunder. In an instant, Harry Potter, who had been transformed from a wind elemental spirit and a fire elemental spirit, directly turned into a wind elemental spirit and a fire elemental spirit, and returned to Harry Potter under the impact of such a force. Red Lotus Fire Curse. Harry Potter didn't stop attacking because of this, but continued to attack, chanting spells at a faster speed. The flames covering the entire arena made Harry Potter control the entire world like a Vulcan. Under Harry Potter's control, the flames continuously released fireballs, or formed fire dragons, and rushed towards Draco Malfoy. On the other side, Draco Malfoy raised his lightning rod without any hesitation. Electric Light Thunder Flame Curse. Draco Malfoy held the lightning rod in his hand, pointed it at Harry Potter, and roared angrily, bursting out with magic power all over his body. The dense thunder and lightning gathered together to form a fiery light. Countless lights at this moment formed a strong bondage and enveloped Draco Malfoy. For one breath, when everyone watched the thunder envelop Draco Malfoy, the next moment, it was another beam of light formed by the thunder, which was thick and about 3 meters in diameter, like a sword that could shatter the void, tearing apart the flames, slashed down towards Harry Potter. At this moment, all eyes turned to Harry Potter. With the power released by Draco Malfoy, Dumbledore and the others could clearly perceive that with such power, it only takes one blow to defeat Harry Potter. Harry Potter's magical attack could also end the game with Draco Malfoy. Therefore, whoever wins and who loses depends on whether the blow can hit the opponent. Boom! The two powerful forces collided together, forming an energy shock, and the barrier covering the arena also shook accordingly. The students who were attracted by the battle in front of them were also frightened by the shaking barrier when they concentrated on expecting the result. If this enchantment breaks, all of them will be affected. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and others all stood up from their positions at this moment. Because they were also afraid of the barrier breaking, the attacks of Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy were too powerful, even they might not be able to resist them. Kate Lyle sat quietly, watching everything in front of her calmly, without being nervous at all. In fact, the enchantment has not been destroyed because of this. After the two forces collided, the enchantment only became stronger after shaking, and was no longer affected by powerful magic. Harry Potter looked at the stalemate magic, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and he stretched out his hand. The wind elemental spirit that had been resting on Harry Potter's shoulder also moved quickly at this moment. He flew to Harry Potter's head and waved his hand, the power of the gust of wind, blessing above the flames. At this moment, the flames on the arena became even more violent. A more powerful force enveloped him, and Draco Malfoy felt great pressure at this moment. Under this pressure, Draco Malfoy was shaking violently at this moment, holding the lightning rod in his hand. Impossible! Draco Malfoy cried out in horror as he felt the power of the lightning rod, and gradually he was about to escape from his control. The power of the lightning rod has not been brought into play. However, the power he can release is already the limit of his grasp of the lightning rod. Harry Potter, you forced me to do this. Draco Malfoy's eyes were a little puffed up, and various thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, before finally making a decision. I saw Draco Malfoy inserting the lightning rod on the ground with a frenzied expression. His hands were separated from the lightning rod, and the thunder elemental energy on his body released thunder and lightning and flickered crazily. Boom. 6 azure blue thunderballs formed on Draco Malfoy's back, and even at this moment, his blonde hair was entwined by lightning and stood straight on end. Draco Malfoy raised his hands and condensed a crazily spinning thunder energy ball towards Harry Potter. Thunder Cannon. Just like the Kamehee Qigong and Dragon Ball, Draco Malfoy's so-called Thunder Cannon, under the continuous weakening and suppression of combination magic, withstood Harry Potter's combination magic and hit Harry Potter. Harry Potter also didn't expect Draco Malfoy's attack to be so powerful. He tore open his attack abruptly and hit him successfully. Points. With just one blow, Harry Potter was deducted points and fell from the sky. The students of Slytherin College cheered as they watched Draco Malfoy resist the pressure and successfully break Harry Potter's suppression. Especially when they saw Harry Potter falling from the sky, they turned their attention to the big score screen beside them. If Harry Potter didn't resist and fell to the ground, how many points would be deducted, and would the game end directly? Sirius stared intently at the falling Harry Potter, even though he knew that Harry Potter would not really die if he fell. At most he would feel pain, but he still couldn't help standing up, clenched his hands, and was very fond of Harry Potter. Worry. Such as Sirius and Ginny and other students, they could not wait to rush up and save Harry Potter. Just when everyone thought Harry Potter was about to die, Harry Potter stopped 2 meters from the ground. Harry took a deep breath, quickly controlled himself, quickly changed his position, stood up and continued to soar into the air. You still want to go up? Draco Malfoy's voice sounded at this moment, and Harry Potter's face changed because of it. The sound is too close. Boom. -5. Such a change also caused Harry Potter's health to decrease rapidly. Before Harry Potter could react, he flew out into the air and crashed into the chaotic rocks. Boom. By the time Harry stopped and stood up quickly, Harry Potter had 25 points left. Before Harry could react, Draco Malfoy's fist landed on his back. Looking at Harry Potter's score, Hermione and Ronald, Sirius, and others were anxiously connected. This score line is really too low. With Draco Malfoy's current strength, it only takes 2 or 3 attacks to easily take away the few remaining points from Harry Potter. So Harry Potter was in big trouble. Is Harry Potter about to lose? Hagrid said, looking at Harry Potter at this time with a look of regret on his face. That's not necessarily the case. With 25 points, there is still a chance of a comeback, Professor Flitwick said with excitement in his eyes. Maybe, Rubeus responded. Kate, what do you think? Snape asked Lyle, looking at Kate. There is no better way. This is a battle between them. I am very satisfied with whoever wins and who loses. Kate Lyle smiled slightly. Snape nodded slightly when he heard that, and also understood what Kate Lyle meant. Because both Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy are his students, and the stronger they are, the more he likes them. He didn't have too much bias towards anyone. What he gave to Draco Malfoy was what Draco Malfoy needed. If he wanted to become stronger, he would drink potions, give magic devices, conduct special training, etc. Draco Malfoy changed and became stronger, and he put in a lot of effort. And Draco Malfoy's strength is also the result of his own efforts. Of course, Harry Potter's contributions were no less than Draco Malfoy's. It's just that sometimes people have to talk about the word talent. Harry Potter stood up, panting heavily, with an ugly expression on his face. Looking at his bracelet, there were only 25 points left. Seeing that Harry Potter had only 25 points left, Draco Malfoy showed regret on his face, and mocked Harry Potter, saying, "What a pity you are in such a mess now. However, what I want to see more is that your score will be cleared directly." Harry Potter rubbed his back, grinning in pain. It hurts so much. Not ordinary pain. If it wasn't for the fate bracelet, he would be dead by now. Hearing this, Harry Potter suppressed the pain, looked at Draco Malfoy, took a deep breath and said, "That really disappoints you." After speaking, Harry Potter stretched out his hand, and the 2 elemental spirits began to revolve around him. The speed was getting faster and faster, and 2 energies of wind and fire also appeared on Harry Potter, and enveloped Harry Potter, forming a strong flame hurricane and air current. In the eyes of everyone, the powerful flame hurricane, like a tornado, shot straight into the sky. If it weren't for the resistance of the enchantment, the flame hurricane would have hit even higher. And when the hurricane dissipated, a brand new Harry Potter appeared in front of everyone. Half of Harry Potter's black hair turned into flame red and half into wind blue. Not only that, but on both sides of Harry Potter, there were 2 forces forming a symmetry. They are red and cyan, respectively. Ah, so handsome. Is this really Harry Potter? It's incredible. Draco Malfoy is already handsome enough, but Harry Potter at this moment is obviously more handsome than Draco Malfoy. Ah, Harry Potter, I love you. Harry Potter's image at this time was indeed very handsome. Even with glasses on, he was still too handsome. Kate Lyle squinted her eyes and looked at the people in front of her. Looking at the image of Harry Potter at this time, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. What's going on here? Professor McGonagall looked at Harry Potter at this moment and said in disbelief. The role of elemental magic spirits, Snape responded. During the process of changing Harry Potter just now, he could see it clearly. It was the effect of the elemental elves' changes on Harry Potter. Dumbledore saw it clearly too and nodded, agreeing with Snape's thoughts. Draco, aren't you surprised? Harry Potter squinted his eyes, folded his hands on his chest, looked at Draco Malfoy with a smug smile on his face, and smiled. Draco Malfoy was indeed a little shocked, but he also knew that Harry Potter also learned from Kate Lyle, so he must also have learned how to use magic warriors. Nothing. Even if you have become stronger now, I have also become stronger. The most important thing is, you only have 25 points now, and I still have 80 points. Even if it's fighting each other, I'm not afraid of you. Draco Malfoy squinted his eyes, looked at Harry Potter, and said confidently with a smile on his face. Then try it, sneered back. Whoosh, Draco Malfoy stopped talking nonsense and rushed directly to Harry Potter. Harry Potter was not afraid either. He rushed up immediately and launched an attack. Boom, boom, boom. As Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy continued to collide, there were explosions on the scene one after another. What shocked everyone even more was that their speed was so fast that they were a little dazzled. Even many times, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy appeared in another place in the blink of an eye. Snape stood up, his eyes fixed on the scene in front of him, and he clenched his fists. Such a battle made him look forward to and excited. Remus John Lupin was even more shocked. This kind of battle was something he had never experienced before, and it was also a battle that he was looking forward to. Unfortunately, he is no longer young. When they were young, they imagined such a hearty battle and vented their anger fiercely. Now Harry and Draco were going through such a battle, which made him feel extremely excited as if he was going through it. Like Remus John Lupin and Sirius, those green years. In the gladiatorial arena, Harry and Draco experienced many fights, and their points are constantly being deducted. It was exciting, and Harry only had 9 points left. Draco Malfoy's scoreline is constantly decreasing and has dropped to 40 points. Like Harry Potter, his score is -1, -1, -1. They were looking forward to the final outcome of Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. -2, -5, -10, -1. As a result, at this time, everyone looked at the location of the arena, full of expectations. But compared to Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy's deduction points are obviously more and faster. Judging from the current rate of scoring, Draco Malfoy has fallen into a passive state. If this rate continues, it is not impossible for Harry Potter to kill Draco Malfoy. Cool. Both Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy were out of breath and looked very tired. Such a high-intensity battle consumes a lot of physical strength for them, especially when the strength gap between the two sides is not too large. However, compared to Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter's physical strength is a bit weaker than Draco Malfoy's. I didn't expect you to become so strong. Draco Malfoy stared at Harry Potter, panting heavily, and said in disbelief. In the contest just now, the more he fought, the more passive he became, so much so that he was almost crushed and beaten by Harry Potter later on. Now, his score line has been directly dropped to 40 points, and Harry Potter only consumed 11 points by him. Having dual attribute magic is really enviable. Draco Malfoy recalled that when he attacked Harry Potter, the invisible wind shield lingered around Harry Potter all the time and blocked most of his attacks, making his attacks almost ineffective. Not only that, but the rotating wind shield would even let him be attacked in an instant if he didn't pay attention. This is why he loses points so quickly. Do you really think that all the time I squeezed out is just playing? Harry Potter heard Draco Malfoy's words with a disdainful expression on his face. Boom! Draco Malfoy made a surprise attack and punched Harry Potter in front of him, which was blocked by the wind shield supported by Harry Potter. Draco, you are still so insidious. After Harry blocked the attack, he quickly launched a counterattack. The two figures quickly passed through the arena, and the rocky area was completely useless to Harry and the two, causing no trouble at all. The two stood directly on the stone, jumping back and forth from left to right, impacting. Even when the impact of force is relatively large, the hard stones are directly blasted apart by the impact of huge force. Whomping willow area. Facing the willow branches that were constantly being slapped down, they easily dodged, even tore them off casually, and more often than not, they directly ignored the attacks. because the whipped willow branches would be directly destroyed by the leaked energy of Harry and Draco. Kate Lyle squinted her eyes, looked at the two little guys who were fighting fiercely below, and said in thought, "These two little guys are getting stronger and stronger, and this kind of arena can no longer bring them any obstacles." "So you're going to make it harder for them?" Snape couldn't help but ask after hearing that. "Isn't that better?" Kate Lyle laughed and said, "Shouldn't conditions be added to magic warriors? For example, a normal person has 100 points, but a magic warrior can only have 60 points. Snape's eyes widened in disbelief at Kate Lyle's words, but soon Snape was lost in thought. Looking at the battle below and Draco Malfoy's score, another 20 points were deducted before he knew it. When there were only 20 points left, Harry Potter still had the original 9 points. You can't make them too comfortable. Magic Warrior has a perfect score of 60. "I think this is pretty good." Kate Lyle didn't expect Snape to agree to this idea. He laughed and said, "It's just talk, don't take it seriously." Snape gave Kate Lyle a blank look and he wanted to say, "I'm serious." But the idea flashed through my mind and I gave up. After all, not all magic warriors are as powerful as Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter. These two guys are a special case. Thunder Sky is furious. In an instant, dozens of thunderbolts fell over the arena, and each thunderbolt was very strong. What is even more shocking is that every thunderbolt that falls on the ground will explode a crater with a diameter of more than 1 meter. That's enough to kill a child, or even a buffalo. With Harry Potter's 9 points, as long as he is successfully hit once, he will quit directly. Fire Cloud Shield. The combination of fire and wind magic formed an enchantment, which wrapped Harry Potter completely and blocked one attack after another. And when Draco Malfoy's sudden magical attack was exhausted, the Fire Cloud Shield was quickly disarmed and attacked Malfoy. Malfoy only saw that countless fire blades were flying towards him, but he didn't notice that the invisible wind blades were mixed with it. He almost teleported away and grabbed the lightning rod not far away, and a thunder barrier composed of thunder magic blocked in front of him. The roar continued, and the ground where Malfoy was located sank and fell. The reason for this was that Harry Potter's wind blade attacks were constantly destroying the ground around him. Draco Malfoy, hum. Draco Malfoy's thunder barrier broke, and at this moment, Harry Potter appeared behind Draco Malfoy and shouted. Draco Malfoy let out a low growl, turned around instantly, and punched Harry Potter to win. Boom! With Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy at the center, there was another surge of energy. Draco Malfoy fell under the impact and flew out directly. Points. Harry Potter flew upside down and fell to the ground. -8 points. On the big score screen, looking at Harry Potter's scoreline, it dropped to only 1 point. For a moment, Sirius and other Gryffindor students couldn't help but grabbed their heads, or hugged each other in 2 or 2. Together. Too dangerous. It only needs to be hit once, regardless of the size of the attack, and 1 point will be deducted. And Draco Malfoy still has 10 points. As long as the attack is not too dangerous or fatal, there is still a glimmer of life. Draco Malfoy also noticed Harry Potter's score, got up from the ground again and said, "It's really tenacious, this score actually saved you." After Draco Malfoy finished speaking, he charged again. At this time, his chances of winning were still greater. Even if Harry Potter blocked the attack, as long as his strength was strong enough, he could force Harry Potter to lose the last remaining point. Harry Potter also understood his own crisis. Seeing Draco Malfoy rushing towards him, he immediately dodged and ran without even thinking. Flying curse. Harry Potter wanted to go to heaven, which would help him, and definitely distance himself from Draco Malfoy. Don't even think about it. How could Draco Malfoy let him get what he wanted, approaching quickly, and the thunderballs were constantly thrown out of his hands. Harry dodged several times in succession, and failed to fly several times. This made Harry a little anxious. Suddenly, Harry thought of his arm, where there was a mark, a feather. Flying Thunder Eagle, spread your wings and fly. Cyan light flickered on Harry Potter's left arm, and at this moment, a light and shadow formed, flying towards Draco Malfoy who was following him. At this moment, Draco Malfoy suddenly changed his face, and quickly stretched out his hand to block the attack. Boom! The cyan-colored figures collided with each other at a speed that Draco Malfoy couldn't react in an instant. In the eyes of everyone watching, Draco Malfoy was hit and flew out. Many people didn't even know what happened. They only knew that Draco Malfoy, who was running, flew upside down in an instant. A ray of light also appeared in the distance, and quickly dissipated and disappeared. Draco Malfoy's fate bracelet score was instantly cleared. A light flickered on Draco Malfoy, and he disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in a corner of the arena, and that was where the person whose score was cleared would be teleported to. The special medical team that has been guarding here quickly came to Draco Malfoy to check his condition. Jem also appeared in the arena at this time, next to Harry Potter, and announced to the crowd, "I declare that the duel between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy will be Harry Potter, and congratulations to him, continue to defend the throne of the first place in the human qualifying competition." Cheers resounded throughout the arena. Even though many people in Slytherin expressed dissatisfaction with Draco Malfoy's loss to Harry Potter again, there were also many people who cheered happily because the two had dedicated such a wonderful match. Once again, Harry Potter conquered students and professors in various colleges. After receiving the cheers from the crowd, Harry Potter came to Draco Malfoy's side in the eyes of the crowd. At this time, Draco Malfoy's face was very pale, and he even felt dizzy and vomiting. The last blow had a great impact on him, and he couldn't even guard against it. The people from the special medical team gave Draco a bottle of potion, which made him feel a lot better. "Come and see my joke," Draco Malfoy said in a blunt tone because he was very unhappy about losing to Harry Potter. Hearing this, Harry Potter smiled, stretched out his hand, hooked Draco Malfoy's neck, then hammered him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Why should I read your joke? Have you never considered me your friend? At least I don't hate you very much, and I am willing to be friends with you. With you as an equal opponent, my heart is always full of passion and the stimulation of being afraid of being surpassed by you." Draco Malfoy was a little stunned by Harry Potter's words, and his mind was a little blank. Draco Malfoy, how should I answer? Draco Malfoy, should I consider you a friend? Draco Malfoy, are we friends? Gryffindor camp. Colin looked at Harry and Draco, who were shoulder to shoulder, as if they had discovered something unbelievable. His eyes widened, and then he took the camera with great excitement, and kept pressing the button on Harry. The sound of clicking, clicking, clicking kept ringing. Sirius, Fred, George, Hermione, and all the other lions looked at Harry at this time, and couldn't help rubbing their eyes. "Are you serious? Representatives of Gryffindor, representatives of Slytherin, under the eyes of so many people, shake hands and make peace." Many snakes in Slytherin looked at each other, looked at Harry and Draco with a wave, and then at the lion of Gryffindor. "Are you kidding me? Traitor, is Draco betraying Slytherin?" Kate Lyle groped her chin, looking at Harry and Draco at this moment, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up into a smile. "These two little guys are really incomprehensible." Dumbledore's voice sounded from the side, and he said with a smile, "But this is very good, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Professor McGonagall subconsciously looked at Snape. Snape also looked at Professor McGonagall and smiled. With a slight smile, there was another slight nod, as if to express approval. Professor McGonagall looked at Snape at this moment, turned his face away, and withdrew his gaze, with a strange and complicated look on his face. Competing with Snape for so many years, suddenly discovering such a gentle Snape, so much time has passed, it is still a little hard to believe and accept. Is this really a black-faced Sergio? Well, I'll just admit that you are my friend. A faint smile appeared on Draco Malfoy's face, but soon he restrained himself and left in a hurry. Harry Potter heard Draco Malfoy's words. He laughed, looked at Draco Malfoy's back and said, "Should we still play as a team? We must fight, but we won't fight today. I will fight another day after I figure out how to take you down." Draco Malfoy waved his hand without looking back and left straight away. Gryffindor passage. Hermione and Ronald stood at the entrance of the passage, looking at Harry Potter approaching with a smile, and they both stepped forward to embrace. "Harry, you win." Ronald slapped Harry on the shoulder and laughed. "Not only did we win, but the team qualifying competition will not be played for the time being," Harry Potter said proudly and confidently. "Draco has nothing to do with me now, and is trying to figure out how to beat me, so that he has the courage to challenge us." Hermione covered her mouth with a chuckle and said, "If Cariana knew about Draco Malfoy's decision, she would probably be P***D to death." Before the start of the game, Cariana came to Hermione specially and told Hermione very formally that she would target Hermione. Naturally, Hermione wasn't afraid at all. A duel between water and fire is always a contest, isn't it? That's none of our business. Harry shrugged and smiled after hearing that. In the arena, after Jem announced that the team qualifying match will reselect the time to fight, everyone is extremely regretful. B***ch, get away from my Harry. As a result, Jem's announcement made them feel regretful and disappointed again. Especially the snakes in Slytherin hope to make a comeback through the team competition. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry Potter was once again the object of cheers from the crowd. But it also attracted Ginny, who was happy for Harry Potter, very jealous, and looked at those girls with murderous eyes. After all, the battle between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy had already made them feel extremely passionate. For this reason, some bold girls, attracted by Harry's appearance during the battle, boldly stepped forward to confess their love to Harry Potter, which caused quite a stir. But after Draco Malfoy experienced such a battle, he needed a good rest, so even though they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. It would be even more perfect if there is such passion in the team competition. Library. Harry, how did you achieve that state? Sirius looked at Harry and asked curiously. Harry frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, I don't know exactly how to say this. Relying on the elemental spirits as a support, transform and absorb energy, make yourself stronger, and thus achieve the activation of certain functions of the body. This is what Professor Kate said, and I just followed the line he said. In order to complete this state, I spent a long time training. If you want to try, you can ask Professor Kate. After hearing Kate Lyle's words, Sirius fell into a brief thought. He is a thunder elemental magician and also an elemental magic warrior. In the state of a magic warrior, he can also do it. However, if you want to achieve Harry's state, it is still a little different. In Harry's state, he was obviously stronger. This has a lot to do with elemental sprites. I see, I will ask. Sirius muttered, turned and left. For Harry Potter's state, he was very much looking forward to it and was eager to try it out. Harry Potter watched Sirius go without stopping anything. In such a state, Draco Malfoy also specifically asked about it. His answer was no different from his answer to Sirius. Looking at Sirius and Draco Malfoy, he stroked his chin and said calmly, So you all want a form like Harry Potter? That looks very handsome and strong. Since there is such an opportunity, why not try hard? Sirius said with a smile. Me too, Draco Malfoy said, looking at Kate Lyle. After losing to Harry Potter, he couldn't sleep these days, thinking about how to surpass Harry Potter. Mainly because of Harry Potter's final state, it was simply pressing him to keep fighting. Otherwise, Harry Potter wouldn't just kill him with a dangerous score of 20 points. At that time, his attack was enough to take down many magicians, but when it hit Harry Potter, it was -1, -1, -1. He knew how strong the defense was in it, dooming. Try it yourself, Kate Lyle handed them 2 crystal balls. Put the mental power in, there is only one chance. Sirius looked at the crystal ball, was silent for a moment, and then released his mental power into it. After a while, a method of how to bring out the state of a magic warrior at a deeper level was deeply imprinted in his mind. On the other side, Draco Malfoy and Sirius were constantly absorbing methods. Indeed, this is a method that can help them improve their strength, and better allow their magic warrior strength to be brought into play. Sirius and Draco Malfoy fell into silence after hearing the words. Because they discovered that there was no way for them to replicate the state of Harry Potter. Because Harry Potter is a dual-attribute magician, it's not something they can imitate at all. The more attributes, the more difficult the cultivation, but the more benefits. Sirius and Draco Malfoy left after staying with Kate Lyle for a while. They need to digest this cultivation method well and try to become stronger. Snape came after Sirius and the others left. Snape's magic warrior was in a very strong state, not only because of attributes, but also because of Snape's personal strength and consciousness. If Snape and Harry Potter were singled out, it might be very difficult for Harry Potter to win now, but it's not like there's no chance. You're here for the elemental elves too, Kate Lyle said, looking at Snape. Snape nodded and said, The method you mentioned that day, I tried it myself and got some clues, but I don't really understand it. I'm too tired to think about it myself, so I can only ask you directly. Kate Lyle looked at Snape, leaned on the sofa and said, You should have enough time to explore, and what you find out by yourself may be your own way, and maybe it will become stronger. So, you can try it boldly. Snape looked at Kate Lyle with a smile and said, I don't want to waste that time, asking you is the best way. See for yourself. Kate Lyle threw a crystal ball at Snape, not bothering to say anything else. This wasn't the Snape he'd imagined. When encountering doubts, I will study silently by myself. When did I start? I have become so lazy. When you encounter a problem, you go directly to yourself for the answer. Severus, you've changed. Snape didn't hesitate, and after receiving the crystal ball, he used it with ease. After about 10 minutes, Snape had almost digested the message, looked at Kate Lyle and said, That's it. Difficult, Kate Lyle said, looking at Snape with some puzzlement. I thought it would be difficult, but the principle is simple. Snape said calmly, It's very simple. Kate Lyle smiled and said, Then you can try it now. Kate Lyle waved and took Snape directly to the river outside Hogwarts. As the sun was setting, those Dementors discovered the existence of Kate Lyle and Snape, and quickly rushed over. Snape took a look, raised his eyebrows, raised his hand, and threw 2 dark element magic balls out. The 2 Dementors were torn apart in an instant and died. The other Dementors let out a special roar, calling for the other companions, and wanted to punish Kate and Lyle. Kate Lyle shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile, "I didn't see any Dementors. I'm just here to teach you a deeper elemental magic state." The corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly, then he looked at Kate Lyle and said, "You're one of the Hogwarts trustees now. You're supposed to testify for me, aren't you? If it was when I was young, it wouldn't just be these Dementors who died." Kate Lyle patted her forehead, rolled her eyes helplessly, and immediately shot, instantly killing the dozen or so Dementors that rushed over. Kate Lyle squinted her eyes, looked at Snape with a smile and said, "It's really surprising." Kate Lyle looked at Snape, who killed 2 Dementors with a single shot, and said helplessly, "Aren't you going too far? You killed 16 Dementors." "Kate," Snape looked at Kate Lyle and said with a smile, "you are now an accomplice." "They're preventing me from learning elemental magic, and they deserve it," Snape said flatly. "Killing the Dementors like this will more or less bring trouble to Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic will definitely receive the news and hold them accountable." The quiet time lasted a month after Harry Potter's duel with Draco Malfoy. During this time, people became more enthusiastic about learning elemental magic. Sirius and Draco Malfoy are tirelessly training on how to continue to become stronger. Snape has become a pervert in the eyes of Kate Lyle. He has successfully and proficiently mastered the enhanced form of the elemental spirit in the Magic Warrior within a month. The things that were difficult for others, Snape had almost figured them out in a few days. After Kate Lyle told him the method, she smiled easily. "It's very simple." Yes, for his comprehension ability, it is really simple. He learned it that day, but he is not proficient. The enthusiasm and active cooperation of the students made Kate Lyle's teaching very easy in every class. "Professor Kate, can dark elemental magicians also become elemental magic warriors?" Ella Easton looked at Kate Lyle with a smile on her face and said expectantly. Kate Lyle looked at Ella Easton and said with a smile, "It's not impossible. You can train in the later stage, but it is 10 times and 100 times more difficult than those without talent. The key is to work hard, but there may not be results." Listening to Kate Lyle's words, Ella Easton showed deep thought and said after a while, "Professor Kate, do you think I have a chance to become a magic warrior?" Kate Lyle reached out and touched Ella Easton's head. A magic flowed over him, revealing a thoughtful expression. Ella Easton looked up at Kate Lyle. The anticipation in her eyes was very obvious. Like Ella Easton, there are other students. This is a sophomore elemental magic class, and the 4 colleges learn elemental magic together. With so many people teaching together, Kate Lyle must be able to take care of it. "Do you want to become magic warriors?" Kate Lyle asked after thinking about it. Her gaze swept across the crowd. "Think." Without any hesitation, the students shouted in unison. "In that case, let me get ready and get you a training manual, so you can practice by yourself." Listening to Kate Lyle's words, a group of students cheered. Ella Easton was even more delighted, but she behaved no differently from other students. Ella Easton just wanted to try to see if she could get the Magic Warrior training method from Kate Lyle, but she didn't expect that Kate Lyle actually agreed, and it was still public. Subconsciously, Ella Easton clenched her fists. Noon. After Kate Lyle was willing to disclose the Magic Warrior training methods, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Snape, Remus John Lupin, Professor Flitwick, and Hagrid all found Kate Lyle by coincidence. "Professor Kate, are you sure? Disclose the cultivation method of the Magic Warrior." Professor McGonagall was the first to ask. "Professor McGonagall thinks it is not advisable. This will leak out, many people will learn, and Hogwarts will lose some advantages. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Elemental Magic Warrior is a brand new profession, very suitable for duels, and can be a better student. I agree with Professor Kate's behavior very much." Professor Flitwick said very much. "There are some unfriendly students in the school, and the cultivation methods of Magic Warriors will be leaked out, which will make some organizations grow rapidly." Remus John Lupin quickly vetoed. Remus John Lupin is not in favor of making this method public, because it will cause trouble for them and make those dark organizations more powerful. It's just some people. Everyone has the opportunity to learn to become stronger. This is very important to us because we make more people stronger. Professor Flitwick quickly vetoed. As a former dueling champion, Flitwick's dueling awareness is still very strong, and he understands how beneficial it is. Of course, there are too many forces trying to infiltrate Hogwarts today. How many of these students were contacted by some special organizations during the vacation and asked to do something? They have no way to completely stop it, because it can't be done, but Flitwick still insisted that disclosure is a very good choice. Snape watched the two quarrel calmly, without speaking. He didn't know what Kate Lyle was going to do, but he knew a little bit. In addition, Snape did not veto the publicity of the magic warrior training method, but he did not absolutely support it either. Now he is curious, what exactly is the training method for elemental magic warriors that Kate Lyle wants to disclose? Professor Kate, can you tell me what you think? Dumbledore spoke and said to Kate Lyle, "My thinking has always been very simple." Kate Lyle said with a smile after hearing this, "That is the spread of elemental magic. If someone can learn it, it is also his talent and ability, and I agree with both hands. No matter what organization the opponent is, it doesn't really matter. A brand new magic system needs to go through various tests. The test can come from friendly competition among our own people, or negative competition from our enemies. This process is inevitable. Secondly, the training methods I taught are relatively difficult and troublesome methods. Only those who are truly talented and capable can succeed. A mediocre person can become an elemental magician, which is already very good." Listening to Kate Lyle's words, Dumbledore and the others fell into a brief silence. They actually understand what Kate Lyle said. However, handing over the training methods of magic warriors so easily makes people feel that it is too easy to get. In addition, it seems that this will definitely spread, and many people will start to organize and train elemental magic warriors. In the past 2 years, how many elemental magicians have appeared outside, and how many elemental magic textbooks have appeared in the hands of individuals in different family forces, organizations, the Ministry of Magic, and other magic schools. Secretly, how many people have learned the elemental magic, how many lives have been killed, or how much damage has been caused, and so on. For this reason, the Ministry of Magic has organized countless meetings to discuss elemental magic. But in the end, no matter how they discussed, they couldn't get around Kate Lyle, an existence so powerful that they couldn't confront them head-on, calling on all families to take a shot at Kate Lyle. I'm afraid that Kate Lyle was the first to kill him before he made a move. Furthermore, the Lyle family behind Kate Lyle is not an ordinary super family. Not all aristocratic families can wrestle with the Lyle family. After Dumbledore and the others got a reply from Kate Lyle, they didn't stay for long and left. Elemental Magic Warrior Training Manual. The book was neatly placed in the library and was purchased in a very short time. Well, this is actually no different from sending. Of course, it doesn't mean that everyone can practice after getting this book. It takes talent and personal effort. Ever since, in the huge space of the Elemental Magic School, 1 or 2 students gathered in each small area to discuss and try how to become an elemental magic warrior. Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Sirius and the other 3 have become favorites, and I will consult them whenever I have time. The 3 of Harry were a little impatient, but it was not easy to show it. For the first time, they found that teaching people to learn is a very troublesome thing, because many people don't understand, they don't have the physique and talent to become a magic warrior. In addition, many people are not proficient enough in understanding elemental magic. This is because most people are unable to practice, but with such enthusiasm for training, there are still a small number of people who have discovered their potential and talent, and initially have the potential to become elemental magic warriors. During these hours, Kate Lyle was watching and didn't immediately intervene. In the end, they still need to work hard on their own to learn something. After continuous efforts and attempts, they will be more touched when they are guided. If this kind of learning atmosphere is like this in every subject, students who leave Hogwarts will not be unknown. Dumbledore came to a corner of the School of Elemental Magic, looking at the students who were working hard below, with a gratified smile on his face. How to become stronger and cooler may be the motivation for them to learn. Professor McGonagall looked at many of their Gryffindor students in the venue, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Perhaps this is a good direction to guide," Dumbledore said with a thoughtful smile. "Kate, can you help with this matter?" Dumbledore looked at Kate Lyle and asked with a smile. "It's not a problem," Kate Lyle said indifferently. "The best way to lead is when someone is successful and doing something that excites them. Naturally, there will be people who are motivated to study. I don't want them to do bad things and talk about being proud of breaking school rules," Professor McGonagall said with a cold face. "I don't object to those who can break the school rules without being caught by us, and which don't involve the safety of their lives," Dumbledore said with a chuckle. "Albus, you're going to manipulate these students like this," Professor McGonagall reminded immediately. "It's not too much trouble, as long as the college has enough points and I can keep deducting them. It's not a problem," Dumbledore said indifferently. Kate Lyle smiled and agreed. Professor McGonagall was a little out of breath, but did nothing. With a serious face, Snape hurried over, still holding the newspaper in his hand. Severus, your serious expression has suddenly become a bit rare. Kate Lyle saw Severus' expression and laughed jokingly. Hearing this, Severus said with a stern face, there has already been a lot of commotion outside about the Elemental Magic Warrior Training Manual. During this time, people have successfully cultivated one after another, becoming Elemental Magic Warriors, and causing quite a stir around the world. The most important thing is that there is an organization in Africa, in a very short period of time, successfully organized a team of 20 Elemental Magic Warriors, and named it Death Squad. Destroyed 12 tribes, killed and injured thousands of people. Gathered 12 tribes together and formed a small country. Snape handed the newspaper to Dumbledore, and after Dumbledore read it carefully, he handed it to Professor McGonagall, lost in thought. After Professor McGonagall finished reading it, he passed it to Kate Lyle and said, "Are these people so powerful?" Kate Lyle looked at the newspaper carefully and thought about it. After a while he said, "It's really unbelievable. It has been 2 months since the release of the Elemental Magic Warrior Training Manual. Christmas is approaching, and various families, forces, and organizations have privately gained a lot. But to accumulate primitive power so quickly, plan 12 tribes, and form a country among them, it is not easy to rely on magic warriors. However, the magic warrior still plays a big role in this. Things like this happen all over the world," Snape said calmly. "With power, there will always be people who will jump out and do something to show off their strength," Kate Lyle said with a smile after hearing this. "Believe me, these organizational forces will soon be hit. Great power, if you can't use it properly, no matter how talented you are, you won't be able to escape a single word in the end. Of course, unless there is a strong enough organization behind them to recruit them and appease them." "Here comes Cornelius Fudge," Snape said quietly. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were stunned when they heard Snape's words, looking at Snape's eyes in disbelief. "Severus, you should have told us the news earlier instead of keeping him waiting." Professor McGonagall looked at Severus and responded. "His smile is ugly," Snape replied calmly. "Heh." Kate Lyle smiled unkindly. The look at Snape was even more strange. I don't know whose smile made people tremble before this. Although the Ministry of Magic has been ineffective in some matters, there are still many things that require the Ministry of Magic to come forward, so Dumbledore has to go to see him. Professor McGonagall left after Dumbledore left. Kate Lyle looked at Snape and said, "How are you getting on with Sisramonka? Christmas is coming, I can ask Professor Dumbledore to let you not come." Snape gave Kate Lyle a blank look, turned and left. "My business, I will handle it myself." Kate Lyle laughed when she heard what Snape said. After the appearance of Zissy Menka, Kate Lyle clearly knew that there was no need for him to be involved in the affairs between the two of them. Kate Lyle returned to her small bungalow. Harry, Hermione, Neville, Ronald and Sirius were standing at the door, looking at Kate Lyle who came back. Although she didn't speak, she was full of anticipation. "Neville, are you ready?" Kate Lyle looked at Neville and said. Neville came out and said firmly, "Professor Kate, I believe I can do it. St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic and Magic." Kate Lyle looked at Neville Longbottom, who was approaching Ward 49 of the 4th Psychiatric Department, looking a little nervous, with infinite emotion in her heart. In this special room, there lived 2 special patients. They are a husband and wife and an aura. They took part in the fight against Voldemort and hunted down Voldemort. But with Voldemort hiding, those Death Eaters who were looking for Voldemort and firmly believed that Voldemort was not dead captured the couple and carried out inhuman torture. As a result, these 2 accomplished auras became lunatics, and they were trapped in this hospital for more than 10 years. They were Neville's parents, Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom. In a sense, Neville Longbottom's life was even more miserable than Harry's. He has parents, but his parents were tortured into lunatics, and he was one of the witnesses, which had such an impact on him that he was released the forgetting curse, which caused him to always forget something when he was young, and was ridicule and indifference, even dissatisfaction. But in fact, Neville Longbottom's life can also be said to be close to legend. He almost became the boy who lived. He almost became the hero who saved the wizarding world. He almost became a savior. Close, too many close. In the original book, in the 3rd grade, there is something about what happened to Harry when they had their first divination class. Professor Trelawney's prophecy was actually aimed at 2 people. They were Harry and Neville. Both Harry and Neville were born in July, and both were predicted to be the ones who would kill Voldemort. Unfortunately, Voldemort believed in Harry Potter more than Neville, so Harry Potter's parents were killed, and Harry became the savior, the boy who lived. Whether it's the original book or in the movie, Neville's performance is a small supporting role that silently contributes, but if you carefully analyze the inner activities in it, Neville is also very important. The door of Ward 49. Neville. Harry called softly, looking at Neville Longbottom, who was standing at the door holding the ghost grass. Upon hearing this, Neville Longbottom glanced at Harry and nodded. Harry reached out, opened the door and stepped aside. Neville Longbottom's expression was a little nervous and expectant, and his eyes were slightly red. Several times he visited his father and mother. Every time he couldn't help crying, but he held back again and again. Especially after learning from Kate Lyle that the potion that can heal his parents has been working hard to find herbs, and planting or picking them himself is very important. Frank Barton didn't live in this room, but because they were husband and wife, they would often let them stay in the same room for a while, just to let them get better as soon as possible. Not long ago, at the request of Kate Lyle, Frank Barton was moved into this room. In terms of eyes and appearance, Neville Longbottom is actually more like his father, but many people think that Neville looks like his mother. Because his mother was a woman with a round face, she used to be plump and very attractive. It's just that the current Alice Longbottom has grey and dishevelled hair. At this moment, Alice Longbottom was playing with Frank Longbottom, and the two were having a good time, completely oblivious to Neville Longbottom and others entering. Looking at his parents at this time, Neville Longbottom's heart was very complicated. Hermione, Ronald, Harry, and Sirius remained silent. This time belongs to Neville Longbottom, but they didn't leave either because their help might be needed later. Heh. Alice Longbottom found Neville and the others, especially after seeing Neville. Alice Longbottom walked over happily, touched Neville's cheek, had a good time, and let out an indistinct sound. Neville didn't dodge and let Alice Longbottom caress him. Frank Barton saw it and didn't stop it, or stepped forward, but stood in a corner with a smirk, not knowing what he was thinking. Hermione was a little emotional, especially seeing Neville and Alice Longbottom at this time. This emotion made her want to cry, and with red eyes she grabbed Ronald's hand. Ronald was slightly taken aback, looked at Hermione, who was about to cry with red eyes, stretched out his hand, and let her lie on his chest. Harry couldn't help rolling his eyes at the actions of Hermione and Ronald. What the hell, just feed dog food like this? Sirius curled his lips and gave Harry a disdainful look, with a bit of hatred for Iron. Professor Kate, Neville said reluctantly, looking away from his mother and looking at Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle nodded and said, "Are you ready? The herbs you prepared in your hand tell you that there is only one chance. If you miss this opportunity, it will not be that easy to successfully collect all the herbs. I understand, but I believe I can succeed," Neville said firmly. In order to successfully prepare this potion, he simulated it in his mind time and time again. Completing it again and again is also telling him that he can definitely succeed. "Neville, we believe in you." Harry patted Neville Longbottom's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, "Come on." Ronald laughed and said, "Come on." Hermione's eyes were slightly red and she whispered, "Come on, Neville." Sirius grinned. Encouraged by his good friend, Neville nodded heavily and said, "I will definitely succeed." Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, and the two holy lights aimed at Alice Longbottom and Frank Longbottom respectively. The holy light fell, and both Alice Longbottom and Frank Longbottom fell silent. "Harry, Hermione, take them to bed," Kate Lyle reminded. After Alice Longbottom and Frank Longbottom lay on the bed respectively, Kate Lyle put them both to sleep again. A long folded table was spread out in the open space, and one by one, utensils, crucibles, etc., were taken out by Neville and placed neatly. There was another table, on which Neville's collected herbs and ghost grass were placed. When these things were all ready, the door of the room was opened, and Madame Bobby Pomfrey, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Cornelius Fudge walked in from the outside. "Son, don't be nervous. Do what you should do quietly and attentively." Dumbledore looked at Neville Longbottom, who suddenly became a little nervous, and said with a smile, "Your parents will be happy for your efforts. We also believe that you will succeed." Dumbledore's encouragement and the support of others made Neville Longbottom quiet again. Glancing at his parents lying on the bed, Neville Longbottom slowly closed his eyes and began to think about the short, beautiful time with his parents. Refreshing soup. This is a kind of potion specially used for cases of insanity, such as Alice Longbottom and his wife after being mentally tortured. When preparing this potion, the person who makes the potion needs to do one more thing. That is, in the process of making the potion, he must have something beautiful and happy in his mind, and this thing must be related to the person being treated. Only in this way can the effect of refreshing soup be exerted. At this time, Neville Longbottom was immersed in such beautiful memories, and was serious and strict in making the refreshing soup step by step. Kate Lyle, Dumbledore, Harry and others kept a certain distance from Neville, and did not dare to disturb Neville. Therefore, at this time, Kate Lyle also arranged an enchantment within a certain range alone. Because once it is disturbed, if the good memory is interrupted, this refreshing soup will also fail. Therefore, Xingqian decoction is also called the Guardian of Love. In addition, this potion is also time-limited. Once the preparation is successful, the patient must take it within 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the effect of the refreshing soup will also disappear. That's why Kate Lyle chose to let Neville Longbottom make refreshing soup in St. Mungo's hospital. A little bit of time passed, and the other steps were perfectly completed, leaving the last step. Put the ghost grass into the prepared medicinal soup. Holding the ghost grass leaf with tweezers, Neville Longbottom took a deep breath and put it inside. I saw the original green medicinal soup, and as the leaves of ghost grass fell into the medicinal soup, a silver-white holy light also bloomed from the vessel. Everyone was attracted by this light, and they were nervous and looking forward to it. Neville Longbottom looked at the potion in front of him, in a daze, not knowing what to think. "Professor Kate, is the refreshing soup ready?" Harry Potter asked curiously when he saw that the holy light disappeared and the green medicinal soup turned transparent. Kate Lyle nodded, looked at the transparent refreshing soup, lifted the barrier and said, "Nice job, Neville. You are saving your parents and you are still one step away." Kate Lyle stepped forward, patted Neville Longbottom on the shoulder and said. Neville was in tears but held back the sobs. "Go, you're a grown boy now." Kate Lyle's own safety was at stake and reminded, "You still have 2 minutes." Neville wiped away his tears, quickly took out another clean utensil, and separated them evenly. To revive their parents, Neville needs to feed them refreshing soup himself. Neville first took the utensil to his mother Alice Longbottom, poured a bottle of refreshing soup into it, and then ran to his father Frank Longbottom, poured the refreshing soup into it. At this point, time just ran out. "Neville," the door was pushed open, and a stylishly dressed old man walked in hurriedly, somewhat flustered. "She is Augusta Longbottom." In the Neville family, she received news that Neville was refining potions for Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom, and was preparing to marry his son and daughter-in-law. When he heard the news, Augusta Longbottom was completely stunned. True or not, she had to come. "Augusta." Professor McGonagall called, watching the fashionable old lady enter. Augusta Longbottom ignored Professor McGonagall and walked in, heading straight for Neville Longbottom. Augusta Longbottom stepped forward and gave Neville Longbottom a tap on the forehead. Everyone didn't expect Augusta to make a sudden attack, and Neville Longbottom was also beaten a little bit blindfolded. "Son, have you succeeded?" Augusta looked at his grandson with a look of anger, which had long since disappeared when he was a child, and was replaced by anticipation. Neville Longbottom looked at his grandma. Although he had always been very respectful and afraid, he could still clearly feel that he was loved. "Grandma, I succeeded." Neville Longbottom smiled sweetly and said happily. When Augusta Longbottom heard this, he trembled subconsciously. "Son, really?" Augusta Longbottom asked with some uncertainty. Neville Longbottom looked at his parents who were still awake, and at Kate Lyle. Augusta Longbottom also reacted, so he looked at Kate Lyle and hurriedly said, "Professor Kate, will those 2 children wake up?" Kate Lyle stepped forward in the eyes of everyone, stretched out her hand. The holy magic power flowed in the body and checked for a moment. "The Xingqian soup is perfectly made. Their bodies are recovering quickly. Now we need to give them some time. Let them slowly regain their consciousness and sort out their memories so that they can better welcome their new students." "How long will it take?" Augusta asked quickly. Kate Lyle thought for a moment and responded, "The time for their mental breakdown lasted too long, so if it is fast, it will take half an hour. If it is slow, it may take an hour or 3 hours." Augusta Longbottom got a positive answer from Kate Lyle and laughed ha-ha-ha. Just laughing and laughing, the old man shed tears. "As long as I can wake up, I'm sorry for my grandson, who has suffered for more than 10 years. Augusta Longbottom turned around and stroked Longbottom's head, with a happy and expectant smile on his face. At the same time, Neville Longbottom felt distressed. She is a rational woman. After her son and daughter-in-law were tortured into lunatics, she hated and was very angry. But she knew there was nothing she could do. Therefore, she tried her best to protect Neville. Everyone chose to wait, but instead of staying in this ward, they chose to wait quietly outside. The space and time in the room now belonged to Neville Longbottom and Augusta Longbottom. "Harry, do you think Neville's parents will wake up?" Ronald asked. "We will definitely wake up. We have to have full confidence in him." Hermione responded immediately. "Professor Kate said that the refreshing soup is perfect." Harry nodded and said, "I trust Neville." The door of Ward 49 was opened, and Neville Longbottom was extremely excited, crying, rushed out and shouted. Sirius stood aside. His heart was undoubtedly a little complicated. So for Frank and Alice Longbottom, Sirius was in awe and sympathy. Kate Lyle and Madame Pomfrey checked Frank and Alice's physical condition for the first time. Professor Kate, wake up, wake up. Sirius is also very clear about what kind of tragic experience it was at the beginning. Fortunately, their bodies are still functioning well, and their spirits are back to normal. Kate Lyle and others who were waiting outside heard this and quickly walked in. He was also the one who secretly investigated and participated in the pursuit of Voldemort. The waking up of Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom made Neville Longbottom extremely excited, and even made Augusta Longbottom, a strong old woman, couldn't help but shed tears. 10 years of strength and 10 years of endurance. How many people can feel the pain in the heart of this rational old mother? Therefore, watching them hug each other, Kate Lyle smiled with relief. He provided the method, but whether it can be done in the end depends entirely on Neville himself. Therefore, the biggest credit is actually Neville himself. Dumbledore gave Neville some time, a short break. This time is for Neville, so that he can be with his parents, and the condition of Frank and his wife can be completely stabilized. Christmas. It was Christmas again, in the restaurant. All kinds of delicacies were arranged neatly, and the ceiling with twinkling lights was even more beautiful and lively. Harry and other students boasted to each other, and the enthusiastic discussion pushed the atmosphere to a climax. On the professor's seat, Kate Lyle looked at the teachers and students with a smile on her face. This semester is relatively comfortable and safe for Hogwarts students. Dementors have been guarding various intersections of Hogwarts for a long time, but there is no incident of Dementors attacking people in the original book. This semester, Trelawney's prophecy didn't happen. Sirius didn't turn into a wolfhound and run after Peter Pettigrew, or drag Ronald from under the Whomping Willow and into the Shrieking Shack. There was no Remus John Lupin confrontation with Snape or anything like that. At this time, Sirius, as a student, was hiding beside Gryffindor and Harry Potter. Remus John Lupin's relationship with Snape had eased. People seem to have forgotten about Sirius' escape from Azkaban, because Sirius has not appeared in front of everyone for more than half a year. It's been quiet this year. Dumbledore knocked on Kate Lyle's room, walked in and said, "It's good to be quiet, you don't need to worry about so many things." Kate Lyle responded with a smile after hearing this. Dumbledore prepared a cup of coffee for himself, and after a while he said, "The quieter you are, the less you know what they're planning, which is a bit of a headache." In the current situation of the school, there are obviously many students who have problems, but they cannot stop them. School is a place for students to learn, and they cannot interfere too much. What do you think of Fudge's invitation to you? Dumbledore said to Kate Lyle after pondering for a while. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "African tribes. With the power of the Ministry of Magic, this shouldn't be a problem." Dumbledore explained, "The Ministry of Magic wants to compare the combat power of the magic warriors trained with that training manual. They need to reposition the status of elemental magic warriors." Kate Lyle fumbled her chin and said thoughtfully, "So should Harry, Draco and Hagrid feel it." "Isn't David Lyle going?" Dumbledore said, looking at Kate Lyle. "Sorry, I forgot about him for a while." Kate Lyle said apologetically after hearing the words, "This is not a very difficult and troublesome thing for him. However, it is possible to let him participate in it." "Let me lead the team myself." Dumbledore nodded, took an invitation letter out of his clothes, handed it to Kate Lyle, and said, "The Ministry of Magic will send 2 intelligence officers from the Ministry of Magic to cooperate with you." Kate Lyle went over in person and sat in charge. If it wasn't for some people to provide accurate information, there would be no need for the Ministry of Magic to be involved. Kate Lyle took the invitation letter, glanced at it, and threw it on the table. "I understand. Tomorrow is Friday. Let Harry and the others take a day off. Counting the weekend, 3 days are enough to go back and forth." Kate Lyle said without paying much attention. "Is it challenging? For him there is no challenge." "I approve." Dumbledore nodded, smiling contentedly. Although Harry Potter's safety was very important, and other students' lives should not be in danger, it was very reassuring to have Kate Lyle personally lead the team. The next day, Sirius, Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Hagrid and other 4 came to the small bungalow one after another. "Professor Kate, what do we need to do?" Hagrid asked first. "Do something meaningful." Kate Lyle explained with a smile while holding a wand. "Stand up, we now have a relative journey." The magic circle was quickly outlined under everyone's feet, and Harry and others were transporting to a certain place in Africa at an extremely fast speed. Tatari, a relatively poor place, and here at this time is also a symbol of a tribe. Because the tribal chief lives here and has an armed team of 200 people. Of course, the armed team here refers to magicians. Seeing the poor and backward appearance around him, Draco Malfoy showed an expression of disgust almost instantly. In particular, what they were stepping on at this time was still cement, and the soft pile of mud was even more disgusting. "Professor Kate, where is it?" Harry looked at the ground, wanting to fly away from such a bad ground, but he didn't dare to mess around, so he said, "The place that used to be peaceful is now a place of chaos." Kate Lyle was floating 20 centimeters above the ground, and the dirt on her shoes was also cleaned by the magic power in an instant and disappeared. Harry and the others also received the same treatment, which made them a lot more comfortable, and also understood that there was no need to worry about being held accountable for releasing magic here. The only way to be held accountable is to use arbitrary magic in the Muggle world. Yes, when a brand new magic appeared in front of everyone, the entire magic world was shocked. Tasrich responded excitedly. Tasrich looked at Kate Lyle, who was leading the team, and was shocked, and then shouted excitedly, "Are you Professor Kate Lyle, the founder of elemental magic?" Although this place is part of the magical world, the magic that people here have access to is limited. The appearance of Kate Lyle and others, as well as the movement floating in the air, made the people around them feel amazed and miraculous. Travel like a small world. Hagrid suddenly thought of something, so he said with a smile, "According to the Muggle world, I'm your fan now, Professor Kate." Kate Lyle smiled slightly and said, "This surprises me, am I so famous now?" As the owner of this land, Tasrich also received the news immediately and walked out with people. No, with a smile on Kate Lyle's face, she led Harry and the others to move quickly and came outside a small bungalow. Kate Lyle was a little surprised to see Tasrich, a chief of a tribe, became her fan. Come to think of it, Kate Lyle was a little amused, but thinking about it, it doesn't seem impossible. After all, elemental magic is recognized by many people as a more destructive magic than traditional magic, which is very suitable for combat. However, traditional magic has gradually become a relatively moderate group in the past 2 years. The four of Harry Potter looked at Tasrich, and inexplicably thought of such a title in their minds, the incident about the super fan of a certain tribal chief who is our professor. "Chief Tasrich, it is my honor to be recognized by you." Kate Lyle stretched out her hand and smiled. Hearing this, Tasrich stretched out his hands excitedly, held Kate Lyle, and said, No, it's my honor to meet you. Please sit inside." The crowd followed Taslich to the reception place, which was a small one-story house of about 100 square meters, with tribal decorations hanging around. In the middle of the room, there are small, long tables, each about 1 meter long, one for each person. Hagrid was so huge that he had to stoop to walk in and sit down carefully. Tasrich even had someone replace the table in front of Hagrid with a bigger and longer one, and doubled the amount of snacks and fruits on the table. Hagrid smiled contentedly at this and reached out to grab the apple, almost taking 2 bites. Tasrich is a magician, and he is also a very good magician. He presides over a large tribe of 6,000 men and is revered as a magician and elder. Yes, he was 86 now, but he still looked very strong and young. As the chief of the tribe, he also received corresponding rights and some treatment. A slender and beautiful woman, wearing a beautiful and sexy dress, twisted her slender waist, walked in with snacks and fruit plates, and placed them in front of Kate Lyle and others. Tasrich greeted Kate Lyle and the others for about 10 minutes, and 2 people walked in. Seeing the person coming, Kate Lyle was slightly surprised, because it was none other than Nymphadora Tonks and Moody, who was called Mad-Eye. Full name, Alastair Moody. Moody has a moving magic eye which can see through. It is because this eye gives people a feeling of uneasiness, so it is called Mad Eye. In addition, Moody is missing a leg, which was replaced by a prosthetic leg made of wood. Mad-Eye Moody is a crazy and righteous existence. He has his own principles in doing things and is also very ruthless. Of course, this aspect is only aimed at the enemy. Under his thick dark grey hair, as well as on his cheeks, there are many scars, giving people the feeling of old and rotten wood. These are his military medals, the imprint of his time and time again fighting against black magic as an aura. At a young age, Mad-Eye Moody was a genius, as evidenced by his ability to become an aura. Additionally, in the 70s he became one of the first members of the Order of the Phoenix. When Voldemort fell, Mad-Eye Moody retired with him. This may be his own choice. Maybe he feels that his work is done, or someone persuaded him to retire, or someone coerced him. While he was once a talented and dedicated aura, over time he has acquired a different reputation. He gradually developed paranoia, and always felt that the surroundings were in danger, so he would often pull out his wand and then ask others questions. Therefore he sometimes caused a lot of trouble, but these were small things, and because of his past glory, these small troubles were leniently and properly dealt with. Overall, his retirement was a success. However, Kate Lyle did not expect to see Mad-Eye Moody at this time. Ha, it turned out to be true. It turned out to be true. Mad-Eye Moody walked in with a limp. That magic eye was spinning wildly, looking around, and a normal small eye was staring at Kate Lyle, with a smile on his face, incomparable excitement. The legendary Professor Kate Lyle, the creator of elemental magic, I can actually see you here in my lifetime. I thought I would die silently, but I didn't expect to come here for my students and meet you. Hi, Professor Kate, I'm Alastair Moody. Mad-Eye Moody held out his hand to Kate Lyle, smiling happily. Harry didn't know Mad-Eye Moody, so he thought he was a little weird, especially his eyes. Draco had already heard about the existence of Mad-Eye Moody, so he looked at it and wondered what exactly they were here for. Sirius is very familiar with Mad-Eye Moody. Among the people who hunted him down, there was Mad-Eye Moody. However, after he was arrested, he was imprisoned in Azkaban without a chance to ask questions. Hagrid and Moody are students of the same class, and they are familiar with each other. When he saw Moody coming in, he had a smile on his face and wanted to say hello to Moody. However, Moody's attention was on Kate Lyle at this time, so what he said was not heard. I've heard the name of Mad-Eye Moody for a long time, and I didn't expect that we would meet on such an occasion. It seems that you are the one who met me this time. Kate Lyle looked at Mad-Eye Moody and laughed. Seeing that Mad-Eye Moody adores Kate Lyle as much as he does, Tasrich chuckled and said hastily, Moody, you can't waste time like this. We should talk about something important. Mad-Eye Moody laughed when he heard this and quickly said, I'm sorry, I was too excited. By the way, this is Nymphadora Tonks, my student. Mad-Eye Moody immediately called his own student and said to Kate Lyle, I don't want to sit with you, Rubius. Alastair said that, but he sat down beside him with a very honest body and directly reached out and took the banana in front of Hagrid, enjoying it. Nymphadora Tonks extended her hand to Kate Lyle with a smile and said immediately, It's a pleasure to meet you here. Have time to spend more time with Remus John. He has changed a lot now. He is a real man. Kate Lyle reminded Nymphadora. Seeing this, Hagrid laughed loudly and put more bananas on Alastair's table, shouting, This is your reward, Alastair. Nymphadora Tonks blushed slightly, nodded and said, I know, he has already told me, thank you very much. Mad-Eye, Hagrid and the others were a little puzzled when they heard the conversation between Kate Lyle and Nymphadora Tonks, but on this occasion, they didn't ask much. Kate Lyle laughed and said, If he didn't have a special love story, I wouldn't have given him that potion so easily. Alastair, over here, sit next to us. We should sit down and talk. Hagrid called out to Mad-Eye Moody. Kate Lyle smiled and said, I know. According to the information we have collected, the organization behind this riot is an organization called Shadow. Their purpose is to provoke a war and form a storm that sweeps across Africa. In fact, they want to establish an image and power, and then put all the countries that are in chaos or have signs of crisis into crisis, so that they can benefit from it. Kate Lyle did not expect that this Tatari riot turned out to be a secret organization. Kate Lyle has been paying attention to this organization for a long time. He has always wanted to know who are the behind the scenes of this organization, who are all over the world, and for what reason. The purpose of what Nymphadora Tonks said is similar to the information that Kate Lyle asked to investigate. What's more, if you investigate with the power of the family, the information you get should be more comprehensive. Harry, Sirius, Draco Malfoy and Hagrid listened very carefully. They didn't expect that there would still be riots here. After all, it looked very quiet here, and it didn't look like a battle had broken out. How much power do they gather now? Kate Lyle asked. All the armed forces add up to 200 people, and they are all elite, well-trained and disciplined. In addition, the information we have collected so far shows that there are actually 36 elemental magic warriors. Nymphadora Tonks said in a serious voice. They played a huge role in it. Many tribal magicians were taken down by these magic warriors without realizing it. They were like ghosts and they took down each other silently. Kate Lyle squinted her eyes with a smile on her face, looked at the four of Harry and said, Your task is to compete with them. This is for your consideration. When Draco Malfoy heard the words, his eyes lit up instantly, staring at Kate Lyle and said full of fighting spirit, I can shoot with all my strength, can't I? Kate Lyle responded, If you don't want to live, you can do whatever you want. I see. Draco Malfoy said seriously. Sirius glanced at Draco Malfoy and said with a smile, Then you have to be careful. If you die accidentally, no one will save you. These people will not pity a child. Maybe it was you who fell, not me. Draco Malfoy said confidently, Whether you want to come to the competition depends on who of us has one more elemental magic warriors. If I win, you will have to fight me. Draco Malfoy was still full of interest and anticipation about the duel with Sirius. Sirius rolled his eyes, then turned to look at Harry Potter and said, "Has his mind always been like this?" Harry Potter glanced at Draco Malfoy's angry gaze and smiled without fear. "Maybe. You're the only one out of your mind." Draco Malfoy said angrily, "I'm very sober now, David. You three be quiet. This is a real contest, not a duel in the arena. There are still things to protect you." Hagrid stretched out his hand a little annoyed and directly pressed the head of Draco Malfoy beside him, cried and said, "We've been through real battles, Hagrid." Draco Malfoy retorted a little angrily and said, "Also, get your hands off me, I'm not young at all." Kate Lyle watched the four of them fight and laughed without any image. Alastor Moody looked at Harry Potter and the others and also burst out laughing. In addition, for Harry Potter, Alastor Moody is also full of interest. This is not only Harry Potter's special status, but also Harry Potter is the son of James Potter, a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Now, Harry Potter is a powerful master, which is very gratifying. The stronger Harry Potter was, the stronger his ability to protect himself, which was undoubtedly a good thing. It's just such a mission, so dangerous, why bring Harry Potter? Professor Kate, although I believe in you very much, and I'm sure they won't be your opponents, but is there really no problem with these 3 students and a giant? Tasrich looked at the 4 of Harry. After that, he asked with some hesitation. Tasrich's inquiry made Alastor Moody, who was also curious, heaved a sigh of relief. This was the doubt he wanted to ask but didn't ask. Hearing this, Kate Lyle laughed and said, "Chief Tasrich, they are my proud students. They are elemental magic warriors trained by me personally. I believe they will give me a satisfactory answer." Kate Lyle's trust is the greatest encouragement for Harry and others. For a moment, the expressions of the 4 people were also a little excited. "Professor Kate, don't worry, we will definitely complete the task," Harry Potter promised quickly. "Then I'll just be careful and protect you guys." Sirius glanced at Harry and Draco Malfoy and replied calmly, "David, are you trying to compete with me for a job?" Hagrid called out to Sirius with some dissatisfaction. "Of course, my speed is much faster than yours." Sirius responded, "I'm an adult, how could I need you, a brat, to protect me?" Hagrid responded to Sirius. When Sirius heard the words, the corners of his mouth curled up and he really wanted to say, "I am also an adult." However, this idea was quickly extinguished. "Chief, the mine has been attacked by magic apostles." A man in hardcover, with his upper body bare, showing off his strong dark muscles, walked in with a dignified expression and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure, Bari?" Tasrich stood up and said with a gloomy expression, "The magic ore in the mine is an important income and resource for their Tatari tribe, and it is undoubtedly a dangerous thing to be attacked now. Arkai is dead." Bari said in a deep voice, "At least 10 soldiers were killed or injured, and hundreds of tribesmen were besieged in the mine." Hearing this, Tasley frowned and said hastily, "Send more forces there, and we must defend the mine." Tasley didn't think much or hesitate this time, and quickly nodded in agreement. Kate Lyle nodded and said, "In this case, it is indeed important. No wonder there will be an attack there." After a pause, Kate Lyle continued with a smile and said, "Chief Tasrich, if you believe me, you might as well take us there. Maybe I can get a lot of your people back safely. Walter has already brought people there." Tasrich pondered slightly, then glanced at Alastor Moody and Nymphadora Tonks and said, "That mine is very important to us. It is the main income of our tribe, and it is also a source of income for our tribe. A relatively rare magic ore." "Yes, Chief." Bari got the order and quickly left. Kate Lyle looked at the dignified Tasrich and after thinking for a while asked, "Chief Tasrich, is the mine very important to you?" "Ujiji Mine, a magical mine named Titanium Crystal. Titanium Crystal has a very special magical effect in alchemy. Sometimes it can be mixed into various alchemy items and endowed with certain special magical attributes. In addition, when refining special alchemy items, titanium crystals are also needed. Titanium crystal is like a master key. It can be matched with anything, but the output of this thing is too low." At this time, the mine had just experienced a battle. The place was messy and terrible. Some dead people were lying on the ground in a mess, with blood everywhere. There are not many people who died. Before Kate Lyle and others arrived, Walter had already fought a fierce battle with the magic apostle who occupied this place. If Bari hadn't arrived in time, Walter and the others would have encountered greater danger and suffered greater casualties. At this time, Walter and Bari scattered around with more than 90 magicians and warriors, guarding around the mine vigilantly. "Chief, the enemy is controlling all the entrances and exits of the mine at this time, and there are also people inside. It can be preliminarily determined that there are about 30 people on the other side, and there are 10 people like magic warriors," Walter said solemnly to Tasrich. Hearing this, Taslich looked at the mine and the dead elite subordinates with a gloomy expression. "These goddamn guys have already caused enough chaos and riots around his tribe, even spying on his tribe. Today's Tatari tribe, like dumplings in other people's pockets, can be annexed at any time. Professor Kate." Tasrich looked back at Kate Lyle and asked expectantly, "Can you help us rescue those wounded soldiers?" Walter, Bari, Alastair Moody and others all looked at Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle glanced at the mine and said with a smile, "This is simple." Tasrich was a little excited when he heard the words, and when he was about to say something, he saw Kate Lyle soaring into the air, reaching a height of tens of meters, and looking down at the entire mine. In the mine, many magicians have discovered the existence of Kate Lyle. After all, Kate Lyle flies so high, it's really impossible to let people not pay attention. Creator of elemental magic, Kate Lyle. In the mine, a man named Henry immediately recognized Kate Lyle's identity. His face changed instantly, and he said in a deep voice, "It's him." The man named Dylan next to Henry also changed his face suddenly when he heard the words, and said in a deep voice, "If it's him, then we will be in trouble. His strength is unfathomable. 20 auras have been dispatched by the Ministry of Magic. In front of him there is no power to fight back. We must give up here, stay away from here and confront him. We will only die in vain." Dylan's words made Henry's expression change again. For this operation, they came with a mission. It is to occupy the Ujiji mine and plunder the titanium crystal. Of course, the most important thing is that they still need to find something in this mine. "Is there any news about that thing?" Henry asked. "I haven't found it yet." Dylan understood what Henry was talking about and said with an ugly face, "I've already told them to speed up. The informant we bought has confirmed that it has appeared in this mine." Henry frowned slightly and said, "Then delay him and buy time." "Can you win an hour?" Dylan asked hesitantly. "Let's try our best," Henry nodded and said in a deep voice. Dylan turned around and entered the interior of the mine without looking back, organized his staff and acted quickly. "Gotta get that thing and get out of here." The heart of the emerald mine is an extremely rare ore that can only appear in titanium crystal mines, and there may not be one in hundreds of titanium crystal mines. This needs to pay attention to a fate. As for how the heart of the emerald mine was formed, and why it appeared, there is no clear conclusion. The only thing recorded in the book is that the heart of the emerald mine is an important core material for making the resurrection stone. And if it is worn all year round, it can make people who have half a foot in the coffin bloom again, become younger, and achieve life extension effect. And this process is a process of improving the body. An active and young body often means being strong. The person in charge of the shady organization in Africa, after getting the news about the heart of the emerald mine, immediately arranged for someone to come over to investigate. The riots in Tatari and other tribes were a cover-up. On the surface, this is an ambitious tribal chief who annexed other tribes in order to unify many tribes and establish a country. Behind the scenes, these actions are all used to cover up their occupation of the Ujiji mine. In the eyes of everyone, the occupation of the Ujiji mine is just the beginning of an invasion war. Water barrier. Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, and the magic shrouded it, covering all the entrances and exits of the mine, and isolating the injured or dead people of the Tatari tribe. Kate Lyle's sudden shot, and looking at the enchantment in front of him, Henry's face changed slightly, and he thought of a dangerous and terrible thing. "Let's shoot together, we can't let this enchantment trap us." Henry growled, "Raging fire, bones to pieces, Avada Kedavra." Avada Kedavra, Earth Spear Curse, Flame Bomb, Thunder Cannon, all kinds of magic roared as Henry roared, and in an instant, countless magics shot out from all directions, trying to destroy the barrier that trapped them. Kate Lyle looked at these people with a smile on his face. If the enchantment he released is so easily destroyed by them, then don't mess around. Water protection charm, Kate Lyle said again, stretching out her wand. The water flowed in the air and lingered above the water barrier, exuding a powerful aura. The water protection spell is an advanced protection magic spell among water magic. This spell can be used not only on humans but also on things. For example, the current enchantment has become stronger because of the water flow protection spell. When Bari saw the enchantment covering the mine, and he didn't have to worry about being damaged by the shady organization, he immediately organized his staff and moved all the guys lying on the ground out. "We can also help. The magic apostles inside are very dangerous, and there are a lot of them." Walter heard the words and said quickly, "We are more familiar with the terrain inside, and it will be better if we are with us. In addition, there are members of our tribe inside. and we need to consider their safety. Harry, Draco, David, Hagrid, now the people inside are handed over to you, and there is no need to worry about them coming out of it, Kate Lyle said as she landed slowly. However, be careful. Tasrich glanced at the four of Harry and said worriedly, Professor Kate, please allow Walter to bring people to participate. Kate Lyle spread her hands and said, if you are like this, there is no way to test the four of them enough. With them, it will be more convenient. Professor Kate, we can also participate in it. Mad-Eye Moody walked over and said in a deep voice, you say me, I say, and finally have a decision-making plan. Walter leads the people, along with Harry, Draco, Sirius, Hagrid, Mad-Eye Moody and Nymphadora Tonks, into the mine to wipe out the magicians of the shady organization and rescue Tatari tribal people. Henry looked at Harry Potter and others who had entered the barrier with a look of shock on his face. Is the other party finally going to send people to stop them? But why are there 3 children, and who is a giant? However, with such shock, after the four of Harry began to show their strength, they showed a look of horror. Magic warrior, all 4 of them are magic warriors. A giant is also a magic warrior. What's the situation? This somewhat refreshes their worldview. There are also giants in Africa. Although there are not many, their strength is powerful. However, in their view, it is a stupid thing to associate these giants with magic. Hagrid didn't pay attention to what they were thinking at this time, and shot instantly, grabbed a huge stone, and threw it towards Henry and the others in the cave. Henry and the others looked at the flying stones, their expressions suddenly changed, and they all used apparition to leave in an instant. It's just that they haven't flown far. Harry, Draco, and Sirius have already attacked them from 3 different directions. Mad-Eye Moody looked at Harry and the other 4 who shot quickly, but he hadn't reacted yet, so he said cursingly, young man, you don't talk about martial arts and you don't even say hello. Despite being so cursing, he still waved his wand and limped into the mine with Walter and the others. Nymphadora Tonks stayed by Mad-Eye Moody's side closely to prevent him from being attacked and hurting him. Sharp storm. Harry Potter kicked a magician away with one kick and quickly waved his wand, yelling in a low voice, crazy thunder and sky fury. Seeing that Harry's magic attack was successful, Sirius also shot quickly and launched a sharp magic attack in conjunction with it. At this moment, the 6 magicians who were about to besiege Harry were instantly killed by Harry and Draco. Draco Malfoy glanced at Harry's direction, twitched the corner of his mouth, stared at Henry, and said, hey, yellow-haired guy, are you the leader of this organization? Henry held the wand and looked at Draco Malfoy with some horror. Just now, when he saw a magician cast the bone-crushing curse on Draco Malfoy easily blocked it with magic, and get rid of each other quickly. Damn it, why are you little ghosts elemental magic warriors? Henry suddenly thought of something, stared at Draco Malfoy and screamed, my god, you are not Kate Lyle's student. The corners of Draco Malfoy's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, it seems that you are not too stupid. I heard that there are many magic warriors here. I am full of curiosity. Now tell me, where are they? They are my prey. The fighting spirit in Draco Malfoy's eyes was unprecedentedly strong, and the power of lightning in his body even rushed out of his body, making a crackling sound. Henry looked at the wild and excited Draco Malfoy at this time. With a look of shock on his face, he didn't even dare to think about it. He turned and ran away. The power that Draco Malfoy is showing now is simply not something he can deal with. What's more, at this time, he somewhat regretted why he had to procrastinate instead of entering the mine to search for the heart of the Emerald Mine. What's more, why didn't he escape in time when he found Kate Lyle appeared? Want to go? Did I agree? Draco Malfoy sneered as he approached Henry in an instant. Avada Kedavra, Henry shot quickly, intending to kill Draco Malfoy in this panic. However, Draco Malfoy turned into lightning, escaped Henry's attack, appeared behind him and punched out. Puff. Henry soared into the sky and flew towards the barrier. Blood was sprinkled in the sky, and his consciousness quickly became blurred. Boom. After flying nearly 20 meters away, Henry hit a rock and fell to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Stupid guy, I'm afraid you haven't seen the speed of lightning. Seeing this, Draco Malfoy burst out laughing. When the speed and strength are so strong that it cannot be stopped, then his strength is full of deterrence. What a crazy brat. When did the Malfoy family become so bold and wild? Mad-Eye Moody defeated an enemy just in time to see Draco Malfoy's attack just now, and couldn't help but marvel. Harry Potter is also very powerful, Nymphadora Tonks said aside. The little guy from the Lyle family is also a pervert. Mad-Eye Moody couldn't help complaining as he watched Sirius lead Harry directly into the mine. Although Mad-Eye Moody has retired and his strength is greatly inferior, his vision has not changed at all. Next, do you have any plans, Harry? Sirius and Harry separated from each other, carefully peeping inside. Sirius then asked, "What plan do you need? Just go straight in." Draco Malfoy, who caught up in time, said disdainfully when he heard what Sirius said, "Boom." As soon as Draco Malfoy's voice fell, he saw a fireball coming from around the corner and almost hit Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy was instantly angry and wanted to fight back, but Hagrid, who walked in, stretched out his hand and threw it aside, saying, "Damn Malfoy, do you want to die? What a reckless guy. If you die here, I have no way to give an explanation to Professor Kate. Then I wish you good luck." Sirius laughed. "Walter, you came at the right time. Hurry up and lead the way, otherwise if you let these three brats run amok inside, you might die here." Hearing this, Hagrid said hastily, "I'm a powerful thunder element magician, thunder element magic fighter. I'm not afraid of them," Draco Malfoy said disdainfully. Draco Malfoy looked at the backs of Harry and the others, and he who stayed behind frowned, very dissatisfied. Without any hesitation, Walter led someone to lead the way and said, "Okay, please come with us. Be careful, Draco. If you die here, I'll lose a friend." Harry Potter glanced at the nonchalant Draco Malfoy and reminded, when passing a fork in the road, Draco Malfoy quietly separated from the crowd. "We are more familiar with this place. Let us lead the way for you." Walter led the people and just packed up the magic apostles outside and rushed over quickly and said, when Draco Malfoy was almost hit by a magic attack just now, Hagrid felt so nervous, wishing to use his huge body to teach the guy inside a heavy lesson.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.